What happens when the greatest gamer on the planet stops trying to save the game and starts trying to break it? Yoon Yi-young was once the undisputed #1 player, a living legend that everyone knew, but after quitting the game that made him famous, he stumbles upon a secret that was never meant to be discovered, a hidden class so broken that it rewards him for hunting beginners. Mysterious stat capable of bending reality itself, and powers that even the game's creators can't fully understand. Most players dream of becoming heroes. This dude chose to become the final boss. What started as a simple experiment quickly turns into a nightmare for the entire server. Guilds begin collapsing, players start getting wiped out left and right. Even the game administrators have no idea how to stop him. And the worst part, he's only getting started, because when a genius stops following the rules and starts rewriting them, the entire world is about to get absolutely cooked. This isn't a story about saving Arcadia, it's the story of the man who turned chaos into a weapon. Year 20XX, Seoul. The city lights shine beneath the starry night sky, everything looks peaceful, but little does anyone know, a monster is about to make the entire gaming world look absolutely cooked. The bustling district of Gangnam glows with life. The camera slowly rises toward the top floor of the D Group building. This is the headquarters of Team 01, undisputed #1 ranked team in the entire world of ROR. These guys aren't just good, they're supposed to be untouchable. Inside the pro gamer training room, every player sits locked in, focused, confident, ready to remind everyone why they are at the top. One player grips his mouse tightly. His fingers fly across the keyboard at ridiculous speed. A confident grin spreads across his face. After all, he's finally found the opponent everyone's been talking about. The screen flashes white. Game start. The virtual world loads instantly. Team 01 charges into War Valley without hesitation. Leading the assault is their massive demon warrior, a giant monster built to crush everything in his path. But then, standing completely alone before them, is a dark armored figure named Dex. Sit, just one guy. The demon warrior immediately starts talking trash. He roars about showing the world exactly why Team 01 is #1. Bro is already planning his victory speech. He raises his massive sword and charges forward. Meanwhile, Dex doesn't even flinch, not a single movement wasted, not a single ounce of panic. He calmly draws his blade, and then a blinding flash of blue energy explodes across the battlefield. The demon warrior's attack stops instantly, before the guy can even understand what happened. The defeat message appears, just like that. The #1 player has been folded. The remaining teammates stare at the screen in disbelief. Their leader just got deleted from existence. Match barely started, but they refuse to back down. They rush forward together, trying to cover for their fallen captain. The blue-haired assassin launches himself through the air. His blades radiate intense energy. Everything he has goes into this attack. Meanwhile, Dex remains perfectly still. His visor glows an ominous red, and suddenly, he moves. So fast that nobody can even follow it. The blades collide, sparks explode everywhere. For a brief second, it almost looks competitive, almost, then Dex completely overwhelms him. A massive explosion of red energy erupts across the battlefield, and two more players are instantly erased. Gone, just gone. The spectators watching the match are horrified. They can't believe what they're seeing. One player just wiped out the tank and the dealer like it was a warm-up match. At this point, the remaining members desperately try to maintain formation, but little do they know, Dex is already moving again. He launches himself high into the sky. His red cape flows behind him like a final warning. Then he lands directly in front of the last survivors. The remaining players freeze. Pure fear takes over, because they finally understand something. They're not fighting a player, they're fighting a menace. Dex unleashes a devastating area attack. Blinding explosions tear through the battlefield. The screen becomes pure chaos, and in a single instant, the entire team is blown away, every last one of them. The monitor flashes white. Match over, just like that. The strongest team in the world has been completely annihilated. The team captain stares at his screen. Frozen in shock, sweat drips down his face. Reality finally hits him. His entire squad got destroyed by one person. One person. All 5 members have been defeated. Not by another team, not by a rival organization, by a single opponent. The captain can only ask one question. Who is Dex? The camera shifts toward a simple worn-out mouse, a cheap piece of equipment that looks like it survived multiple wars. And finally, the identity of the legendary player is revealed. The scene changes. A quiet room appears. A young man leans back in his chair, casually eating a snack, completely relaxed, like he didn't just traumatize the strongest team on the planet. His name is Yoon Yi-young. His mouse is literally held together with tape. Meanwhile, every pro team probably has equipment worth thousands. But none of that mattered, because in-game, his nickname is Dan. The camera pans across his modest computer setup. A list of usernames fills the screen. And it just keeps going. These are only a fraction of his countless alternate accounts. Bro has been speedrunning entire servers for years. He reveals his newest alias, Dex. The name glows bright green. His armored character stands proudly in the virtual world. Yi Young casually tosses away his empty snack bag. He doesn't care about fame. He doesn't care about recognition. He doesn't even care about the legends built around his name. His only goal has always been the top. And now, he's already there. The global ranking board displays his name at number 1, mission complete. His fingers move across the keyboard one final time. He presses the last key, and that's it. He's done. Back at Team 01, the captain is still staring at the monitor. His fist slams violently onto the desk. The guy is absolutely furious. He curses at the screen, calls the mysterious player a troll, and honestly, considering what happens next, he's not completely wrong. A chat message suddenly appears. Dex announces that he's quitting the game. Immediately, the room falls silent. The legendary player logs off forever. No celebration, no speech, no explanation. He just leaves. And now, the entire gaming world is about to lose its mind. A white delivery truck drives through the city streets. The name Arcadia is printed on its side. Inside, two workers discuss the shocking news. They laugh about how Dex managed to troll everyone until the very end, but they're still confused. Why walk away when you're already number 1? The truck passes through the city, and the workers begin talking about something even bigger. The era of traditional computer games is ending, something new is coming, something massive. Then a gigantic advertisement catches their attention. Arcadia, the name shines brightly above them. The world's largest technology corporations have joined forces. Agin Electronics provides the hardware. Corporation Argos manages the network. Silicorp contributes advanced biological technology. 3 giants, 1 project, and the result is about to change everything. The top secret collaboration officially begins. This isn't just another game, not even close. The camera shifts to a futuristic laboratory. This is the world's first true virtual reality system, a machine capable of creating an entirely new reality. A person lies inside the pod. They call it the Dreamer. Then a beautiful virtual guide appears. She asks a simple question: are you tired of your current life? She offers something impossible. A world of endless possibilities. The camera reveals a breathtaking fantasy city. Its scale is unbelievable. Its beauty feels unreal. The guide smiles warmly and welcomes everyone to Arcadia. Meanwhile, the delivery truck reaches its final stop. The driver checks the address, then checks it again because something doesn't add up. This is the home of the last Dreamer purchaser. And the building looks completely run down. The driver stares at the cracked brick walls, the dirty windows, the aging structure. Bro genuinely cannot believe someone living here bought one of the most expensive machines ever created. Inside the building, Yoon Yi-young grins with excitement. His long-awaited Dreamer has finally arrived. He sits at his computer one last time and opens the profile of his legendary character, Dex, the character that conquered the entire game. Yi-young is only 20 years old, yet he's already reached the peak. He opens the character deletion menu. No hesitation, no regret, no second thoughts. He officially quits traditional gaming forever. Then he clicks confirm. The chapter closes on a huge turning point. Because Yi-young isn't retiring, not even close. He's simply moving to the next stage. The Dreamer pod powers on. The connection sequence begins. The machine links directly to his consciousness. At this moment, he's no longer playing a game. He's entering another world. A bright blue sky surrounds him. His body falls through the endless air, and below him, the gigantic city of Arcadia stretches beyond the horizon. His eyes widen instantly. Pure amazement, pure excitement, pure wonder. He screams with absolute joy, because after everything, after reaching number 1, after conquering an entire game, the real adventure is finally beginning. Yoon Yi-young has officially entered Arcadia, and little does he know. Things are about to get absolutely ridiculous. Countless games exist in the world, and every single one of them hides secrets. Some are harmless little jokes left behind by developers. Others are basically cheat codes disguised as content, the kind of hidden rewards that can turn an average player into an absolute monster. Players call them Easter eggs, others know them as hidden pieces, and trust me, the people who find them first usually end up breaking the entire game. Somewhere within a mysterious digital space, a shadowy figure speaks to a white-haired girl named Alice. His voice is calm, yet strangely serious. He tells her he'll be counting on her. Alice nods without hesitation. Everything is for the wonder of the next generation. Whatever that means, it already sounds important. This is virtual reality, not the cheap kind people dreamed about decades ago. This is the real deal. By connecting directly to the brain and digitizing every sense, people can enter a world that feels completely real. No lag, no screen, no separation between reality and fantasy, and Arcadia has somehow made it happen. Back inside the game, Yi-young finally arrives in the starting area. A massive hall filled with players stretches before him. Everyone is shouting, recruiting party members, selling items, trying to get ahead before everyone else. The launch rush is in full swing. Meanwhile, Yi-young simply looks around, trying to take everything in. A blue interface window suddenly appears before him. His character information pops up. Amy Dex, level 1. He blinks in surprise. Honestly, the interface is way simpler than he expected. No giant walls of information, no endless menus, just the essentials. Then a beginner quest appears. His first objective is simple: kill a slime. A tiny green slime bounces around nearby, looking completely harmless. But Arcadia isn't as easy as it looks. Unlike normal games, moving your body perfectly here isn't simple. Every action requires actual control. That's why skills exist. Dash, backstep, slash. These abilities help players perform movements that would normally be difficult. But then again, some players don't need much help, and Yi-young is definitely one of them. He grips his sword tightly, his eyes sharpen. The same focus that once dominated the world's #1 game returns instantly. Then, he moves. A flash of blue light cuts through the air. The slime explodes before it even realizes it's under attack. Quest complete. Just like that, the poor slime got folded within seconds of its existence. Yi-young smiles confidently. Now he gets it. He understands how Arcadia works. And if the first quest was this easy, the next one should be a joke, or so he thought. The quest log updates, and the next objective appears: read 100 books. Yi-young stares at the screen, absolutely speechless. Bro came here expecting monster hunting, not homework. He immediately starts questioning the developer's sanity. Days pass. Inside the Adelan Public Library, two librarians quietly observe a strange sight. One player sits buried beneath mountains of books, and he just keeps reading, page after page, hour after hour, day after day. The librarians can't understand it. Most players don't even read quest dialogue anymore. They mash the skip button and move on. But this guy, he's actually reading everything. At this point, they are more interested in him than the books. Meanwhile, Yi-young is suffering. His soul is slowly leaving his body. He's one bad chapter away from abandoning the quest completely, but somehow, he keeps going, because if there's one thing professional gamers understand, it's that hidden rewards are usually hidden behind annoying requirements. Finally, after countless books, he approaches the front desk and asks a very specific question. Is there a sequel to that history book? The librarian freezes. She genuinely looks shocked, as if nobody has ever asked that question before. She can't believe he actually finished reading the first volume. Yi-young shrugs. It wasn't all bad. The section about the oldest trace called Adelan was pretty interesting. The moment those words leave his mouth, the librarian completely changes. Without another word, she disappears into the back room. Moments later, she returns carrying a dusty ancient book. The cover is ornate, far older than the others. Yi-young immediately notices something is different. He asks why it was hidden separately. The librarian smiles mysteriously, because it's a special book, and that is only brought out when someone specifically asks for it. The atmosphere instantly changes. Yi-young reaches toward the cover, and the moment his fingers touch it, meanwhile, far away in the digital space, Alice suddenly appears surrounded by countless floating screens. A warning message flashes before her. Special circumstance detected in the starting village. Hidden quest requirements have been fulfilled. The system begins examining the player responsible, and then a forgotten legend awakens. Long ago, a legendary adventurer hid a mysterious treasure near the village. Nobody knows the truth behind it. Nobody has ever seen it. Only rumors remain. The treasure became known as the oldest trace of darkness. Its creator was the legendary adventurer Ezreal. And according to the stories, it was hidden near a lake beside Adelan. Generations searched for it. Nobody found anything. Eventually, people forgot the legend even existed. But Yi-young's eyes suddenly widen, because there's only one lake near the village, Lake Arun. Without wasting any time, he heads south toward the lake. As the sun begins to set, arrives at a wooden pier overlooking the water. The scenery is peaceful, beautiful even, honestly, not exactly the place you'd expect some terrifying darkness to be hiding. He starts doubting the whole thing. Maybe the legend is fake. Maybe he just wasted days reading books. Then suddenly, a notification appears. A blue interface flashes before his eyes. The final condition has been satisfied. Quest generation initiated. Relevant clues detected. Quest difficulty, B. Influence, A. Quest rank, B+. Main scenario trigger activated. Player dex evaluation rank, first. Quest generated. Searching for the traces of darkness. The description appears before him. A forgotten book claims that the oldest traces of darkness are hidden within Lake Arun. Determine whether the story is true and uncover the traces. Yi-young's eyes widen. A B+ rank quest. On launch week. That's insane. Most raid quests available right now aren't even close to this level. Those are only C rank, yet somehow, he's already triggered something far beyond them. A grin slowly spreads across his face. Now this is exactly what he came for. The hidden content, the secrets nobody else can find. The stuff that changes everything. Finally, Arcadia is getting interesting, but while Yi-young stands above the lake, something beneath the surface begins to move. Far below the water, sunlight barely reaches the depths. An enormous dragon-like creature rests silently on the lake floor. Its body radiates mysterious purple energy, ancient, terrifying, completely unknown. Then, its eyes snap open, and the creature releases a silent screech. The quest has begun, and little does Yi-young know, he's about to stumble into something far bigger than a hidden Easter egg. Yi-young pushes deeper into the forest, searching for anything that might lead him to the truth. A hidden cave, a secret entrance, anything. But no matter where he looks, everything appears completely normal. Nothing feels suspicious, nothing stands out. Then it finally clicks. If the answer isn't around the lake, then it must be under it. Bro takes one deep breath and dives straight into the water. Down he goes, deeper, and somehow, the lake just keeps going. The deeper he sinks, the more confused he becomes. This thing is way too deep. Why does a tiny beginner village lake feel like the entrance to the abyss? Meanwhile, far away at Arcadia's Korean branch, absolute chaos erupts. Warning messages flash across countless monitors. Employees rush around the office. Nobody looks happy, because something impossible just happened. The main scenario has opened prematurely. The executive director looks like he's about to age 10 years on the spot. The game hasn't even been out for a week, yet somehow, a player has already interfered with content that shouldn't be accessible yet. The staff can barely believe it. They're trying to understand how one random user managed to shake the entire game, one player, against years of development, and somehow the player is winning. The director immediately orders emergency preparations. Every department is put on alert. Then he compares server progression reports, and what he sees is terrifying. The Korean server is progressing at an absurd speed compared to America. At this point, the developers are the ones getting speedrun. Back at Lake Arun, Yi-young finally surfaces. He gasps for air, looking completely exhausted. Then another notification appears, main scenario open. His diving skill has reached B rank. He can now stay underwater much longer. His stamina increases by 1, a nice reward. Unfortunately, the actual quest is still going nowhere. He already dove nearly 200 meters and found absolutely nothing. Not a clue, not a treasure, not even a suspicious rock. He's seriously considering giving up. While he's wasting days in a lake, other players are getting stronger, building their accounts, making money. And speaking of money, reality suddenly hits him. The monthly payment for the Dreamer capsule, nearly $1,000,000 every month. The moment he thinks about it, his mood instantly drops. At his current pace, making that kind of money is impossible. Then, a notification suddenly appears. Hidden quest created. Yi-young freezes. Wait a second. This isn't a normal quest. This isn't content available to everyone. This was generated specifically for him, a personalized hidden quest. Now that's dangerous, because hidden quests can either make you rich or completely ruin your account. For a moment, he worries about getting some useless reward, but then his gamer instincts kick in. No way he's letting an exclusive quest slip away. Absolutely not. If there's hidden content, he's clearing it. No matter what, the scene suddenly shifts, all the way to Silicon Valley. Inside Silikov headquarters, one office stands above the rest. The chairman's office. The nameplate reads, Jenica Paul, and surprisingly, the chairman is only 15 years old. Yeah, 15. Meanwhile, most people were struggling with homework at that age. She's running a global tech corporation. Jenica is relaxing peacefully, until she suddenly wakes up. Something caught her attention. She immediately asks Jack about the main scenario incident happening in Korea. A system interface appears before her. The report explains everything. A player discovered a hidden class clue in a beginner village. Further analysis by Alice suggests the clue is connected directly to the main scenario. Jenica stares at the report, completely confused. Why would anyone place something this important inside a starter zone? That makes no sense. The system responds immediately, because they didn't create it, someone else did. A dark silhouette appears on the screen. The moment Jenica sees it, her expression darkens. Then she absolutely loses it. She curses that damn bastard and slams her desk hard enough to nearly break it. Whatever history exists between those two, it clearly isn't friendly. She quickly searches through old development data. Moments later, her eyes widen. She found it. The hidden class, Bard of Anarchy. She begins reading the information and immediately becomes more confused. The class has no levels, no attack skills, nothing that resembles a normal progression path. She wonders how anyone is supposed to play this thing. Then the system reveals one final piece of information, a special skill. The moment she reads it, her expression changes completely. Shock, pure shock, because she instantly understands the implications and whatever she just learned. It is definitely game-breaking. 10 days pass. Yi-young continues his relentless search. Then finally, after countless dives, he finds something. A glowing purple object emerges from the water. The moment he pulls it out, a huge smile spreads across his face. He finally did it. The dark necklace. His diving skill jumps to a rank. His stamina increases again. His water attribute familiarity rises by 10. He can now dive into depths that would kill ordinary players. The quest searching for the traces of darkness is officially completed, and the dark necklace becomes his reward. He quickly checks the description. The item supposedly contains traces from unknown ancient times. Using it requires a very long period of contemplation. Yi-young immediately narrows his eyes. Bro reads the description twice, then 3 times, because honestly, that sounds less like an item description and more like a threat. Still, the necklace is clearly the clue, the thing he's been searching for this entire time. The system asks whether he wants to use it. Without hesitation, he presses yes. Then another message appears, "Are you sure?" He blinks and presses yes again. Another confirmation box, "Really sure?" He stares at the screen, presses yes, again and again and again. The system just keeps asking, warning him that there will be no turning back, even if he regrets it later. At this point, Yi-young is getting annoyed. Bro starts yelling at the screen, "Yes, I want to use it. Stop asking." Finally, the system responds. It acknowledges that he is indeed just pressing yes. It has verified his determination enough times, and politely tells him not to regret this decision later. Yeah, that's definitely not ominous at all. Then, a mysterious voice echoes through the darkness, "Create chaos," just like it is right now. Yi-young immediately looks around, trying to find the source. Who said that? Before he can get an answer, a brilliant light engulfs him. System notifications explode across the screen. Hidden class acquired, title changed, Bard of Anarchy, and that's when everything goes completely off the rails. The level system is deleted, gone, just gone. The most basic mechanic in every RPG, erased. A brand new stat appears, plausibility. A mission system replaces traditional progression, and the system announces something even stranger. His character will permanently belong to the player. Yi-young stares at the notifications, trying to process what just happened. Then another window appears, new mission generated. He opens it and immediately freezes. Mission objective, kill a beginner. What? The mission requires him to murder a beginner player, specifically someone who hasn't experienced a title change yet. Current count, 0. Time limit, less than 7 days. The cheerful adventure he expected is officially over, because somehow, within the first few weeks of Arcadia, Yi-young has unlocked what might be the most insane hidden class in the entire game. The West Grass Plains of Adelin are more crowded than ever. Beginners are everywhere. Some are fighting slimes, some are learning the controls, and others are just enjoying the launch of the biggest VR game in history. One player rushes forward excitedly. He throws a punch with all his strength. The slime bursts apart, and suddenly, a bright item drop appears. The guy immediately raises it into the air like he just won the lottery. A slime bubble. His friend looks over and gasps, "That's worth 50 bronze. The two start celebrating their ridiculous luck. The boy already starts talking about grinding money all weekend. Meanwhile, his friend reminds him that she has mock exams next week. Reality strikes harder than any monster. The two laugh together, completely unaware that something terrifying is watching them from the shadows. Hidden among the trees, Yi-young silently observes the innocent scene, and for the first time, the true horror of his hidden class sinks in, because according to his mission, those two kids are his targets. He's supposed to kill players exactly like them. 1 hour earlier, Yi-young tried the most obvious solution imaginable: delete the character. Problem solved, or at least it should have been. The system immediately rejected the request. No deletion available, no escape, no refund on his terrible life choices. Yi-young lets out a frustrated sigh. At this point, it feels like he stepped on a landmine and somehow managed to trigger every hidden trap around it too. He opens his status window again, hoping he missed something, anything. But the result is exactly the same. The levels section is completely empty. No level, no experience bar, nothing. The Bard of Anarchy doesn't use levels at all, and that's a massive problem, because every other player in Arcadia is getting stronger every day. Meanwhile, he's stuck. Even if they're equal right now, sooner or later everyone else will surpass him. Then the gap will keep growing forever. At this rate, Bro is about to become obsolete before the game is even a month old. He collapses onto the grass and stares at the sky, questioning every decision that led him here. Maybe listening to that creepy voice wasn't the smartest move, but regret isn't going to help. Doing nothing changes nothing. So he decides to investigate his class properly. There has to be something useful hidden in the system. After searching through the menus, he finds a strange stat, plausibility. The description appears, it can alter the rules of the world. What does that even mean? Yi-young stares at the screen. The explanation somehow manages to answer nothing and raise even more questions. Before he can think about it further, another notification appears, new mission. Kill beginners. The timer immediately starts counting down. He must kill players who haven't changed jobs yet, and he has less than 7 days to do it. The pressure instantly skyrockets. Leaning against a tree, Yi-young stares at the mission in frustration. The system is basically demanding murder. Not monsters, not NPC, players, real people behind the screen. He wonders if this mission will determine the future of his class, or maybe even his survival in Arcadia. After thinking for a while, he comes to a conclusion. First, he needs to see what happens. He'll test it, nothing more. At least that's what he tells himself. He picks up a wooden stick from the ground. Blue energy begins gathering around it, forming a blade. The same eerie power granted by his hidden class. He quietly apologizes in advance. then starts running, fast, really fast. He reminds himself that everyone here is just playing a game, just like him, and then he charges toward the unsuspecting beginners. A scream suddenly echoes across the plains. Yi Young freezes because someone beat him to it. A shadowy figure appears between the beginners and danger. The man sounds annoyed, complaining that he could have killed them in a single strike. The two beginners quickly back away, demanding to know who these people are. That's when several rough-looking players emerge and immediately start acting like they own the place. The leader smirks arrogantly, asking who gave them permission to hunt here. Yi Young watches the scene unfold from a distance, completely confused. The game has barely been out for a day, and these guys are already claiming territory. Bro is speedrunning being a villain. The girl immediately argues back. This is public beginner hunting ground. Nobody needs permission to be here. The PK player gets right in her face, calling her annoying. Then he notices her accent. A few more comments, a few more observations, and suddenly he figures it out. They are high school students. The moment the boy notices the player's crimson-colored name, his face turns pale. That red name means only one thing: player killer, a P-Cur, someone who's already murdered other players. The P-Cur grins, then casually threatens to dox them using their nicknames. The girl instantly freezes. Fear replaces anger. She turns toward the nearby players, begging someone to step in. But nobody moves. Nobody wants trouble. The P-Curs laugh even harder. One of them repeats that it's just a game. Then their leader nods. Exactly, that's why they're doing it. Because in Arcadia, the laws of reality don't exist. Only strength matters, might makes right. And since it's just a game, they can do whatever they want. Then, a voice suddenly speaks from the darkness. Calm, cold, almost amused. I agree. The P-Curs blink, confused, and then a blade flashes. Everything happens instantly, before they can even react. The attack lands. The P-Curs are cut down on the spot. Not a fight, not a battle, an execution. Steps forward with a sigh. Honestly, he sounds disappointed. It's a pity he couldn't kill them all in one strike. The remaining enemies panic, but it's already over. Dex tears through them effortlessly. The difference in skill is absurd. These guys spent their time bullying beginners. Meanwhile, this dude used to humiliate the #1 team in the world. The gap is astronomical, one after another. The P-Curs fall, then a green name appears above the battlefield. Dex. System notifications immediately flood his vision. Plausibility increased by 1, again, and again, and again. Yi Young quickly realizes something. Every kill grants plausibility. Now he's even more curious about what this stat actually does. The only problem, it's painfully difficult to obtain. The beginners he rescued rush toward him, thanking him repeatedly. Their eyes are practically sparkling. To them, he's a hero, a savior, someone who appeared at the perfect moment. They ask how they can repay him. Dex looks at them silently, then smiles, and somehow, that smile makes everything worse. He calmly tells them they don't need to thank him. The beginners relax. For exactly 1 second, then Dex drops a sentence that completely shatters their relief. Because I'm going to kill you too. The two stare at him, certain they misheard. Dex calmly explains that it's for a mission. The confusion on their faces only grows. Then he reminds them of something the P-Curs said moments ago. It's just a game. The boy finally understands, and immediately points at Dex in horror. His voice cracks as he screams. This guy is a real lunatic. Dex doesn't deny it, doesn't argue, doesn't hesitate. He simply attacks. The beginners fall. More plausibility notifications appear. The number keeps rising. Then Dex slowly turns toward the remaining bystanders. The players who stood there watching everything happen. Players who did absolutely nothing. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He calmly announces that they're next. Then asks a simple question. Any complaints? The answer comes in the form of terrified screams. Players scatter across the plains, running for their lives. But the damage is already done, because on that very day, a rumor spreads throughout Arcadia faster than wildfire. The forums explode. The homepage fills with discussions, and everyone is talking about the exact same person. Not a hero, not a top player, not a guild master. A genuine psychopath has appeared inside Arcadia, and his name is Dex. The moon hangs high above the dark forest. Silver light spills across the trees. An owl watches silently from a distant branch. Everything seems peaceful until a terrified scream shatters the night. A player bursts through the forest at full speed. Branches snap behind him. His breathing is ragged. His face is pale with fear. Bro isn't grinding anymore. He's running for his life. Desperately screams for help, but the only thing answering him is the cold night air. Then disaster strikes. His foot catches on a hidden root, and he crashes face first into the ground. The impact is brutal. A status window immediately appears, movement speed severely reduced. The player's heart sinks, because he already knows what that means. He's absolutely cooked. He desperately tries to crawl, dragging himself across the dirt. Then slowly, he looks back into the darkness and sees them, two glowing red eyes staring directly at him. The eyes don't blink. They don't move. They just watch. A hooded figure slowly steps from the shadows. Each step feels heavier than the last. The player's heartbeat pounds violently in his chest. The figure tilts his head, then reveals a twisted smile. And instantly, the player's soul nearly leaves his body. It's Dex, the nightmare of the beginner zone, the serial killer of Arcadia. The player screams in pure terror, demanding to know why he's being hunted. What did he do wrong? Why him? Dex doesn't answer, not even a little. He simply raises his blade. The player immediately starts making threats. He'll report him. He'll contact the developers. He'll get him banned. Dex just laughs. The threat is so pathetic it barely deserves a response. Then he calmly says something even more terrifying. He's only following orders. The player freezes. Orders? What orders? Before he can ask another question, the blade flashes beneath the moonlight. One clean strike, and it's over. A notification appears. Kill confirmed. Plausibility increased by 1. Dex stares down at the fallen player, then lets out a tired yawn. At this point, the endless hunt is becoming exhausting. Meanwhile, the system quietly explains the punishment awaiting every victim. Death means a 24-hour lockout, no logging in, no revenge, no grinding, nothing. Back in the real world. A furious gamer is currently losing his mind. He screams into customer support, demanding answers, demanding justice, demanding literally anything, because somehow he's being punished for another player's crimes. Meanwhile, Arcadia's customer service department is descending into complete chaos. Phones ring non-stop, employees are drowning in complaints. The atmosphere feels like a battlefield. One manager storms across the floor, demanding to know what's happening. An exhausted employee explains the situation. Player kill complaints are flooding the servers, thousands of them. The manager's expression immediately darkens. What kind of lunatic is causing this disaster? Moments later, mandatory overtime is declared for everyone. The entire department collectively suffers psychic damage. Back in Arcadia, Dex opens his status window. His plausibility stat glows brightly. The number has increased dramatically. He quickly calculates the total victims, then nods. Not bad, especially for only 2 sleepless nights. Bro has been farming players harder than most people farm monsters. He yawns again. The exhaustion is finally catching up, honestly. This mission is way harder than he expected. Not because of the combat. The combat is easy. The annoying part is being hated by literally everyone. Every kill comes with another person cursing his existence. Even Dex starts questioning things. Is slaughtering over 1,000 beginners immediately after launch really okay? Will this completely destroy game operations? Why would the developers even create a quest like this? For a moment, he thinks about it seriously, then immediately shrugs. Not his problem. If the game wants chaos, it's getting chaos. Suddenly, a soft sound reaches his ears. Dex turns around, only to find a group of slimes staring at him. The same slimes everyone else spends their time punching. A notification appears. Favorability with slimes increased. The system informs him that his actions have indirectly protected them. Then something unexpected happens. The slimes swarm him, affectionately, like excited puppies. Dex jumps slightly in surprise, then slowly relaxes. Honestly, this might be the first positive social interaction he's had all week. He picks up one of the slimes and hugs it. At least somebody likes him. Even if it's literally a slime. The slimes suddenly begin making urgent noises. Their cheerful mood disappears instantly. All of them stare toward a nearby cave entrance. Deep within the darkness, several glowing eyes appear, watching, waiting. Dex immediately understands something dangerous is coming. He apologizes to the slimes, explaining that he needs to leave before somebody decides to hunt him again. And right on cue, torches suddenly light up the forest. A large group of players emerges from the darkness. The leader immediately spots him, then points dramatically. There he is, get him. The chase begins. Dex takes off through the trees. Branches whip past him. Players pour through the forest behind him. The gap slowly closes. Then suddenly, Dex reaches a dead end. A massive cliff blocks his path. The hunters surround him from every direction. Dozens of players close in. The leader bursts out laughing, mocking him for running straight into a trap. According to him, Dex is finished, dead, cornered, no escape. Dex simply smiles and immediately does something completely insane. No hesitation, no fear, no plan that anyone can see. He just launches himself off the cliff. The players rush forward and look over the edge, then collectively lose their minds. The leader screams in disbelief, calling him a crazy bastard, because who actually jumps off a cliff to escape? Apparently Dex does. As he plummets through the air, his expression remains completely calm, which somehow makes it even scarier. Then right before impact, he logs out, just like that, gone. The footage of the jump spreads instantly, combined with recordings of his previous massacres. The internet explodes, videos go viral, forum threads multiply by the minute, comments flood every platform. Some players are horrified, others can't stop laughing. Few think it's the greatest roleplay they've ever seen. Many demand immediate action. Meanwhile, one survivor begins investigating everything carefully. He gathers reports, counts victims, analyzes patterns. Eventually, The number exceeds 700 beginner kills. The survivor reaches a conclusion. The killer is probably low level, still trapped within the starting region, and if that's true, then he can be hunted immediately. He posts a public call to action, recruiting volunteers for an assassination squad. Players from all over the area answer the call. Soon, the town square fills with people. Hundreds gather around a massive fountain. Everyone has the same goal: take down Dex. The organizer stands proudly before the crowd, then officially announces the beginning of the troll cleanup meeting. Arcadia was built around player-created stories, player-created conflicts, player-created legends, and somewhere deep within the system, Alice notices the gathering. The advanced AI begins investigating. She traces the event back to the chaos surrounding Dex, then connects everything to the main scenario. By Alice's will, a new quest is born. System windows suddenly appear before every player present. The crowd falls silent. A quest notification glows brightly. Objective: catch the serial beginner killer. Find the individual hunting beginners throughout the slime habitat. Bring an end to his rampage. The players stare at the quest, then immediately erupt into cheers. What started as a player movement has become an official mission. Meanwhile, inside Arcadia's Korean branch, things are somehow even worse. Red warning lights flash across the scenario team office. The entire office freezes. Team manager Kang Tae-hoon immediately explodes. His voice echoes through the department. Why did a quest generate without any notice? Nobody answers. Because honestly, they're all wondering the exact same thing. Staff members scramble to investigate, trying desperately to find the cause. The game hasn't even been out for long, and somehow they're already dealing with a disaster-level scenario. The atmosphere becomes painfully tense because everyone understands something important. This shouldn't be possible. Normally, a scenario takes months to develop, like planting a seed and waiting for it to bloom. Countless variables need to align. Player actions need to accumulate. The world needs time to react, but this thing happened in only 2 days. 2 days. Tae-hoon stares at the report in complete disbelief. That's not progression, that's speedrunning reality. There has to be a reason, a trigger, something. Then a video begins playing on his tablet. Footage shows a hooded figure standing in darkness. Silent, motionless, menacing. The label beneath the video reads, "Beginner Murderer." An employee nervously explains the situation. A user has been peeking inside the beginner hunting grounds, and according to their analysis, that player appears directly connected to the main scenario. The moment Tae-hoon hears that, his eyes narrow. Who is he? It's his identity. Where does he live? The employee immediately hesitates. That's where things get complicated. Headquarters placed restrictions on the system. They don't have clearance to access that information. The room falls silent. Tae-hoon frowns deeply. Why would headquarters protect some random player? Just who exactly is this guy? Then another report appears, and everyone's expressions change. PK score 1025. The room collectively takes psychic damage, 1025 kills. Bro isn't farming players anymore, he's farming statistics. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Yi-young slowly wakes up, still exhausted from days of chaos. He stretches, then glances at his monitor, and immediately regrets it. A giant event poster fills the screen. Catch the killer. Yeah, that's definitely about him. He clicks the page, then notices the comment count, over 2,000 comments. Most people would be proud to trend that hard. Yi-young just sighs heavily. This is going to be such a headache. For a moment, he considers stopping entirely, but then reality hits again. The Dreamer capsule installments. The money, the debt, the pressure. His gaze shifts toward the capsule, sitting silently in the corner of the room. What is he supposed to do now? Back inside Arcadia, Dex sits quietly atop a hill, looking down over the endless green plains. Then he finally accepts reality. The server literally created a quest to hunt him. That's insane. The slime habitat is finished. He can't hunt there anymore. Every player in the region is looking for him. He needs a new strategy, a new hunting ground, a new way forward. Then suddenly, a strange noise interrupts his thoughts. He looks down. A slime is staring directly at him, and somehow, the little guy looks annoyed. Dex lets out a sigh. Even the slimes are judging him now. Nearby players continue struggling against monsters, complaining about how difficult everything feels. Then one of them notices Dex standing near a target. Immediately they start shouting, "Don't steal our kill." Dex completely ignores them, which somehow makes them even angrier. One player stomps over, then shoves him, demanding to know if he's deaf. Dex slowly turns toward him and smiles. The moment that smile appears, a single word flashes across the player's vision: PK, bright red, impossible to miss. The player's face instantly turns white. His soul practically leaves his body. The PK criminal is here. He screams before turning around and running for his life. Nearby players hear the commotion, then they see the name, the rumors, the stories, the event target. Suddenly one word appears in everyone's minds: reward. The crowd starts gathering. Their eyes glow with terrifying determination. The original players desperately try to explain. They only shoved him. That's all they did. But nobody cares. The reward has already erased all logic. Dex takes one look at the crowd and immediately starts running. Because even he understands what's happening now. The hunter has become the hunted. Players pour after him. Hundreds of footsteps thunder through the grasslands. People scream about event rewards, calling him a murderer, calling him a psychopath, anything they can think of. Then one player finally realizes something horrifying. Those glowing eyes surrounding him, those terrifying expressions, those obsessed faces. They look exactly like the rumors describing Dex. The crowd hunting him has become just as crazy as he is. The irony is beautiful. The chaos escalates even further. Eventually, Dex barely escapes into the deep forest. He finally creates some distance, only to notice something strange. The slime followed him, all the way here. The tiny creature bounces beside him loyally. Dex reaches down and pets it, asking if its injury is okay. A system notification immediately appears. You rescued a slime in danger. Familiarity with slime species has reached maximum. New title acquired. Slime's friend. Dex stares at the title, then at the slime, then back at the title. Honestly, this might be the healthiest relationship he currently has. He sits on a nearby stump with the slime in his lap. Then everything starts making sense. For every beginner he killed, a slime survived. The system had been tracking that relationship the entire time. Still, a title alone won't save him. Nothing changes just because level 1 slimes like him. He needs something bigger, something game-changing. Then another notification appears. Minimum plausibility requirement achieved. A friendly relationship with the species has been established. Plausibility may now be used to assist the species. Dex immediately becomes interested, very interested. He opens the slime status screen. Vitality, 50. Attack power, 10. Nothing impressive. Then he notices another number. Plausibility available. 1025. Same points earned from every player he killed. A slow grin spreads across his face. Then he starts laughing, not because he's gone insane, although that's definitely debatable, but because he finally understands. This is what plausibility was meant for, not personal strength, not levels. The ability to rewrite reality itself. A warning window immediately appears. Permanent changes will be applied. Are you sure? Most players would hesitate. Dex presses yes instantly, without even blinking, and that's when things get absolutely ridiculous. A massive beam of light erupts into the sky. The forest shakes. The ground trembles. Players across the area stop what they are doing. Everyone looks toward the pillar of light. Then countless notifications begin appearing. The slime species' basic statistics have been altered. Their eyes glow bright red. The cute beginner monsters are gone. Something else stands in their place now, something terrifying. Level 15. Every single slime has evolved into a monster far beyond beginner players. And just like that, Dex may have accidentally turned the starting zone into a nightmare. To be continued. Players are running for their lives from the glowing slimes. Bro, the entire beginner zone has turned into a nightmare overnight. Then a tiny slime hops forward with an innocent little squeak. Cute, harmless, or so they thought. One player swings his sword without hesitation. The blade lands cleanly, and absolutely nothing happens. The slime tilts its head like it's genuinely confused about what just happened. Meanwhile, the player starts freaking out. He yells that he's dealing 0 damage, and before he can process what's happening, his HP starts evaporating. Just 2 hits, that's all it takes. Bro is already on death's door. He starts screaming for help, begging anyone nearby to save him. But at this point, everyone is too busy trying not to get folded themselves. Up above on a cliff, Dex watches the entire disaster unfold, and this dude is having the time of his life. He can't stop laughing at how ridiculously messed up everything has become. As he watches the battlefield turn into pure chaos, something clicks in his mind. These slimes are supposed to be passive monsters. They normally don't attack first. But now, they're actively hunting players. Dex narrows his eyes. Did their traits change after leveling up? Little did everyone know. The answer was even crazier. Dex quickly connects the dots. The culprit is plausibility. The stat everyone overlooked. The stat nobody truly understood. And now, its real power is finally showing itself. This thing isn't just bending the rules. It's rewriting the game itself. Then Dex notices a familiar group in the distance, and Bro immediately recognizes them. It's the same squad that was chasing him earlier. The guys who thought they were the hunters. Yeah, not anymore. Now they're completely surrounded by glowing green monsters. The leader desperately screams for the slimes to back off, as if they were actually going to listen. Big mistake. Slime suddenly launches itself straight at his face. No warning, no hesitation, just instant violence. Boom, the impact lands, and the leader gets absolutely deleted. No mercy, no struggle, just gone. A system notification appears immediately. Kill confirmed. The remaining players freeze on the spot. Their confidence disappears instantly. They begin screaming for help. But help isn't coming. The horde keeps closing in. The notifications start stacking one after another. More deaths, and even more deaths. Dex watches the massacre with a massive grin on his face. At this point, he realizes something incredible. This strategy is insanely efficient, way better than grinding monsters himself. 2 hours pass in what feels like minutes. And the results are absolutely ridiculous. His plausibility stat shoots upward like a rocket, nearly 4,000. 4,000. Dex can't help laughing. The gains are unbelievable. In just 2 hours, he earns more than he managed to collect across several days. At this point, Bro isn't farming anymore. He's speedrunning. Naturally, Dex decides to push things even further. If these slimes can still grow stronger, he's going to squeeze every last drop of value from them. But then, a system window suddenly appears in front of him and immediately ruins his plans. The slimes have reached level 15, maximum growth achieved. They can't become any stronger. Dex clicks his tongue in frustration. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Nothing ever is. He turns toward his army of loyal slimes, a literal monster battalion at this point, and tells them he's counting on them. The slimes bounce excitedly in response, cheering together as one. Honestly, it's kind of adorable, and also terrifying. Meanwhile, far away at Arcadia's Korean branch, things are getting serious. The executive director slams his fist onto the table. The entire room goes silent. He demands an immediate explanation. One employee nervously steps forward, practically trembling. He reports that slime stats have shown abnormal strengthening throughout the day, and beginner deaths have skyrocketed. The director immediately asks about headquarters. Have they responded? The employee shakes his head. Nothing, no answers, no explanation. The director releases a heavy sigh. At this point, waiting around isn't an option anymore. He decides to investigate personally. Then he asks the most important question: just how much stronger have these monsters become? Because unless they are twice as strong, this situation makes no sense. The employee hesitates, clearly afraid to say it. Then he finally reveals the number: 10 times. The room goes silent. The executive just stares, completely stunned. Not double, not triple, 10 times stronger. Bro thought he misheard. But no, the number is real. The employees in the room can barely breathe. Then the executive suddenly realizes the terrifying implication. He immediately asks for the base HP of a new player. The answer comes back instantly: 100. Exactly 100. The executive lets out a bitter laugh, because he already knows the conclusion. The math is simple. With the current attack power, a beginner gets one shot every single time. A level 1 player has absolutely no chance. They're completely cooked, and that's when the executive understands something important. This isn't some random bug. Arcadia is designed with near-perfect calculations. Mistakes like this don't just happen. Something much bigger is going on, something dangerous. If he can't find the answer from outside the system, then he'll have to enter it himself, without another word. He steps into the capsule. Authority verification begins. Administrator privileges are checked. Then the confirmation arrives. Level 3 administrator access granted. The executive enters the digital world, determined to uncover the truth. He looks into the vast virtual space and calls out loudly, demanding answers, demanding the truth. Then he summons the one being who might know what's happening. Alice. A beam of brilliant blue light appears before him, and the mysterious AI materializes from within it. What Alice reveals next changes everything. Dex stands alone in the beginner hunting ground, noting the eerie silence. He realizes the area is completely deserted. Something must have happened to clear out the players. He checks his quest window. The kill count is at 9,640, but the numbers are slowing down. Rumors of the danger must have spread, scaring away the beginners. To make matters worse, level 15 adventurers have started arriving to hunt the slimes. These higher-level players are farming the monsters for massive experience gains. Dex realizes it is becoming difficult for him and his slimes to deal with these stronger opponents. His farming spot is becoming less efficient. However, the kill count hasn't stopped completely. The counter ticks up to 9,987. Suddenly, a loud chime rings out. He has reached 10,000 kills. The system declares him an evil murderer recognized by all. He obtains the title Beginner Killer. The mission rewards improve, granting him an intermediate reward. A glowing golden chest appears before him. Dex shouts jackpot in excitement. He eagerly reaches out to accept the reward. But instead of gold, a massive explosion of purple energy erupts. Dex is thrown back, wondering if the reward was a trap. A dark, floating egg hovers in the center of the chaos. He watches as the black shell begins to crack. Bright light bursts forth. The system announces he has obtained a familiar. From the light, a small, white-haired demon with wings emerges. A massive demonic figure erupts from a vortex of purple energy. The entire area shakes violently, and the first thing this monster says is, "Who dares summon me?" Bro did not arrive quietly. The pressure alone is enough to make anyone freeze. Even Dex can feel the overwhelming weight crushing down on him. Then a title card flashes across the screen, and the truth is revealed. The Monarch of Chaos, Demon King Satan. Dex's eyes widen immediately. Meanwhile, the Demon King starts laughing. He quickly realizes a complete summoning isn't possible. His true body can't fully cross over, so he's been forced into a younger form. Still, the demon doesn't seem worried at all. He proudly declares that this much power is more than enough to destroy his angelic enemies. Sounds terrifying, until Dex looks down and sees what actually got summoned. Bro, it's tiny. The small demon stares at his body in complete disbelief, then immediately starts panicking. He screams about his reduced size. He flails around dramatically, pointing directly at Dex, demanding answers. Meanwhile, Dex is completely calm. He simply explains that he received a reward. Then the system window appears and drops the funniest bombshell imaginable. The Demon King has been registered as Dex's familiar. Silence for about 1 second. Then Satan completely loses it. The guy explodes in pure rage. He refuses to believe it. A legendary ruler of the demon realm, reduced to a familiar, Satan sits on the grass looking completely defeated. He curses his terrible luck, complaining that this is how his old age ends. Then he suddenly shouts for Dex's attention. Dex casually turns his head. Satan explains that they're stuck together now, like it or not. The contract is real. He's finally accepted reality, at least a little. Dex quietly listens. Then Satan suddenly jumps onto his shoulder, then onto his head, like he owns the place. He declares they should get along moving forward. Dex immediately feels the extra weight. And honestly, he's starting to question whether summoning the Demon King was actually a good thing. Then Satan suddenly floats into the air. A grin spreads across his face. His eyes lock onto Dex. He senses something unusual, something extremely rare. Dex looks confused. What is this guy talking about? That's when a system window appears and explains everything. Plausibility can unleash the power of familiars. There's a catch. It warns about deception and manipulation. The moment Satan reads it, everything clicks. His eyes light up instantly. Now he understands why he was summoned, and more importantly, he sees opportunity, a chance to defeat the angels who have been haunting him forever. Dex notices the demon muttering to himself and demands an explanation. Satan doesn't waste any time. He asks for the power directly. Give it to me. Dex blinks, still confused. Satan points dramatically at him, then describes a power capable of changing the laws of the world itself, a power that twists reality, a power that rewrites possibility. And suddenly, Dex understands exactly what he's talking about. Plausibility. Satan confirms it immediately. The Demon King practically starts negotiating on the spot. He argues that humans have limits, but not him. Give him the stat, and he'll use it properly. He even promises a reward, a massive reward. Dex imagines mountains of gold appearing before him, but before agreeing, he checks his current plausibility stat, nearly 9,000. The number alone is ridiculous. And one thing becomes very clear. If the Demon King wants it this badly, then this stat is way more valuable than anyone realizes. So Dex asks the important question, what's the exchange rate? Satan pauses, actually thinking about it. Then a giant magical circle appears beneath him. The demon prepares a serious deal. His first offer appears immediately. A dark purple cloak materializes before Dex. The item window opens and reveals its identity. The legendary Cloak of Narble sounds amazing until Dex checks the requirements. Level 150, bro almost starts laughing. The strongest player on the American server is barely in the 50s. There is absolutely no universe where he can equip this thing anytime soon, so he rejects the offer immediately. Satan realizes his mistake. Apparently offering endgame gear to a beginner wasn't the greatest strategy. Who would have guessed? The Demon King sighs, then asks what the human actually wants. Dex thinks carefully, and then a crazy idea suddenly appears, one of those ideas that should never work. Asks a simple question, can you strengthen monsters? Satan looks confused. Which monster? Dex answers immediately, slimes. The world practically freezes. Satan just stares at him. For a long moment, nothing happens. Then the Demon King bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Bro thinks Dex has completely lost his mind. Out of every possible wish, every treasure, every artifact, every forbidden power, this dude chose slimes. Satan has existed for countless years, and he's never heard a request this ridiculous. Dex ignores the laughter and asks again, can you do it? Satan grins confidently. His pride as the Demon King won't allow hesitation. He declares there is nothing beyond his power, nothing. Then he asks for the price. Dex opens his status window, looks at all that plausibility, and makes the biggest gamble yet. He offers all of it, every single point. Satan immediately falls silent. Even he wasn't expecting that. 9,000 plausibility, just handed over. After a brief pause, the Demon King accepts. Instantly, a gigantic purple magic circle expands beneath them. The contract is sealed. Dark purple lightning tears across the sky. The forest trembles violently. Trees sway under unimaginable pressure. And then, something begins rising from the center of the blinding light. Something enormous, something completely new. A colossal figure slowly emerges. Long green hair dances through the chaotic storm. A glowing blue core shines from her chest. Pure power radiates in every direction. Then the system window finally appears and reveals the result of Dex's insane gamble. The Slime Queen has been born, level 100, and just like that, things become absolutely ridiculous. Fire Spear engulfs the slime in flames. The creature lets out a sharp cry before dissolving. The player laughs, claiming the victory was too easy. The party celebrates the massive amount of experience points. They realize that even though the slimes are level 20, they are still weak monsters with simple patterns. This habitat has become the perfect hunting ground for them. They dream of reaching the masked ranker spots if they keep this up. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently beneath their feet. A dark voice echoes in the air, speaking of anger and weak existences. The players freeze in confusion as the earth cracks open. Another voice screams for revenge and blood. Purple energy erupts from the ground, sending a shockwave through the forest. The players are thrown back, wondering if it is an earthquake. They look up to see the sky filled with glowing purple slimes. The leader screams in terror, convinced they are about to die. He yells for someone to save them. But the swarm of slimes flies right past them, ignoring them completely. The players are left bewildered, watching the glowing orbs rush toward a specific destination. One player points to a massive shadow gathering in the distance. He questions if he is seeing things. Status windows pop up before everyone's eyes simultaneously. The system reveals the truth. The slimes that loved peace have been slaughtered without mercy by humans. After waiting patiently, they have decided it is time to fight for their peace. Numerous slimes have sacrificed themselves for the birth of a great ruler. A blinding light erupts from the center of the swarm. The Slime Queen appears at level 100. The Slime Queen unleashes a deafening roar. Purple energy tears through the forest. Massive trees collapse onto the players. One player screams as his teammate dies instantly. Another is pinned under the wood and begs for help. The fear of the death penalty paralyzes him. The red-haired leader stares up at the giant queen in pure horror. He curses at the impossible situation. Dex watches the chaos from a high cliff. He turns to his familiar in shock. He demands to know what the demon just did. Satan shrugs and claims he only followed orders. Dex realizes he asked for them to be stronger, but not this much. Satan laughs maniacally at the sheer power of the queen. He explains the true nature of plausibility. He awakened their thirst for revenge against humanity. He used the stat to push their evolution to the absolute limit. His fist glows with demonic energy as he revels in the chaos. Down below, the players desperately form a defense line. The leader screams for them to hold or face total annihilation. Purple slimes crash against their shields. System windows flash across the sky. The main scenario officially begins. The quest to defeat the beginner killer is instantly deleted. A new linked quest appears in its place. The slime's wrath has arrived. The entire beginner town receives the notification at once. The objective is to protect the town and kill the queen. The penalty for failure is the permanent destruction of the beginner town. Panic spreads through the crowd. They realize this game is about to change forever. The scream pierces the air near the castle walls. A female player stares in absolute terror. She realizes they are completely and utterly doomed. The massive slime queen towers over the beginner town, high above her. Dex watches the chaos unfold calmly. Satan asks what his master plans to do next. He suggests destroying the guardian crystal secretly to end the event. Dex realizes the demon is trying to manipulate him. He decides to simply observe for now. Satan laughs maniacally, realizing Dex wants to crush their hopes at the very last second. He calls Dex the real evil one. Notifications flood Dex's vision one after another. He has killed another beginner. Plausibility increases by 1. The messages stack up rapidly in the air. Dex realizes the situation is exactly as the demon described. He must make a decision soon. He looks down at the warring factions below. He wonders which side will grant him the greater reward. A wicked smile spreads across his face. He reaches out his hand, ready to choose the path of maximum gain. Which side would he gain more by helping? The Slime Queen lets out a terrifying roar. Her status window reveals her monstrous power. Level 100 with over 12,000 health and 5,000 attack power. She possesses skills like Roar of the Ruler and Rapid Regeneration. Her characteristic is a deep loathing for humans. Inside the Arcadia Korean branch, an emergency meeting is underway. The staff is in a panic. Someone screams that the server must be taken down immediately. They insist something is wrong with the system. Kang Ti-hoon argues that a level 100 monster cannot exist in a beginner village. Hwang Jihai confirms they never designed such a creature. She suspects headquarters planned it. The executive director sits in silence. He connects the sudden main scenario, the suspicious beginner killer quest, and the raid of the slime's wrath. He realizes the truth. He asks if they think the lazy headquarters planned this. He reveals that a single user caused all of this. The appearance of the main scenario, the beginner killer, the slime stat manipulation, and the boss monster, all of it. The staff is stunned into silence. The director states they cannot interfere because it is user gameplay. That is the policy of Arcadia. Infinite possibilities and infinite freedom, even if there is a penalty. If the quest fails, the beginner town will be permanently destroyed. Back in the game, the battle rages on. An NPC guard swings his sword desperately. He manages to take down one slime, but he is overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. He wonders where they all came from. A slime stares blankly at another guard. The guard realizes he is done for. The slime attacks. The situation is critical. The young knight shouts for the old man to retreat while there is a chance. They sprint through the burning streets of the village. Once safe in an alleyway, the young knight tells the older trooper to heal up. The older knight, security trooper Bayern, thanks him profusely. He says the young knight reminds him of a legendary warrior from his grandfather's tales, a hero who helped others in danger. The young knight feels a bit embarrassed by the praise. Bayern asks him to look for him later, mentioning records in his grandfather's diary. Suddenly, a hidden quest window appears. The quest is Savior, and he has fulfilled the conditions for job advancement. He accepts the quest. Will you accept the hero in the old tales? He is thrilled to find a hidden job he only heard rumors about. He agrees to meet Bayern after they stop the monster. 3 days have passed since the raid began. Half of the 7-day limit is gone. Users were losing helplessly at first, but Korean users don't back down. High-level players arrive to join the fight, turning the tide. Beginners formed systematic teams to support. A special title was discovered, Slime Slaughter. It grants increased defense and damage against slimes. With this new advantage, the users began to see hope. They rallied together under a banner, pushing back the slime horde. High above on a cliff, Dex watches the battle unfold. His kill count for the beginner quest has skyrocketed, over 32,000 kills. Satan laughs maniacally, praising Dex for being more devil-like than a devil. Dex finds it strange to be praised by a demon for doing bad things. He checks his plausibility stat. It has reached over 22,000. He realizes the chaos of the war helped him accumulate points much faster than killing one by one. Satan asks what he plans to do now. Satan remarks on the current situation. If Dex doesn't do anything, the humans will probably win. Dex watches the humans pushing back the slime army. A small smile plays on his lips. He says that wouldn't be any fun. He opens his status window. Dark energy begins to swirl violently around him. Satan jumps back in alarm, wondering if Dex got blood on him. Dex ignores the panic, stating it is time to choose a side. Satan grins wickedly, saying, and from this moment forth, Dex declares that they are taking the slime's side. The scene shifts to the Arcadia headquarters. Inside the CEO's office, Kang Ti-hoon pleads with the woman behind the desk. He begs her to please stop the raid quest. The nameplate on the desk reveals her identity, Lee Myeon, the CEO of Arcadia. The countdown begins, 10 minutes remaining. The timer continues ticking down without mercy, and just like that, the final 10 minutes of the raid officially begin. Suddenly, the sky turns a deep crimson red, not normal red, the kind of red that immediately tells you something has gone horribly wrong. The players look up in confusion, then in fear. The atmosphere changes instantly. Moments ago they were relieved. Now their stomachs are sinking. For 7 entire days, the slime raid has pushed everyone to their limits. What started as a beginner event turned into a complete war zone. Meanwhile, at the very top of the giant slime, Dex quietly smiles, because unlike everyone else, he knows the real raid hasn't even started yet. He calmly says it's time to begin, and Bro sounds way too confident. One player desperately tries to rally the crowd. He tells everyone not to panic over the red sky, claims victory is already guaranteed, but the funny part is, his voice is shaking the entire time. Even he doesn't believe his own words. Then an old warrior suddenly narrows his eyes and realizes the truth. His face immediately turns pale. He whispers only 3 words, "She's moving." The slime queen begins glowing with terrifying energy. The battlefield trembles. The air itself feels heavy. Every sacrifice made by the slimes, every death, every ounce of hatred, every bit of vengeance toward humanity. It all leads to this moment. Then the queen opens her mouth and unleashes a deafening roar. The sound shakes the entire battlefield. A system notification immediately appears. Boss monster has appeared. And just like that, pure chaos erupts. The queen slams downward with overwhelming force. The ground explodes beneath her attack. Players scatter in every direction, screaming in terror, unable to believe what they are seeing. This thing is supposed to be a slime, yet it looks more like a natural disaster. A guild leader desperately shouts for everyone to hold formation. Attack with everything you've got. Don't break ranks. But fear has already won. The players are panicking. One guy starts yelling that it's only a game. Only a game, only a game. At this point he's clearly trying to convince himself, not anyone else. Then, a gigantic purple hand reaches down from the sky. Everyone slowly looks upward and freezes. For the first time, they realize something terrifying. This world feels far too real to be just a game. The players stare at the colossal slime queen. Terrifying question enters everyone's mind. Can this thing even be killed? Before anyone can answer, the queen launches another devastating attack. The battlefield erupts once again. Then a red-haired leader steps forward and starts screaming for everyone to listen. He reveals the truth of the situation. They don't need to defeat the boss. They only need to survive. 5 more minutes. That's all. Protect the Guardian Stone. Keep the queen distracted, and victory is theirs. The players immediately gather around the glowing crystal in the center of the plaza. Their fear hasn't disappeared, but their determination returns. They declare they'll protect the reputation of Korean players no matter what. The red-haired leader raises his weapon and gives the order, human wave strategy. Ignoring the fear, ignoring death, ignoring the impossible odds, at this point, they're betting everything on a final stand. The timer continues falling, 10 seconds remaining. The slime queen stretches toward the guardian stone. 9, 8, 7, arrows flood the sky, magic spells explode against her body. 6, 5. The red-haired leader suddenly leaps into the air. His flaming sword burns brightly. He screams at the top of his lungs and swings with everything he has. 4, 3, then he starts laughing because he believes they've done it. The timer is almost finished. The queen is too late. 2, 1. He shouts one final curse toward the giant slime, and the countdown reaches 0, victory. Or at least, that's what everyone thought. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the CEO calmly sits inside her office, completely composed, completely relaxed, as if the entire server isn't on fire. She asks the executive director a simple question. Does he truly want authorization to stop the raid? The executive director immediately confirms he wants intervention now. But the CEO calmly shakes her head. She explains something important. They are not gods, not even in Arcadia. They cannot simply erase events they dislike. Their job is to manage the game, to prepare countermeasures, to adapt, not control every outcome. Back inside Arcadia, the red-haired leader collapses onto the ground, completely exhausted. He laughs in relief. The nightmare is over. They survived, or so he thinks. Then, crack, a sharp sound echoes across the plaza. Everyone freezes. Another crack follows. A system notification appears. Village protection has been lost. The red-haired leader stares blankly at the screen, unable to process what he's seeing. Then the next notification arrives. Quest failed, and that's when everyone notices him. Dex casually shrugs and claims his hand slipped. Bro says it with a straight face too. Then the final notification appears. Beginner village has been permanently destroyed. The red-haired leader immediately loses his mind. He screams at Dex in pure rage, calling him every name he can think of. Meanwhile, Dex is busy wondering about something completely different. Why didn't he get any plausibility points for that kill? After a brief moment, he shrugs, doesn't matter. He's already got plenty. Then more players rush into the plaza, confused, disoriented, trying to understand what just happened. They expected monsters. They expected the slime queen. Then they see him, a single user standing atop the ruined pedestal. Not a monster, not an NPC, a player. The player responsible for destroying everything. Dex slowly looks down at the crowd. A smirk spreads across his face, and little did they know, the real chaos was only getting started. Then reality hits, and all that shock instantly transforms into rage. Every single player turns toward the figure standing on the pedestal, Dex, the man responsible for everything. The crowd completely loses it. They start screaming at him from every direction, calling him a psychopath, a lunatic, a complete troll. Bro really destroyed an entire village just because he could. Dex simply smirks at their fury, which somehow makes them even angrier. The enraged players draw their weapons. They rush forward without hesitation. Some of them swear they'll hunt him down forever. For their entire gaming careers, that's how personal this has become. But Dex casually waves it off and tells them this isn't the time for introductions. The players freeze in confusion. What does that even mean? Then the answer arrives. System announcement echoes throughout the battlefield. The main scenario has officially begun. The Link quest, Slime Wrath, has failed. The beginner village has been permanently destroyed before anyone can react. A massive explosion of green and purple energy erupts across the plaza. The entire area shakes violently, and that's when things get weird. Really weird, the green liquid begins floating into the air, piece by piece, droplet by droplet. The players stare upward in disbelief. Then someone finally realizes the truth. The remains are combining. They're merging together, creating something new. Panic spreads instantly because everyone understands what that means. New slimes are being born. One player immediately objects. Monsters can't regenerate inside a village during a raid. That's impossible. Unfortunately, the game clearly didn't get that memo. A tiny slime suddenly bounces across the ground. Then a blinding golden light erupts from the slime-covered plaza. The shockwave explodes outward, and from the glowing energy, giant purple slimes begin rising from the earth, one after another, towering above the terrified players. Then another system notification appears. The formerly weak slimes have won their battle. They have successfully driven humanity from their home. And just like that, the slimes win. The giant purple slimes unleash a deafening roar. Their victory cry echoes across the ruined village. The system announces another update. The slimes are now thriving inside former human territory. The age of the village is over. The age of slimes has begun. Then a throne emerges, made entirely from green crystal. A beautiful figure slowly sits upon it. The slime queen, elegant, majestic, and absolutely terrifying, calmly overlooks her new kingdom, like she was always meant to rule it. Even Dex has to admit it, she looks unbelievably cool. Bro accidentally created a final boss kingdom. The entire beginner village transforms before everyone's eyes. Dark slime covers every surface, buildings become corrupted, the atmosphere changes completely. The system updates the zone information, territory of slimes. Words alone make players nervous. Then they see the recommended level, level 80, silence. Then someone immediately starts screaming, level 80. Bro, this was supposed to be a beginner area. Before anyone can complain further, the giant purple slimes crash into the players, and the results are exactly what you'd expect. Complete destruction. The players get folded instantly. Dex watches everything unfold from a distance, and realizes the situation is completely backwards. It's like putting the cart before the horse. A level 80 hunting ground. In the starting village, yeah, the developers are absolutely cooked. Meanwhile, back in the real world, gaming journalist Mikan is already covering the disaster. The story has exploded across the internet. Complaints are flooding in from every direction, forums are melting down, players are furious, and Arcadia is trending everywhere. Mikan reports that the main scenario caused a catastrophe, one unlike anything the gaming industry has seen before. At the same time, Dex finally logs out. He stretches, yawns, and casually turns on the news, only to see his own chaos being broadcast nationwide. The report confirms the beginner village has been erased and transformed into a dungeon. Mikan calls it the biggest gaming disaster she's witnessed in over 20 years. Then Dex grabs his phone and checks the forums. Big mistake. The internet is on fire. Players are raging everywhere. Some are calling the developers insane. Others are demanding refunds. Some are trying to figure out who caused the incident. And then, a familiar nickname appears, the beginner killer. Rumors about the mysterious player are spreading rapidly. Some players hate him, others secretly admire him. A few are even calling him a legend, a menace, the greatest troll in gaming history. Then he notices a post from a player named Sulker, and suddenly, the mood changes. Sulker reveals that he lost a hidden class advancement quest, not because he failed, but because the NPC tied to the quest was destroyed during the incident. Realizing something important, real people lost real progress because of him. For the first time, the consequences feel a little heavier. The next morning, Yoon Yi-young brushes his teeth while thinking about everything that's happened. Then he remembers the strange instructions he received. Cause as much trouble as possible. That was the mission. And honestly, whoever gave that order is probably laughing right now, because the entire server is in chaos. Yi-young eventually shrugs. If he really crossed a line, the company would just ban him. Right, at least that's what he tells himself. More importantly, today is his first day at university. Xiamen University. Computer engineering, maybe it isn't the most prestigious school, but he's excited anyway. A fresh start. New people, a normal life for once, or at least, that's the plan. Yi-young takes a seat during orientation, then notices the student beside him watching a video. At first he doesn't pay attention, then he accidentally glances at the screen, and immediately freezes. Because the video shows Dex, his character, standing on top of the destroyed village. Bro almost has a heart attack. The video already has over 2 million views. 2 million. Yi-young wonders when someone even recorded this. And more importantly, why is everybody watching it? Then another thought enters his mind. He's not getting any of the ad revenue, which somehow annoys him even more. The student notices him staring and asks if he's interested. Yi-young quickly plays it cool, claiming the video simply looked interesting. The student introduces himself. His name is Lim Yi-jiun, and immediately starts talking about Arcadia. Bro is excited, very excited. He explains how the beginner village was completely destroyed, how the slimes suddenly became overpowered, how the entire server went crazy. Yi-young nods along, pretending he's hearing all of this for the first time. At first, he assumes Yi-jiun is just another fan of the game. Then Yi-jiun suddenly leans closer and asks a very specific question, a question that instantly makes Yi-young's soul leave his body. Do you know about the beginner killer? The room suddenly feels 10 degrees hotter. Sweat begins forming on Yi-young's forehead. His heart starts racing. His brain immediately enters panic mode, because there's only one thing running through his head right now. Does this guy know who I am? And that's when things start getting really interesting. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos, the CEO quietly stares at a tablet screen. Displayed before her is the ruined beginner village, or what's left of it anyway, because the village is completely gone, deleted, erased from existence. Even she has to admit, things are about to get very busy. Arcadia was always designed to allow unexpected situations, special events, unique outcomes. Player-driven stories, they expected surprises, but not this, not even close. Nobody expected a single player to completely rewrite the early game, yet somehow, that's exactly what happened. Still, the CEO doesn't seem angry. If anything, she looks amused. After all, the incident generated an unbelievable amount of attention. The entire gaming world is talking about Arcadia right now. Forums are exploding, news channels are covering it, and everyone wants answers. She decides to view it as a valuable lesson. Then she remembers something funny. Executive Director Kwon, the man who never loses his composure. the man who always looks calm, was completely flustered. Bro looked like his soul left his body. And all because of one user, just one. A small smile forms on her face. She quietly wonders what kind of person could cause this much chaos, because honestly, she'd really like to meet him. Meanwhile, back at the university orientation, Yi-young is fighting for his life, not against monsters, not against bosses, against social interaction. The guy is sweating bullets, because he's still wondering if Yi Ji-yoon knows his secret. Meanwhile, Yi Ji-yoon is completely clueless. He smiles brightly, totally unaware that the person sitting next to him is the legendary beginner killer. He casually pats Yi-young on the shoulder and asks if he knows anything about the incident, then immediately offers to explain it himself. Like a self-appointed expert, Yi-young plays along, pretending to be interested. But deep down he's thinking one thing: this guy just wants to show off. Yi Ji-yoon suddenly pulls out his phone and opens a video. The beginner killer incident. Bro even has a name for it already. He points at the screen proudly, claiming the mysterious player is deeply connected to the beginner village raid. Then he starts flexing, saying this is top secret information, the kind only he knows. Yi-young's eyes narrow slightly, because despite acting goofy, this guy is actually putting pieces together. Yi-young immediately decides something. Under absolutely no circumstances can this guy discover the truth, because if he does, university life is over before it even starts. Meanwhile, Yi Ji-yoon notices the awkward silence. Suddenly becomes worried, thinking maybe he talked too much. Bro has no idea how close he is to the truth. Then the orientation officially begins. Professor Kim Tae-hoon steps onto the stage. The room quiets down immediately. He welcomes the new students to the computer engineering department. Then he announces he'll be discussing the future, and that's when he brings up a familiar topic: virtual reality. The technology that changed everything. He explains that an unprecedented revolution is happening right now, and the center of that revolution is Arcadia. Anyone who has experienced that world already understands. Traditional computer engineering alone isn't enough anymore. The world has changed. The rules have changed. Everything has changed. After countless meetings and discussions, the university reached a conclusion. The current curriculum can no longer keep up, because compared to virtual reality, much of today's technology already feels outdated, retired, obsolete. The students immediately begin whispering among themselves. Then Professor Kim drops the bombshell. Starting this year, computer engineering will officially change its name: virtual reality engineering. The room instantly erupts with confusion. Nobody expected that, not on the first day, not ever. But Yi-young quietly realizes the professor is right. Arcadia has already started changing the world, and this is only the beginning. Professor Kim admits the transition will be confusing, but he warns everyone about one thing: those who fail to adapt will be left behind. And judging by the speed of change, that future isn't very far away. Later, Yi-young and Yi Ji-yoon head to the cafeteria. Food trays sit between them, and naturally, Yi Ji-yoon immediately starts talking again. He can't stop discussing the name change, or Arcadia, or anything related to Arcadia. At this point, Bro might actually be Arcadia's biggest fan. Meanwhile, Yi-young sits there wondering one thing: why am I eating with this guy? Yi Ji-yoon excitedly brings up the orientation speech, especially the Arcadia part. Yi-young silently confirms his suspicion. Yep, this dude is obsessed. Then suddenly, Yi Ji-yoon asks a dangerous question: why don't you play Arcadia? Yi-young nearly drops his soul. Question catches him completely off guard. He quickly lies, claiming the capsule is too expensive and that he's terrible at games. The lies come out so fast you'd think he practiced them. Inside his head, only one thought exists: don't get caught, don't get caught, don't get caught. Desperate to escape the conversation, he changes the topic, asking if Yi Ji-yoon plays. Yi Ji-yoon slams both hands on the table and proudly shouts, "Of course." Bro looks ready to give a TED talk. He claims he's actually pretty high level. Despite appearances, Yi-young pretends to be impressed. Even though he's mostly relieved the attention shifted away from him, Yi Ji-yoon even offers to help him if he ever starts playing, explaining that random spawn locations make the game difficult for beginners. Yi-young promises he'll contact him someday, though internally he's thinking something else. This guy is way too nice, and honestly, a little weird. Later that day, Yi-young logs back into Arcadia and immediately encounters a familiar problem. Satan, the tiny demon king, sits cross-legged on the ground, looking absolutely furious. The moment Yi-young appears, he starts yelling, complaining about being left alone, complaining about waiting, complaining about everything. Yi-young responds with a huge yawn, stretching lazily. He explains that he barely slept because of the raid. Satan immediately calls him weak, then starts regretting his contract with a human. Classic Satan behavior. Yi-young quickly realizes the truth. The demon king wasn't angry, he was bored. Then suddenly, a loud cry echoes throughout the forest. Yi-young turns around, confused, and the next second, he gets tackled. The slime queen suddenly appears and wraps him in a giant hug. Bro gets buried instantly, completely overwhelmed by slime affection. More slimes pile onto him, and suddenly breathing becomes optional. Yi-young desperately struggles beneath the mountain of slime. Meanwhile, Satan gets smashed by a giant slime too. He immediately starts screaming. Eventually, the slime queen gracefully steps back, then performs a respectful curtsy. A system notification appears. The slime queen expresses her gratitude. Another message follows. The slime race will forever remember what he accomplished. He drove away humanity, established a territory solely for slimes, and secured their future. As a result, Dex receives a new title, Eternal Savior of the Slime Race. Bro accidentally became a national hero. For slimes, Dex awkwardly insists he isn't that amazing, but the system disagrees. His title immediately evolves, from Slime's Friend to Slime's Savior. Then another reward appears, the Slime's Crown. Beautiful golden crown materializes above his head, and the rewards keep coming. His plausibility increases by 413. The quest Slime's Wrath is officially completed. Dex opens his status window and nearly gets blinded by all the rewards. The title grants slime race recognition, water affinity +10, intelligence +5, physical defense +5. Not bad. Not bad at all. Then Dex pauses for a moment, looking over his collection of titles. Bro takes one look at that list and immediately decides nobody can ever see this. Ever. Otherwise he'd become public enemy number 1. Again, suddenly, Satan calls out to him, "Master." Dex turns around and casually calls him Tan, which Satan probably hates. The tiny demon king suggests leaving the area immediately. Apparently he's seen enough purple slime to last several lifetimes. He even claims he'll throw up if he stays any longer. Dex honestly agrees. The place is getting a little overwhelming. The slime queen lets out a loud cry, waving goodbye as they prepare to leave. Dex raises a hand in return, then begins walking away with Satan, leaving the slime territory behind. After everything they've accomplished, a new journey is finally beginning. Dex looks ahead and smiles. All right then, let's get moving. The next destination awaits. Far away in the distance, a massive city comes into view. Then suddenly, the scene changes. An angelic figure descends from the heavens. Massive white wings spread across the sky. Beautiful feathers drift through the air. A blond young man slowly lowers from above. His eyes remain closed. His presence feels completely different from everything we've seen so far, and for some reason, even Satan would probably recognize this guy immediately, because what appears next could change everything. After the disaster known as the Slime Raid incident, most players thought they were cooked. But gamers are gamers, and it didn't take long for them to find a replacement. A new hotspot quickly rose to fame, the Mikhail Barony. A forum post starts spreading like wildfire. Players recommend it as the perfect new beginner hunting ground. Located just 10 kilometers north of the ruined village, comments immediately start flooding in. Players confirm the information one after another. More and more users have been gathering there recently. Rumors spread across Arcadia at lightning speed, and before long, everyone knew about Mikhail Barony. Meanwhile, Dex finally arrives at the gates of the bustling town. A guard immediately raises his hand, stopping him before he can enter. The guard demands his name. Dex casually answers, nothing unusual, then asks if Dex came from the beginner village. Dex nods. The guard immediately starts sweating. Bro looks traumatized just thinking about it. He asks what in the world happened over there. He heard rumors about slimes going absolutely insane. Dex realizes even the NPCs are gossiping now. That's when you know things got bad. He calmly tells the guard to visit the place himself. Then he'll understand, but he also gives a warning. Those aren't normal slimes anymore, not even close. Then reveals even worse news. Adelin has officially become a monster habitat. The recommended level is now around 85. Bro accidentally turned a starter zone into an endgame dungeon. The guard explains that's exactly why everyone moved here instead. Assumes Dex came to settle down like everyone else. Then asks him to wait while entry preparations are made. Dex thanks him. Meanwhile, Satan keeps glancing around suspiciously. Dex notices immediately and asks what he's looking at. Satan hesitates, then admits this place feels strangely familiar. Dex raises an eyebrow, but Satan quickly brushes it off, claiming he's overthinking. Definitely not suspicious at all. The Demon King immediately protests, claiming his original name is already perfect. Dex calmly explains that calling someone Satan tends to attract attention, a lot of attention. The explanation instantly works. Satan looks weirdly pleased. Bro got complimented and forgot he was angry. Then Satan suddenly remembers something important, plausibility. He asks what Dex plans to do with it. Dex opens his status window, 33,551. The number is ridiculous. Satan stares in disbelief, then does the math. At this point, he estimates Dex has indirectly wiped out over 40,000 people. Absolutely insane. The tiny demon immediately starts begging again. Give me the points, please. Dex refuses instantly, not even a second of hesitation. Satan becomes desperate, offering legendary items in exchange. Weapons, armor, treasures capable of conquering continents. Visions of legendary equipment appear before Dex. The temptation is real, but Dex remains calm. He simply says he'll ask when he needs something. Satan grumbles under his breath. accusing Dex of playing hard to get. The funny part is, Dex actually is interested. The last item Satan offered required level 150, which means the rewards are probably insane, but Dex doesn't want to rely completely on Satan or the system. Something tells him plausibility is worth far more than it appears, and until he understands it completely, he's not wasting it recklessly. Besides, there's another reason. Doing everything the easy way would be boring, and where's the fun in that? Soon, the bustling streets of Mikhail Barony spread out before them. Merchants shout from every corner, selling equipment, materials, and supplies. The place is alive with activity. Satan asks where they're heading next. Dex says they'll explore first, learn what opportunities exist, then find a worthwhile quest. Simple, but as he scans the area, something feels off, very off. Inside a nearby tavern, a group of exhausted miners complain among themselves. Their faces are pale, their voices exhausted. Apparently the local lord ordered a massive increase in ore production. They're already sleeping less, resting less, working harder, and they are terrified of punishment if they fail. Dex quietly listens, then hears the important part. The territory lord. A dark smile slowly spreads across his face, because suddenly, things just became interesting. Satan notices immediately, and gets nervous. Every time Dex smiles like that, someone ends up suffering. Dex walks toward the miners. The workers look up in surprise. Then Dex calmly says something unexpected. He might be able to solve their problem. The miners nearly jump out of their seats, begging for help immediately. A quest window appears. Obtain iron ore for the miners ordered by Baroness Mikhail. Satan takes one look and immediately dismisses it, calling it a pathetic repeatable quest, something any random player could do. He tells Dex to move on, but Dex isn't convinced. Instead, he tells Satan to look around carefully. The market is packed. Players are buying ore, selling ore, repairing equipment, crafting weapons. One player proudly flexes his C-rank blacksmith skill. Satan still doesn't understand. He asks what's so special. Dex nods, because on the surface, nothing seems unusual. Then he reveals the truth. Most of those blacksmiths aren't NPCs. They are players. Suddenly everything clicks. Dex explains the massive influx of users created huge demand. Everyone needs equipment. Everyone needs repairs. Everyone needs ore. But almost nobody wants to gather it, because players hate boring repeatable quests. Demand keeps rising, supply stays exactly the same, an economic disaster is forming. Dex asks Satan what happens next. The Demon King honestly has no clue. Dex simply smiles and says they'll find out soon enough, but first, they need money. Lots of money. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious estate of Baroness Mikhail, the ruler studies a financial report and immediately realizes something is wrong, very wrong. The price of iron ore jumped from 10 bronze to 15 bronze, a 50% increase, practically overnight. Her eyes widen, because she understands exactly what this means. Local blacksmiths will lose profits. Cheap training gear will flood the market, equipment quality will collapse, and the entire regional economy could spiral out of control. For the first time, the Baroness starts sweating. A crisis is approaching, and she needs a solution fast. Far away from the estate, at the towering Mount Fion, Dex and Satan enter a dark mining tunnel. The deeper they travel, the fewer players they encounter. Almost nobody comes this far. Torchlight flickers across the cave walls. The atmosphere grows heavier. Then Dex finally stops walking and smiles. It's time to begin. Satan immediately questions the plan, wondering why Dex would waste precious plausibility on something this stupid. Dex responds with one simple answer: stop talking and do it. Satan sighs dramatically, clearly regretting every life choice that led to this moment. Then he gathers dark energy. The contract activates. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupts inside the cave. 8,000 plausibility points disappear instantly. Dark magic floods the tunnel. A massive object slowly emerges from the energy. Then the system reveals its identity: the Den Destroyer. A legendary mining tool, forged from the toenail of a demonic world mole, because apparently demons make tools from the weirdest things imaginable. The item grants accelerated mining, extreme sensitivity, higher quality material discovery, and drastically fewer mining failures. In other words, this thing is completely broken. Dex stares at the giant drill, his purple eyes practically glowing. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Dex grips the legendary drill tightly, then declares the most dangerous words possible: it's time to get rich. The market of Mikhail Barony is absolutely packed. Players fill every street. Some are selling handmade daggers. Others are repairing equipment for free just to level their skills. The entire town feels like one giant workshop. A young girl suddenly shouts into the crowd, looking for cheap iron ores. Immediately, a nearby player shakes his head and tells her not to bother with the minor repeatable quest. According to him, the quest only improves your relationship with the miners, nothing more. The girl's shoulders instantly drop. Bro crushed her hopes in 2 seconds. The player tells her she'd make more money mining the ores herself and selling them. After thinking about it, she agrees and abandons the quest idea completely. Meanwhile, inside a local workshop. Blacksmith Aiden and blacksmith Kashim watch the madness unfold. Kashim clicks his tongue in annoyance, then starts cursing adventurers. Aiden isn't much happier. He complains that players keep buying all the valuable iron ore, only to turn it into low-grade junk equipment. Kashim nods furiously. According to him, a bunch of nobodies are trying to become master artisans overnight. At this point, convinced the world is ending, Aiden can only sigh, hoping Baroness Mikhail steps in soon, because if she doesn't, the entire barony is going to suffer, and honestly, he's not wrong. Arcadia's economy works just like reality. Production, consumption, supply, demand, everything matters. Resources are scattered throughout the continent. Wood, leather, wool, rice. Here in different regions specialize in different things. Prices constantly shift with the seasons, and right now, one resource dominates everything: iron ore. A player screams in frustration after checking the market price. Another lets out a tired sigh, regretting his decision to become a blacksmith. His friend immediately agrees. The ores are becoming absurdly expensive. The shortage keeps getting worse. And worse, and worse. The price climbs from 10 bronze to 17 bronze, almost overnight. At this point, many blacksmiths are barely breaking even, some are actually losing money, and the complaints just keep piling up. One player groans that the game is way too realistic. Another says he should have become a warrior instead. Then someone asks the obvious question: why don't they just mine the ore themselves? The answer arrives immediately: because it's terrible. Traveling between the mines and the city takes over 2 hours. Mining itself has a high failure rate, and the profits usually aren't worth the effort. Most players would rather repair equipment all day than swing a pickaxe for hours. Simply put, mining sucks, at least for normal players. Because for one certain menace, the rules don't apply. Deep inside Mount Fian, Dex is speedrunning the mining profession. The giant demonic drill tears through solid rock like butter. Notifications flood his screen non-stop. Iron ore acquired, silver ore acquired, iron ore acquired, silver ore acquired. The rewards don't stop. Then another notification appears. Mining skill has reached rank A. Mining speed increases, success rate increases, hidden ore detection unlocked, stamina increases by 10. Bro isn't mining anymore. He's conducting an industrial revolution by himself. After hours of work, Dex wipes the sweat from his forehead, then checks his inventory. His bag is overflowing with resources, and just like that, he's already earned back the plausibility he spent. Then suddenly, Satan flies into view, looking way too excited, which is usually a bad sign. The tiny demon king immediately presents another offer. Apparently he found the perfect item to exchange for Dex's remaining plausibility. A dark item window appears. Tears of Darkness, an absurdly powerful artifact. Darkness affinity. Attribute boosts, special abilities, even a skill called Veil of Darkness. The item is completely cracked. Dex takes one look at it and immediately rejects it. No hesitation, no temptation, nothing. Satan freezes, then asks why. Dex calmly points at the requirement. Level 220, bro can't even use the thing for the next 100 years. On top of that, it would make the game boring, and selling it would instantly expose him. At that point, everyone would know he possessed impossible gear. Dex compares it to selling the goose that lays golden eggs. A terrible idea. Satan rubs his forehead, clearly developing a headache. Eventually, he gives up. For now, Dex then asks where Satan disappeared to all day. The Demon King immediately tries dodging the question, claiming it wasn't important, but Dex keeps pressing. Then something strange happens. A mischievous grin appears on Satan's face. The kind of grin that usually leads to disaster. He laughs ominously and says he'll explain everything later. Once he finds it, whatever that means, Dex is left completely confused. Little Demon is acting suspicious again. Before the conversation can continue, Satan notices the mountain of ore piled beside Dex. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. He exclaims that Dex probably owns more ore than the entire barony. Honestly, that might not even be an exaggeration. Dex proudly confirms the haul, then reveals the next phase of his plan. He's going to repeat this every single day. Mine ore, sell ore, complete miner quests, and build friendliness with the miners. Again and again, Satan asks the obvious question, what's the point? That's when Dex's eyes start gleaming, because this isn't about ore, it's about influence. Eventually, someone important is going to notice, and that someone is Baroness Mikhail. Meanwhile, inside the Baroness's office, things are looking rough. Stacks of letters cover her desk. Merchants are panicking, blacksmiths are panicking, everyone is panicking. One letter warns that delivery deadlines will be missed. Another threatens to close workshops entirely. Some businesses are even considering leaving the territory. The Baroness lets out a heavy sigh. The situation is spiraling out of control. She asks her advisors what caused this disaster. One advisor immediately answers, the adventurers. Another advisor agrees. Too many players chose blacksmith professions, and now they're hoarding iron ore to level up. Most of them produce low-grade equipment, yet they consume huge amounts of resources. The Baroness finally sees the core problem. The number of miners never increased. only the number of blacksmiths. Because adventurers don't like boring jobs, everyone wants to be the hero, nobody wants to do the actual work. At this point, she declares the adventurers are the biggest issue. One advisor suggests assigning them mining duties. Unfortunately, the law immediately says no. Clause 128, forced labor prohibited. Another advisor proposes prioritizing artisans. Also illegal. Passage 2. The law blocks that option 2. The Baroness grabs her head. She is completely trapped. No solutions, no time, and a disaster approaching. She finally screams in frustration, wondering why these adventurers appeared at all. Then suddenly, the office doors slam open. A guard rushes inside, looking completely out of breath. Baroness, big trouble. The Baroness immediately stands up, thinking the economy has finally collapsed, but what she sees next leaves her speechless. A gigantic mountain of ore crashes into the town square. The entire crowd erupts. People rush toward it from every direction. Merchants begin shouting immediately, trying to buy everything on the spot. Someone spots silver ore. Someone else spots gold. Then another player notices rare magic crystals mixed inside. The crowd goes absolutely insane. The Baroness can only stare, because somehow, the exact thing her territory desperately needed just appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all of this sits quietly nearby, counting money. Dex casually reviews his earnings after 3 days of mining. 5 gold, 12 silver. Not bad at all. After calculating the exchange rate, it comes out to 512,001, about 170,001 per day. If he keeps this pace, that's nearly 5 million won a month, enough to pay for his capsule, his rent, his tuition, everything. Most players are grinding for levels. Dex is grinding for rent money. But even then, something feels lacking. He knows there's an even bigger opportunity ahead, a much bigger one. He's just not sure if he's ready to pull the trigger yet. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Are you the one who supplied those ores? Dex looks up and immediately freezes. Standing before him is Baroness Mikhail herself. A system notification appears instantly. Baroness Mikhail has expressed interest in you. Friendliness increased. Dex smiles internally because everything is happening exactly as planned. He calmly confirms that he's responsible. The Baroness introduces herself, then offers an invitation, a private meeting at the castle, over tea. A system window appears before Dex. Accept the invitation, and just like that, the real game is about to begin. Dex sat across from the Baroness inside her ridiculously luxurious mansion. The atmosphere looked calm. The Baroness offered him tea brewed from rare Mount Fian herbs. Dex took a sip, nodded approvingly, and casually complimented the flavor. But she wasn't interested in small talk. She immediately got to the point. How long did it take you to mine that mountain of ores? Now you'd think Dex would give some crazy number, maybe a few months, maybe a few weeks. Nah, this dude casually replied that it took about 3 days. 3 days. The Baroness instantly slammed both hands onto the table. She was absolutely stunned. There was no way she had heard that correctly. She immediately asked whether other adventurers could mine like him. Dex shut that idea down immediately. Impossible. Not difficult. Not unlikely. Impossible. The Baroness quickly started thinking. If enough people worked together, maybe they could recreate the results. But even she admitted gathering that many workers wouldn't be easy. Then she finally asked the real question. Could Dex help her? She explained that the entire economy was getting shaken up because of the sudden flood of adventurers, and right at that moment, a special quest window appeared before Dex. His mission, mine 100,000 ores every single day. Yeah, things had escalated quickly. Instead of panicking, Dex smiled, then accepted the quest without hesitation. Little did everyone know, this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Dex sat in front of his computer thinking about the quest. On paper, it sounded simple. In reality, absolutely cooked. Most players hated mining. To them, it was boring, repetitive, mind-numbing. So Dex realized something important. Wanted miners. He needed to change how people saw mining itself. And that's when this dude came up with a plan. He created a YouTube channel called The Daily Life of a Destroyer. And bro was about to become the greatest salesman Arcadia had ever seen. The scene then shifted to a middle school in Seoul. A student named Choi Hyuntek sat quietly at his desk. One of his friends asked if he wanted to play Arcadia. The answer came instantly. Nope. Hyuntek explained that the game was cursed. The moment he started, some murderer killed him. Then the slimes somehow became terrifying monsters. Then the beginner village straight up disappeared. After that, bro spent his time repeatedly dying while trying to escape. At that point, his friend immediately realized where he had spawned. The infamous beginner village disaster. Hyuntek kept ranting. To make matters worse, he had job advanced into a merchant, and his skills were things like negotiation and horse taming. Meanwhile, everyone else was probably becoming warriors and mages. This dude genuinely believed his account was doomed. His friend tried cheering him up, but honestly, Hyuntek looked completely defeated. Then another friend suddenly showed him a viral video on his phone. The title immediately grabbed everyone's attention. You can do it too, earn money via Arcadia. The video was uploaded by none other than the daily life of a destroyer. The narrator confidently explained that there was a way to make money without hunting monsters. The secret, mining iron ore at Mount Fian. Hyuntek wasn't impressed. To him, that just sounded like extra homework. But then, the video revealed an enormous bag overflowing with gold coins earned in just 1 week. And instantly, everything changed. Hyuntek practically jumped out of his seat. That amount of money was ridiculous. The narrator continued explaining that mining started slow at F rank, but once players increased their mining rank, the rewards became absolutely insane at A rank. Miners could gather resources rapidly and regularly discover rare ores, magic crystals, diamonds, valuable treasures every single day, and suddenly Hyuntek realized something. Maybe mining wasn't the problem. Maybe he had simply never leveled the skill properly. The moment that thought entered his head, he was hooked. He immediately decided to try mining himself. But here's the funny part. Entire audience was getting played, because most of what appeared in that video was a complete scam. Well, not exactly a scam, more like some incredibly creative marketing. The insane mining speed wasn't normal at all. It was only possible because Yeung possessed the cheat-level item known as the Den Destroyer. Without it, nobody was pulling off those numbers. But Yeung conveniently forgot to mention that part. Very convenient. As a result, the video exploded across the community. Countless players rushed into stores demanding pickaxes. Others abandoned their current plans entirely and sprinted toward Mount Fian. The mining industry had suddenly become the hottest trend in the game. Back at the mansion, Baroness Mikhail could barely believe what she was seeing. She laughed in complete disbelief. Even adventurers from unrelated jobs were heading straight for the mines. The woman was witnessing an economic miracle in real time. She asked Yeung how he pulled it off. Yeung simply smiled, then gave an answer that was both hilarious and terrifying. He said he merely stimulated the basic desires of humans. In other words, money, lots of money, according to him. People would do almost anything if enough profit was involved. The Baroness burst out laughing. She finally realized they had been approaching the problem completely wrong, but Dex wasn't finished, not even close. He warned her not to celebrate too early. Other preparations still needed to be made. And that's when this dude switched from miner mode to economist mode. Dex advised the Baroness to lower the wages given to miners. At first that sounded insane, but then he explained the real strategy. Instead of paying more money upfront, give miners ownership rights to part of the ores they gather. Now suddenly hard workers would be motivated to grind even harder. Meanwhile, lazy people pretending to work would disappear on their own. The Baroness immediately agreed, completely impressed. Meanwhile, Dex couldn't help thinking something. The Baroness knew absolutely nothing about economics. Bro was basically teaching economics 101 to a medieval noble, and he fully intended to introduce her to both the efficiency and brutality of modern economics. Then the Baroness brought up another issue. The price of iron ore had already climbed past 20 bronze. Shouldn't they do something about it? Dex immediately told her to ignore it. If people truly needed the ore, they would buy it anyway. Simple as that. He pointed out that master rank artisans weren't struggling despite the higher prices, which meant the old price had probably been too cheap from the start. The Baroness then asked about all the people complaining. Dex's answer was savage. If they wanted cheaper ore, they could mine it themselves. After all, people who are thirsty dig their own wells. The Baroness was thoroughly impressed. At this point, Dex wasn't just solving problems. He was speedrunning economic reform, seeing his talent. Baroness suddenly offered him a position as the finance minister of her entire barony. A massive opportunity. Most people would have accepted instantly, but Dex politely declined. He reminded her that he was still an adventurer, and adventurers had their own path. Then Dex noticed something. The situation was finally moving exactly where he wanted it to go. The Baroness was benefiting. The mines were growing. Players were working. Everything was perfectly set up, which meant it was finally time for the real play. Dex pulled out a business proposal. The narration explained that there was a limit to how much money one person could earn alone. If you wanted to break past that limit, you needed influence. You needed people. You needed power over an entire system. The Baroness looked down at the document and immediately froze. The contents were shocking. Dex simply smiled, then asked if she found it interesting. Finally, he revealed his offer. If she gave him 10% of the total profits, he would hand over all business authority regarding the matter. A few thousand years ago, the holy demonic Great War was in full swing. Angels and demons were tearing the world apart. The battlefield looked like the end of existence itself. Massive explosions shook the land. Volcanoes erupted in the distance, and right in the middle of all the chaos, the demon king Satan suddenly froze, his eyes locked onto a glowing spear, and for the first time in a long time. Bro looked nervous. He immediately recognized the weapon, Muspelheim, a divine weapon so terrifying that even the demon king didn't want to see it. Satan cursed Archangel Michael for bringing something that absurd onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, Michael stood there completely unfazed. She declared that in the name of the Archangel, she would destroy him. The next moment, A blinding light swallowed everything. And Satan disappeared. Then suddenly, he woke up, sweating heavily, breathing hard. The mighty demon king had just gotten jump-scared by a dream. He grumbled that being nearby was causing him to remember unnecessary memories. Clearly, those ancient war flashbacks were still living rent-free in his head. Back in the present, the mining craze was completely out of control. Players were running everywhere, shouting about iron ores, buying pickaxes, and rushing toward the mines like their lives depended on it. Satan watched the madness unfold before turning toward his master. He asked about the mysterious business proposal Dex had shown the Baroness. Dex immediately revealed a sinister smile, then quoted a phrase that sounded like it belonged to a supervillain. "You may enter as you please, but you can't go out as you please." Bro started laughing like a complete menace. Even Satan looked disturbed. Dex then explained the truth behind the mining boom. Mining was actually terrible work, low efficiency, low profits, and painfully boring. A normal player only mined around 10 iron ores per hour. That's it. The insane numbers everyone saw in the videos. Completely impossible for regular players. Dex revealed that his own absurd mining results came entirely from the Den Destroyer, his cheat-level item. Without it, nobody was touching those numbers. Satan finally understood. The mines were basically a giant trap. An entire army of players was running straight into disappointment. He immediately asked whether there was any actual way to make money there. And that's when Dex revealed the real plan. The actual plan. The plan that made Satan question his morality. Dex wasn't planning to mine. He wasn't planning to work. He wasn't planning to grind. He was planning to sell entrance tickets. Yep, this dude created the problem, then started charging admission to the solution. Absolute demon behavior. He planned to sell rights to enter the mine. And for anyone who couldn't afford it immediately, they could pay later. Satan asked how much he planned to charge. Dex thought for a moment, then casually suggested 1 gold. 1 gold. Satan almost lost his mind. Even he thought that price was ridiculous. He argued that no sane human would pay that much, but Dex wasn't worried at all, because people weren't thinking rationally anymore. The greed had already taken over. Everyone believed they were about to become rich, and when people think they're about to get rich, logic gets folded immediately. Dex knew the crowd would rush in without hesitation. Meanwhile, he would collect free money while doing practically nothing. Satan stared at him in disbelief. The more he listened, the more impressed he became. There wasn't even a tiny bit of guilt on Dex's face. Not a trace. At that moment, Satan reached a conclusion. Dex truly was a demon, and the perfect master. A little later, Satan suddenly called out to Dex. There was somewhere he wanted to show him. He promised Dex wouldn't suffer any losses if he came along. Now that immediately sounded suspicious, but Dex agreed anyway. Soon the two arrived before a gigantic rocky structure. A massive gate stood before them, ancient, mysterious, and intimidating as hell. Dex looked around in confusion, wondering where they were. Satan explained that he had spent days searching before finding this place. Then he realized why it felt familiar, because he had been here before. Suddenly Satan started yelling triumphantly, mocking the chicken-winged angels with zero hesitation. Some things never change, even after thousands of years. The rivalry was still alive and well. Dex observed something strange. The place looked completely abandoned, yet there wasn't a single sign of rust or decay. It was almost as if powerful magic had preserved everything. Satan urged him to open the gate, so Dex walked forward and reached toward it. Immediately, a system warning appeared. A powerful seal blocked his approach. He didn't meet the requirements needed to remove it. However, another notification appeared. If he reported the location to the Baroness, he would receive a reward, and on top of that, he obtained a brand new skill, relic excavation. Dex concluded that the gate couldn't be opened because of the seal. Simple enough. But Satan suddenly became frustrated. That was the entire reason he brought Dex here. Dex looked confused. After all, he didn't possess any seal-breaking abilities, so what exactly was Satan expecting? Satan immediately started complaining. According to him, Dex didn't even understand his own power. Bro sounded like a teacher watching a student fail an open-book exam. He even complained that life would be easier if he had an obedient imp instead. Then Satan asked a question. How much did Dex actually know about the power he possessed? Dex guessed he was talking about plausibility. Satan confirmed it immediately. Then things got serious, very serious. Satan explained that plausibility existed outside the authority of Providence. It wasn't normal power. It wasn't mana. It wasn't divine energy. It was something far greater, something capable of interfering with the very systems designed to maintain balance in the world. Then Satan finally revealed the truth. Plausibility could influence both natural and man-made things. It was the closest power in existence to that of the Creator. Dex just stood there stunned, because that sounded completely broken. Satan then asked whether he finally understood what he could do. Dex thought for a moment, then gave the most disappointing answer imaginable. Not really. Satan absolutely exploded. This poor demon had spent all that time explaining, only for Dex to hit him with that response. He started screaming in frustration, telling Dex that he could basically do everything, anything he wanted, anything at all. More than 10 minutes later, After enduring the world's most aggressive tutorial session, Dex finally started understanding. He asked whether plausibility was the power that allowed transcendental beings like Satan to exist freely. Satan confirmed it, normally. Plausibility was accumulated little by little over incredibly long periods of time, but the amount Dex received from their deal. That amount would take at least 500 years to gather naturally. 500 years. Bro had casually obtained half a millennium worth of power. No wonder Tan had wanted it so desperately. Everything suddenly clicked in Dex's mind. If plausibility could ignore the rules of the world, then maybe it could bypass the seal too. Satan nodded. Exactly. The seal was merely a requirement imposed by those chicken-winged angels, and compared to the amount of plausibility Dex possessed, a seal like this was basically nothing. All he needed was the will to make it happen. Dex slowly reached toward the gate, then focused on a single thought: open. Immediately a magical circle lit up. The system reacted. A notification window appeared before him. He could ignore the seal's requirements by consuming plausibility. Cost required, 15,000 plausibility. Dex paused. That amount was insane. It was enough to create 2 unique items and still have some left over. But after thinking about it, he realized something. If not now, then when? So Dex shouted at the giant gate. Open up. Instantly, 15,000 plausibility vanished. The seal shattered. The barrier disappeared, and the ancient gate finally opened. The system immediately announced the discovery of an unknown heavenly altar. Then Satan grinned, a grin filled with ancient memories, ancient grudges, and probably bad intentions. He finally revealed the identity of the place. The Den of the Angels, the High Heavens stairway. And just like that, Dex had opened the door to a place that probably should have remained sealed. Because if Satan looked this excited, something absolutely ridiculous was about to happen next. According to the memoirs of a certain traveler, 1,000 years ago, the continent of Arcadia was plunged into absolute chaos. The holy demonic great war erupted between angels and demons, and calling it a war honestly doesn't do it justice. It was a catastrophe, a nightmare, a battle so brutal that entire regions were stained with death. And countless lives vanished, civilizations were shattered, and the only reason weaker beings survived at all was because of the salvation of the world tree. Even after 1,000 years, the memory of that war still haunted the world. People spoke of it with fear, and some scars never truly healed. Then suddenly, a system alert appeared, and everything changed. Mount Phaion's high stairs of heaven have been intruded by a user. An error has occurred for the trigger of a mystical grade quest. That is never a good sign. Meanwhile, at the Arcadia Korean branch, an emergency meeting was called immediately. The developers looked exhausted, and honestly, who could blame them? They were still recovering from the beginner village incident. That disaster happened only days ago. And now another crisis had arrived. Scenario team manager Kang Tae-hoon stood before the room, looking like a man who had completely lost control of his life. He informed the team that 32 minutes earlier, a corruption had occurred within a mystical rank quest. The room immediately became tense. After investigating, they discovered the source, Mount Phaon, specifically. Hidden content buried inside the mountain. The team was stunned. Wait, Mount Phaon belonged to the angels. Since when? The funniest part, the developers themselves had no clue. Tae-hoon then revealed the hidden lore they had just uncovered. Long ago, Mount Phaon was known as the entrance of the high heavens, the very first location where angels descended into the world. The countless ores surrounding the mountain weren't natural deposits at all. They were part of a massive barrier, a disguise, a cover-up designed to hide a sacred location, a hidden holy land. The room went silent, because this raised a terrifying question. If the developers didn't create this storyline, then where did it come from? The more they investigated, the worse things became. There were simply too many secrets. Too many storylines, too many hidden pieces of lore they had never built into the game. Arcadia was practically writing itself at this point. Finally, one employee asked the question nobody wanted answered. What was the corrupted quest called? Kang Tae-hoon hesitated. His expression immediately darkened. Then he revealed the answer: the Second Holy Demonic Great War. The entire room exploded into chaos. Everyone immediately understood how bad this was, because if the first war nearly destroyed the world, nobody wanted to imagine what a second one would look like. Back inside the game, Dex stood before a magnificent golden staircase. Dex immediately recognized it. The stairways of the high heavens. Beside him, Satan was having the time of his life. The Demon King started laughing like an absolute maniac, mocking the chicken-winged bastards without mercy. He urged Dex to loot everything, steal everything, and completely ruin whatever plans the angels had prepared. Dex's response: sure, why not? At this point, chaos basically followed him everywhere. Soon the pair discovered a massive golden chest hidden within the ruins. The thing looked incredibly valuable, ancient, ornate, and suspiciously important. Satan immediately became excited. He confirmed there was treasure inside, then urged Dex to open it right away. Dex reached toward the chest, and suddenly, system messages flooded his vision. Ancient inscriptions covered the surface. But the language was completely unreadable. Before he could even process it, a wave of holy energy surrounded him. His HP recovery increased, his MP recovery increased, and a brand new quest appeared. Hidden ruins have appeared. Now Dex faced a choice. He could report the location to Baroness Mikhail and collect a reward. That was the original plan, but things had changed. This wasn't some random ruin anymore. This was the stairways of the high heavens, a legendary location connected to the angels themselves. What reward could a Baroness possibly offer that would compare to the treasures hidden here? And besides, Dex had already forced open the seal using plausibility. The loot would belong to him, all of it. All right, Tan, let's open it. Satan cheered excitedly, expecting some legendary treasure reveal. A glorious moment, a scene worthy of history. Instead, 10 minutes later, everything was a complete disaster. Dex was sprawled across the floor, panting heavily, completely exhausted. And the chest hadn't moved even a single inch. Not one. Bro got folded by a box. He cursed his low-strength stat. If he had his original body, this would have been easy. Even Satan was frustrated. After all the seals, ancient mysteries, and hidden lore, their greatest obstacle turned out to be basic physics. If opening the chest normally wasn't possible, then he would simply stop opening it normally. Out came the Den Destroyer, his absurdly overpowered drill. The moment Satan saw it, he panicked, because he immediately understood what was about to happen. Dex calmly explained his philosophy. When a door refuses to open no matter how hard you push, you change your approach. Translation: if the lid won't open, destroy the lid. Simple, elegant, completely insane. Dex climbed on top of the ancient relic, revved up the drill, and prepared to commit archaeological crimes at maximum efficiency. Then he did it. The Den Destroyer roared to life and drilled straight through the golden chest. No hesitation, no remorse, no respect for history whatsoever. The ancient relic shattered into countless pieces. Satan watched in complete shock. For a brief moment, even the Demon King seemed horrified. He realized something terrifying. Humans were actually worse than demons. The system immediately reacted. An extraordinary achievement had been completed. Dex had successfully destroyed an unknown ancient relic. Congratulations! His affinity with the heavens instantly plummeted to rock bottom. The system practically warned him to stay away from holy beings before they beat him up on sight. Then he earned a brand new title, Relic Destroyer. Honestly, the title fit perfectly. Dex wiped away his sweat, feeling strangely refreshed after committing historical vandalism. Then he finally looked inside, and immediately froze, because the treasure chest wasn't actually a treasure chest. It was a sarcophagus. Inside rested a skeleton, and clutched within its bony fingers was a glowing necklace. Dex instantly turned towards Satan. Why didn't you tell me this was a tomb? Satan couldn't care less. Apparently that detail never seemed important, which honestly tells you everything you need to know about Satan. He pointed toward the necklace, and urged Dex to take it. According to him, the item was a holy relic prepared by the angels for the future. At the same time, Satan secretly couldn't stop smiling, because if anyone could ruin an angelic plan, it was Dex. Without hesitation, Dex reached out, grabbed the necklace, and cursed the chicken-winged bastards for good measure. Immediately, the system reacted. He had obtained the glorious Heavens medallion. The moment his hand touched it, everything went crazy. Holy energy erupted from the relic. The reaction was violent, overwhelming, and completely unexpected. Satan was blown backward by the shockwave. Meanwhile, a massive torrent of power surged into Dex's body. Golden light exploded around him. A brilliant aura engulfed his entire figure. The relic was responding to him, but whether that was a blessing or a disaster, nobody knew yet, and judging by Dex's track record, things were probably about to get absolutely ridiculous. A gigantic spectral figure materialized behind him. An angelic warrior towered over the chamber, radiating overwhelming pressure. The holy aura alone made the entire ruin shake. At this point, even Dex looked stunned. Then another notification appeared. The special ability of the medallion had activated. A hidden class window opened, and just like that, Dex was granted the title, Holy Prophet. The massive angelic figure continued standing behind him like a divine guardian. Everything looked ridiculously overpowered, until the game itself had a panic attack. A giant red warning window suddenly flashed across his vision. The system detected a problem, a very serious problem. Dex's current job did not belong to the holy category, which meant something had gone horribly wrong. A fatal contradiction had occurred within the game logic. Emergency measures activated automatically. The item was instantly disabled. The glowing aura vanished. The angelic figure disappeared, and the system basically told him to contact customer support. Bro unlocked a hidden class so broken that even the game couldn't process it. Dex stared blankly at the flickering medallion. Meanwhile, Satan lay on the ground gasping for breath. The little demon admitted he almost died from that holy energy surge. After recovering slightly, he flew back toward his master, immediately demanding an explanation. Dex checked the item again. A giant fatal error warning remained on the screen. The medallion was completely locked pending investigation. No use, no activation, nothing. Dex realized things had just become infinitely more complicated. Maybe his unique job was causing conflicts with the holy artifact. Maybe something else was happening entirely. Either way, there was nothing he could do right now, so he simply smiled and decided to let the developers figure it out. Good luck to them. Meanwhile, back on the snowy slopes of Mount Fian, a completely different disaster was unfolding. The camera shifted toward the entrance of the mining site. A young student approached excitedly, only to be stopped by a guard. The student looked completely confused. Why was the entrance blocked? The guard asked a simple question. Was he here to mine? The student eagerly confirmed. Then the guard asked for his pass. His what? The student froze. Nobody had mentioned a pass. He immediately remembered the viral mining video he watched at school. The video never said anything about entrance fees. The guard aggressively pointed at him, then declared that those who do not work will not eat. Anyone using the Baroness's mines had to contribute. The student nervously asked how much the pass cost. The guard calmly explained. The pass lasted 1 month, then revealed the price, 30 gold coins. The student nearly had a heart attack. 30 gold. Bro immediately started doing mental calculations. 1 gold was worth 100,000 won, which meant the monthly fee was 3 million won, 3 million. A mountain of cash flashed through his imagination. His dream collapsed instantly. The poor guy burst into tears on the spot. He cried that his future as a rich miner was over before it even began. The guard looked genuinely confused by the emotional breakdown. After a moment he asked the obvious question, did the student simply nod of the money? The student sadly nodded, completely defeated. And he admitted the truth. He had come specifically to earn money because he was broke. The guard suddenly smiled, a very suspicious smile. Then he placed a reassuring hand on the student's shoulder, and that's when the trap activated. The guard explained that the Baroness had prepared a special system for people exactly like him, a convenient buy now pay later program. Dangerous words, very dangerous words. The guard pointed toward a nearby consultation office. Inside sat a beautiful green-haired woman. She gave the student a charming wink, and instantly, Bro forgot how to function. His face turned bright red, his brain stopped working, and he walked straight toward the office. The guard watched him leave with a satisfied smirk. Another one had taken the bait, deep inside the mines. The results of the scheme were already visible. The caverns were packed with players, thousands of them, swinging pickaxes desperately, mining like their lives depended on it. Everyone screamed for magic crystals, rare ores, anything valuable enough to pay off their debts. It looked less like a mine, and more like a prison work camp. The green-haired woman observed the chaos from afar, a cold smile forming on her face. She praised their passion, but she knew the truth. The trap was perfect. The players entered willingly, nobody forced them, yet leaving would be another story entirely. They were blinded by dreams of easy wealth, completely unaware that they had become slaves to debt. She wondered who could possibly devise something this vicious. Then an image appeared in her mind. Dex and Baroness Mikhail, the true masterminds. Even she had to admit it. Their methods were terrifying. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before Dex. He had successfully mined 100,000 ores. Quest complete. Mission cleared. Another absurd achievement added to the list. Dex smiled. It was finally time to finish up business in the ruins. Satan floated beside him and asked what he planned to do next. Dex slowly turned toward the destroyed sarcophagus. His eyes became cold, dangerously cold. Then he started reviewing the situation. He had excavated a hidden ruin, stolen a sacred artifact, desecrated a corpse, destroyed ancient property, and violated approximately every historical preservation law imaginable. Bro wasn't just a criminal anymore. He was speedrunning villain achievements. If anyone discovered this place, things would become incredibly troublesome. Therefore, the solution was obvious. The heavenly stairway could never be discovered, ever. Satan immediately sensed something horrifying. The atmosphere changed. Dex silently activated the Den Destroyer. Purple energy erupted around the giant drill. Lightning crackled violently through the air. Then Dex calmly declared his intentions. He would erase every piece of evidence, every single piece. Satan stared in complete horror. Surely not. Was this man actually planning to destroy the entire ruin? The answer came immediately. Yes. Dex smiled wickedly. The drill roared to life. Purple energy exploded across the chamber. And moments later, the destruction began. Ancient walls shattered. Historic structures collapsed. Centuries of history vanished under overwhelming force. Dex wasn't hiding evidence anymore. He was deleting it from existence. Eventually, the work was finished. Dex wiped the sweat from his brow with a satisfied smile. The heavenly stairway no longer existed. No witnesses, no evidence, no crime scene. Perfect. His final step would be sealing the entrance forever. Satan watched everything in absolute awe. The little demon had learned something important today. Human wickedness was a bottomless abyss, and his master stood proudly at the bottom of it. The scene then shifted to Baroness Mikhail's mansion, and immediately the energy changed. The Baroness practically exploded with excitement the moment she saw Dex. She enthusiastically celebrated the success of their mining operation, or more accurately, their mining trap. According to her, nearly 10,000 people had already signed the contracts. 10,000. The Baroness proudly explained the next stage of the plan, a 30% transaction fee. Every ore mined had to be sold exclusively within her territory, meaning she profited from everything. Absolutely everything, she praised Dex repeatedly, calling his ideas innovative, brilliant, and terrifyingly effective. Meanwhile, Dex watched her celebration with nervous sweat running down his face, because somewhere along the way, the Baroness had become far scarier than before. She even started muttering about squeezing every last coin from her new workers until she became a duke. At that point, Dex immediately changed the subject. Before she evolved into a final boss, he politely asked for his reward. The Baroness happily handed over a massive bag of money. Dex received 120 gold and 23 silver. After doing the math, he realized it was worth roughly 12 million won, more than enough to repay his capsule debt. Her expression suddenly becoming serious, she asked if he truly had no intention of working with her permanently. This time the offer was even bigger. She proposed becoming sworn friends, sharing authority equally, a partnership in every sense. A system window appeared immediately. Formal partnership proposal. Dex stared at the offer. Honestly, it was tempting. Very tempting. For the first time in a while, he genuinely hesitated, but before any decision could be made, the story suddenly shifted elsewhere, far beyond Mount Fion, far beyond the mines, far beyond Dex himself. The camera pulled back to reveal the immense world of Arcadia. A secret hidden behind everything finally began to emerge, because this world, this massive universe, this impossible game, had all started because of a single person. A blonde man stood quietly in an unknown place. He thanked a woman named Jennifer for helping him find happiness, then told her to simply watch the world that had been created for her sake, and just like that, his identity was revealed. Jack, the creator of Arcadia itself. Then another figure appeared, Administrator Alice. She materialized before him instantly. Jack casually greeted her, but Alice wasn't here for small talk. She immediately reported a fatal inconsistency within the system. An incident had occurred, one so serious that even she couldn't handle it with her current authority. Alice requested that the creator personally investigate the problem, and considering everything Dex had been doing lately, the creator had finally entered the story, far beyond the reach of ordinary players, far beyond the knowledge of even the developers. The creator himself was finally investigating the chaos. A hidden class window floated before Jack's eyes, and the moment he read it, he paused. Bard of Anarchy. Jack blinked once, then checked again, because there was just one small problem. He never created that class. Not even a little. This wasn't forgotten content. This wasn't hidden code. This wasn't an oversight. It simply didn't exist in his design, which meant something far more interesting had happened. A disruptor had appeared in his world. The creator continued examining the player's information, then noticed something even stranger. The player possessed the Glorious Heavens medallion. Now that was a problem, because that item belonged to a very specific role. The Holy Prophet, the destined protagonist of the Holy Demonic Great War, the chosen hero of an entire storyline, and somehow, the same person now possessed both powers, a force of holy destiny, and a class literally called Bard of Anarchy. Bro had somehow become both the main character and the guy trying to derail the story at the same time. Jack stared for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter, not angry laughter, not frustrated laughter, genuine amusement. For the first time in a while, something inside Arcadia had surprised him. Alice watched quietly before asking the important question, how should they handle the error? Jack considered the situation, then made his decision. The job advancement would be postponed, for now. Instead, he would modify the item's traits. After all, if the player was going to break the rules, the world deserved a response. Jack wanted to balance the scales. Then he selected a single name, Michael, and just like that, the creator personally altered the future. Back in the game, Dex was still staring at the partnership proposal. The offer was tempting, authority, influence. However, most players would have accepted instantly. Dex, not a chance. He calmly rejected the proposal. The Baroness immediately recoiled in shock, like she'd just been hit by a critical attack. Dex explained that he was still traveling the continent. His journey wasn't finished yet. Maybe someday he'd consider it, after his travels were complete. Internally, though, Bro already knew the truth. Working closely with the Baroness sounded absolutely exhausting. One economic revolution was enough for now. The Baroness, however, completely ignored that part. She focused only on the promise, and instantly lit up with happiness. Before Dex could escape, she handed him a sealed envelope. A recommendation letter, a very important one. Dex accepted it curiously, then immediately asked why she kept talking about protection and war. The Baroness's expression grew serious. According to her, the kingdom was in trouble, the king had grown old, the prince was still too young, and ambitious nobles were taking advantage of the chaos. Everywhere she looked, corruption was spreading, power struggles were escalating, and one man stood above the rest, Duke Burhan. the worst offender. A hardliner noble trying to control the throne itself, he wanted the king to become a puppet, and he pushed aggressively for war with a neighboring nation, not because it was necessary, but because war meant money, money that could conveniently disappear into certain pockets. The Baroness feared what the kingdom would become if nobody stopped it. Meanwhile, Dex listened in growing disbelief. Bro came here to mine rocks. Now he was getting dragged into national politics. This escalation needed to be studied. The Baroness explained that her recommendation letter detailed everything Dex had done to save her territory. Once the imperial family read it, they would view him favorably. She urged him to seek out Count Brocken first, then begged him to lend his strength to the Maroon Kingdom. Internally, Dex was already regretting every life decision that led him here. Then suddenly, a giant blue system window appeared, and immediately something felt wrong. This wasn't a quest. Quests could be declined, ignored, delayed. This was something else entirely. A mission. The message was simple, brutal, and completely unfair. The Bard of Anarchy could not ignore an era of change. He was ordered to become the protagonist of this new age. He must contribute to the Maroon Kingdom and support the imperial family. Dex stared at the message, waiting for an accept button, a decline button, anything. Nothing appeared. The game never even asked for permission, Bro got voluntold. At that moment he realized something horrifying. He had absolutely no choice. Internally he cursed the system with every word he could think of. Externally, he smiled like a perfect gentleman, then politely told the Baroness he would do his best. The Baroness practically glowed with happiness. Dex laughed, promised she could count on him, and immediately started walking away before she assigned him another kingdom to save. The Baroness enthusiastically waved goodbye. Dex waved back. While internally suffering, the connection he just formed was going to cause endless headaches. As he disappeared into the distance, the Baroness continued watching, and she became more certain than ever. This wasn't intuition anymore. This wasn't wishful thinking. It was obvious. Anyone who met him could see it. That adventurer would change the entire world, and honestly, she wasn't wrong. Whether intentionally or accidentally, Dex had already begun reshaping Arcadia itself. Countless fates had shifted because of him. Entire storylines had changed. Entire economies had changed. Even the Slime Queen was peacefully ruling her new territory because of his actions. The evidence was everywhere, and the funniest part, most of his decisions looked completely insane from the outside, yet somehow they worked. This was a world designed for players, a world meant to reward freedom, and who could punish a player whose playstyle embodied that idea better than anyone else. Dex confidently continued down the road, but more importantly, the trolling he planned from this point onward would make everything he'd done before look innocent, and that was a terrifying thought. Soon he exited the city gates alongside Satan. The little demon looked concerned, then asked if this path was really the right choice. Dex raised an eyebrow, wondering what he meant. Satan quickly clarified, human politics were a nightmare, nobles were complicated, power struggles were dangerous, so why willingly walk into that mess? Honestly, it was a fair question. Dex admitted that Satan was completely right. This was absolutely going to become troublesome, but since events had already reached this point, he decided he might as well see things through to the end. Besides, everything he was doing ultimately came back to one thing: plausibility. The more influence he gained, the greater the rewards could become. Then suddenly, a system notification appeared. The issue regarding the system error has been resolved. The stats of the Glorious Heavens medallion have been adjusted. We apologize for the inconvenience. Dex immediately became suspicious. Whenever a game says sorry, something ridiculous usually follows, and sure enough, the medallion suddenly began glowing. Brilliant golden light erupted from the artifact. Dex stared at it in confusion, then shouted at the item for causing problems again. Meanwhile, Satan watched carefully as the light started changing shape. The golden energy condensed, compressed, and gradually formed something solid. Massive wings emerged from the radiance. Golden feathers scattered through the air. Dex slowly realized what was happening, and his eyes widened. Satan gasped, believing it couldn't possibly be true. The system immediately confirmed it. Connection with holy nature established. Guardian angel summoned. The summoned being will protect the user. The item is permanently attached and cannot be unequipped. Wait, permanently? Bro didn't even get a choice. Again, the golden figure finally emerged completely. Majestic wings spread outward. Divine energy filled the surroundings. The atmosphere became overwhelming, and a title card appeared. Star of Glory and Holiness, Archangel Michael. Satan nearly stopped breathing. The legendary Archangel herself had appeared, the same Michael from the ancient war. Angels and demons are sworn enemies. They are like cats and dogs who cannot exist under the same sky. The meeting of their leaders is usually a cataclysmic event, but this meeting is surprisingly sloppy. A tiny angel and a tiny demon float in the air arguing. They shout at each other to get lost. The angel demands to know why the demon is destroying their holy land. The demon stammers a weak defense. The angel asks if he wants to fight all out again. The demon eagerly accepts the challenge. Dex steps in and tells them to stop. He asks what on earth they are doing. The demon tries to rush past him to attack the chicken bitch. The angel retorts instantly. The demon screams in frustration about his original body. The angel mocks him for running away in the last war. The demon accuses her of cheating with the divine weapon Muspelheim. The angel casually dismisses the concept of rules. Dex listens to them bickering like neighborhood kids. It feels like listening to a myth from a library. A flashback shows their massive adult forms clashing in battle. Dex calls out to get their attention. The angel flies up to him and asks if he is the human who contracted with Satan. Dex confirms it but claims the contract was forced. The demon shouts that he had no problems using him so far. The angel focuses on the power Dex possesses. She identifies it as plausibility. She warns that it is dangerous in the wrong hands, specifically in the hands of the wicked bat bastard. The demon yells back, calling her a chicken. Dex accepts the situation but asks the angel to avoid being corrupted by the demon's flattery. The angel smiles brightly and declares she will become his guardian angel. She promises to guide him toward the correct path. Dex stares in surprise. Satan lets out a low chuckle. He calls the angel a fool. He asks if she thinks that is possible. The angel demands to know what he is smirking about. Satan guarantees her one thing as the leader of demons. He points at Dex. He states that this human is closer to a demon than any other he has met. He claims Dex might even be worse than a demon. Dex stands silently. He internally admits the demon is not wrong. His class is the Bard of Anarchy meant to bring chaos. His actions so far have been undeniably evil. He wonders how she can fulfill her wish in this situation. The angel simply states she does not think of it that way. Elle explains that all humans possess kindness in their hearts. It is the holy duty of angels to bring out that kindness. She vows to try and bring out the kindness within Dex. She asks him to call her Elle from now on. Dex awkwardly agrees to the request. Satan interrupts with a scowl. He states he will turn a blind eye to her traveling with them for his master's sake. But he warns her that the plausibility belongs to him. He threatens to kill her if she dares lay a hand on it. Elle laughs at his shamelessness. She tells him he should have given up on monopolizing the plausibility the moment she appeared. Satan shouts that he made the contract first. Elle accuses him of planning to bring chaos to the heavenly realm. Satan calls her a filthy bat. Elle retorts by calling him a damn chicken. Dex realizes he now has two noisy summons instead of one. He turns to Elle and asks what she will give him if he gives her plausibility. Elle understands the concept of give and take. She offers him a few weapons of the heavens. Dex declines the items and asks for skills instead. Elle is confused by the term skill. Dex explains that he is weak in combat and needs power to fight strong people. Elle repeats the word power thoughtfully. Dex reflects on his class Bard of Anarchy. He realizes the huge penalty is the absence of a leveling system. His current skills are non-combat ones like mining and diving. He knows he needs something to compensate for this weakness. Elle suddenly has an idea. System Window announces he has established a contract with an angel. He acquires the skill Divine Descent. The skill allows him to use plausibility to temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. Elle smiles as the golden contract seal forms in her hands. She declares the contract complete. The heavens will now provide him with whatever power he needs. Dex realizes that for more power he must trade in more plausibility. Smiles, finding this arrangement great. He decides to test it out immediately. Golden light erupts around him as he activates Divine Descent. The explosive force blows Satan backward. Beams of light shoot into the sky. The system identifies the spirit as the Knight of Honor Farhan. The energy manifests other legendary figures. The Great Wizard of Truth Merlin. The Divine Archer of the Legends Parcel. The Great Thief of Faithfulness Murphin. Elle explains that this skill allows him to borrow the power of ancient heroes who offered their souls. Dex checks his status window and confirms this will be very useful. Towering peak of Mount Fian looms over the land. Inside a dark cavern, the sound of pickaxes striking rock echoes endlessly. These aren't just NPCs, they are real players. They came here dreaming of striking it rich with a single lucky find, but the reality is harsh. One young miner wipes sweat from his brow. He realizes his dream was just an illusion. He accepts the fact that he has been deceived. He looks at his hands in despair. He wants to stop. His friends are out hunting having fun. He is too embarrassed to tell them he is stuck here as a slave. He curses himself for being such an idiot in a game. He doesn't care about money anymore. He just wants to run away. He makes a break for it, but strong hands grab him instantly. He screams that he bought a capsule to play a game, not to be a slave. The other miners look at him with pity. They tell him he has lost his mind. A veteran miner explains the trap. If he runs away, he becomes a deserter. He broke the contract with the Baroness. He will be treated as a criminal in every village and city. There is no escape. If he wants to play the game, he must return here eventually. It is faster to just pay off the debt by mining. Terrified, the student denies trying to escape. He returns to his work, swinging his pickaxe in anger and frustration. Suddenly, a system window appears. His mining skill advances to the 5th rank. His speed increases slightly. He obtains the title Persistent Miner. Then another message appears. The longest burning flame is showing interest in him. The entity has a good impression because he spent the most time with iron. Glowing fiery eyes open in the darkness behind him. The student looks around confused. A guard yells at him to mine properly. Meanwhile, Dex stands ready for battle. He activates Divine Descent. The spirit of the Knight of Honor Farhin possesses him. Farhin is a legendary holy warrior who brings victory to those behind him. His sword strikes fear into the hearts of evil demons. Farhin's shield glows with a divine light. It is said that many lives were saved by standing behind it. His presence alone is a promise of victory. He is known as the Living Honor, but demons know him by a different name. A muscular demon stares in horror as his strongest shield shatters. He screams in disbelief. Farhin asks why he is so surprised. He declares that the demon will meet the same fate soon. The demon screams as a golden blade slices through him. This is Devil Breaker Farhin, the other nickname he goes by. The heavenly being descends upon Dex's body. He can now use the being's power temporarily. Dex holds the legendary sword and shield. Satan recognizes them instantly. He shouts that it is impossible. Dex realizes this is the skilled Divine Descent. The power has truly descended upon him. He finds it more incredible than he imagined. Satan screams in frustration. He asks why it had to be that specific bastard. Dex asks if he knows who Farhin is. Satan yells that every demon in hell knows that monster's name. He calls Farhin a pure lunatic who hunted down even innocent demons. Dex smiles. To him, this means Farhin is a holy warrior of great feats. But from a demon's perspective, he is a crazy criminal. Dex likes that. He turns to the orcs and says he has made them wait too long. He asks if they are ready to start fighting. Dex notes that level 25 is pretty strong. The orc warrior roars and charges forward. Dex stands his ground. The clash is imminent. Unwavering will activates around him. Dex feels the power flowing through his veins. He finally understands how to use this ability. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He declares it is his turn now. The massive orc boss trembles in fear. Dex tells the monster not to fall too quickly. The holy shield shifts into combat mode. Conviction of justice ignites. The burning dawn flame engulfs his blade. A blinding pillar of golden light erupts into the sky. The orcs shrink back in absolute terror. They beg the human to stay away. The eyes of Dex glow with a fierce golden light. He demands their necks. A colossal golden slash tears through the forest. The Divine Descent skill abruptly ends. The system calculates the plausibility consumed. Dex walks calmly through the moonlit woods. He notes that every single enemy fell in one strike. Elle stares at him in complete disbelief. She realizes a human body can actually channel that much divine power. A profound realization dawns on her. She finally understands why the Creator sent her to this world. She knows this human will change the entire flow of the world. Michael has witnessed his actions with her own eyes. Dex looks slightly disappointed. He really wanted a proper fight after all this time. The moon shines brightly over the quiet forest. Satan and Elle lie exhausted on the glowing blue ground. Dex sits alone and reviews his new skill. He analyzes the pros and cons of Divine Descent. The major advantage is bridging the massive level gap. He used to rely on purchasing cheat items from Satan, but those items cost an absurd amount of plausibility. He could not afford combat items and fought in unstable conditions. This new skill completely resolves that critical weakness. However, a massive drawback immediately catches his eye. The plausibility cost increases the longer he maintains the form. It consumed over 300 points just to defeat 3 orcs in minutes. He calculates the terrifying cost of facing a truly powerful opponent. He also considers the lack of proficiency with each new summoned hero, yet a small smile forms on his face. He finds this challenging dynamic genuinely fun. Elle opens her eyes and overhears his thoughts. She finds his perspective on the drawbacks highly interesting. Dex is surprised to see her awake. She explains that angels are naturally light sleepers. She glances at the snoring demon beside her. She reassures him about the plausibility cost. She explains that summoning a legendary warrior like Farhin is actually quite cheap. She praises the limitless potential of his unique power. Dex realizes she is incredibly skilled with words. He accepts that he now has far more options in battle. He decides to use the skill carefully and only when absolutely necessary. Elle praises his wise decision. Dex suddenly asks if familiars actually need to sleep. Elle simply smiles and turns the question back on him. The scene shifts to the vast Maroon Kingdom. This territory serves as the main base for the Korean server. The internal affairs of the kingdom are currently in terrible condition, yet neighboring kingdoms still perceive it as strong and prosperous. A magnificent golden crown rests upon a velvet cushion. The kingdom sits perfectly in the middle of the second continent. Its strategic location makes it the ultimate trade hub. It acts as a middleman facilitating commerce between all nations. This geographical advantage generates immense wealth. Massive merchant associations naturally flock to this lucrative land. The Great Merchant Association stands tall in the bustling city. A merchant in a red coat and green hat shouts in frustration about the sheer volume of goods he has brought. He complains that the merchancy master is nowhere to be found despite the massive delivery. He acknowledges that the association was created by adventurers but insists this is too much. A man in a dark suit with white hair and an eye patch steps forward to apologize for the disrespect. The merchant is surprised and asks who he is. The man introduces himself as the branch manager, John Smith, hoping to attend to him in the master's absence. A system window confirms his identity as the GM Merchancy Main Store branch manager. John Smith explains that their merchancy master is currently in an important meeting. Inside a dimly lit room, a man with long white hair speaks to a blond man. He reveals his identity as the GM Great Merchant Association's merchancy master and mentions a coming war. He states that a huge war is inevitable between the Maroon Kingdom and the Parkale Kingdom. He explains this is necessary to resolve a deep-rooted grudge and make the Maroon Kingdom richer and more powerful. A system window identifies the speaker as Duke Burhan of the Maroon Kingdom imperial family. The blond man, identified as Choi the merchancy master, asks if the Duke can help the GM merchancy in the big picture. Choi internally notes the Duke's sharp tongue for a villain NPC. He realizes the Duke could move all the troops of the Maroon Kingdom, the core of the Korean server. Choi knows rumors say the Duke aims for the throne now that the king is incompetent. But for the GM Great Merchant Association, the Duke is the best partner to make millions. Choi is glad he looked into the Duke in advance and decides to reward his strategy team. In the real world, Choi Jeju, the GM Group chairman's youngest son, is being yelled at by his father. His father lists the positions he has failed at: head of operations, director, department head, team leader. His father screams that he always makes a mess and runs away, asking if he knows what the company thinks of him. He warns Choi that if he fails again, there will be no work for him in the company. Choi submissively answers, "Yes, father." Back in the game, the GM Great Merchant Association is revealed to be a stronghold of Korea's big corporation, GM Group. It is led by Choi Jeju and is a huge community playing Arcadia purely to earn money. At the table, reality and virtual reality cross paths as power and authority meet. Duke Burhan compliments the GM Merchancy for its rapid growth and strong bond between its people. Choi Jeju commands his people to use all methods to buy up all the grains they can at a good price. Duke Burhan agrees, presenting the GM Association with authority over the Maroon Kingdom's logistics supplies. He instructs them to move quietly without attracting attention, which is why he sought out adventurers. Choi Jeju enthusiastically accepts the command, realizing this is his chance. Choi Jeju slams his hand on the table in excitement. He calls out to John Smith, announcing that the massive business deal they have been waiting for is finally here. Smith agrees, addressing him as the merchancy master. Jeju immediately wants to contact his father to demand more investment capital for this golden opportunity. But Smith shuts him down. Refusing to allow it, Jeju is shocked and demands to know why. Smith reminds him that the company has already invested a staggering $8 billion. Jeju scoffs at the amount, calling it small money and promising to pay it back later. Jeju internally confirms that the funds he has are enough. His plan is clear: help Duke Burhan supply the Maroon Kingdom. If the Duke succeeds in conquering the Parkale Kingdom and usurping the throne from the frail king, the entire economy of the Arcadia Korea server will fall into the hands of the GM Group. Jeju clenches his fist, vowing to prove his true capability to his father using this game. He declares that no one will get in his way. The scene shifts to a different location. Count Brocken, a high-ranking noble, looks at his guest. He asks if the stubborn Baroness Mikhail sent him. The guest is revealed to be Dex. Dex stands before Count Brocken in his office. He hands over the sealed recommendation letter. Brocken takes it with a skeptical look. He asks if this is the letter Mikhail gave him. Dex confirms it, explaining he was promised protection and that it contained information about him. Suddenly, Brocken rips the envelope open without even reading the seal properly. Dex is taken aback by the sheer force and lack of decorum. Brocken immediately demands to know why Mikhail sent him. Dex realizes the Count wants to hear the reason directly from the source. He plays dumb, claiming he doesn't know and was just told to find the Count. Dex smiles charmingly, suggesting that heavy reasoning is for high-status individuals, not mere adventurers. The tension in the room is palpable as they lock eyes. Suddenly, Brocken bursts into booming laughter. He declares that he likes Dex. Brocken explains that the reason is obvious: the impending war between Maroon and Parkale kingdoms. He assumes Mikhail sent Dex as a talent to help stop the conflict. Dex feigns surprise, claiming he never thought he had such ability. Brocken notes Dex's lack of surprise at the mention of war, realizing Mikhail must have briefed him well. He asks Dex if he has any ideas. Dex brings up the rumors about the prince's poor judgment. He asks if most nobles are aligned with Duke Burhan. Brocken confirms this grim reality with a single word. Dex processes this information. He states that there are two solutions, an easy one and a tough one. Brocken is intrigued by the prospect of an easy solution. Dex points out that Burhan is the main culprit. He reasons that if the head of an organization is removed, the organization collapses. Brocken catches on quickly. He asks if Dex is suggesting they kill Duke Burhan. Dex smiles brightly and casually agrees. Brocken erupts in laughter once more. He praises Mikhail's eye for people and calls Dex an interesting man. Dex internally notes how the Count's booming voice matches his massive physique. Brocken admits he considered that option. He questions if assassination is truly that simple. The Duke is surrounded by master-rank knights and mages around the clock. He claims he would like to meet anyone crazy enough to succeed. Dex raises a single finger and volunteers for the task. Brocken stares in absolute disbelief. He asks if Dex actually heard what he just said. Dex simply confirms with a nod. Brocken rubs his face in frustration. He doubts Dex could even scratch the clothes of the Duke. He points out that Dex is merely level 1. Dex asks if Brocken thinks he cannot do it. Brocken is taken aback by the sheer confidence. He chuckles and remarks on the boldness of youth. He acknowledges that Dex definitely has a lot of confidence. He turns his back and tells Dex to follow him. They move to an open training yard. Brocken challenges Dex to prove his confidence in a spar. Brocken states that Baroness Mikhail is wise in judging people. He trusts her judgment completely. He tells Dex not to disappoint him. Red aura flares violently around his body as he draws his sword. His title reveals him as a swordmaster in the Shield of the Kingdom. Dex smiles confidently. He activates the Divine Descent skill. Green energy explodes around him as he channels the Wandering Knight Kophilus. Brocken is instantly shocked by the transformation. He notices the aura is completely different now. Just a moment ago, Dex seemed like a novice. Now he feels like a master who has trained his entire life. The system confirms the heavenly existence has descended upon the player. Dex states he only has 5 minutes. Brocken is confused by the time limit. Dex explains he must end it quickly to save plausibility points. Multiple system skills activate simultaneously. Swift steps and the will of a decisive battle engage. The Wind Sword and the Spirit of Earth protect him. Dex clashes his blade against the Count. Brocken grunts in pain from the heavy strike. Dex admits he intended to end the fight instantly. He acknowledges that a swordmaster is indeed different. Brocken stares at him in intense disbelief. Brocken realizes Dex isn't a normal adventurer. Dex asks if he is only realizing that now. Brocken admits he now understands Dex was serious about performing the assassination himself. Dex asks if they should end the spar there. Brocken declares he will show what he is truly capable of. He activates the formless blade Aura Blade. A massive sword of red aura forms in his hand. Brocken admits he is a half-assed swordmaster who achieved the title not long ago. Even so, he takes pride in his own skills. This attack is the proof of that. Dex asks if he must really take things this far. Brocken screams to see how Dex will receive this attack. A devastating wave of red energy crashes down. Dex's eyes widen in shock as the impact hits. The collision creates a blinding shockwave that tears through the courtyard. Dust slowly settles to reveal the aftermath. Brocken stares in absolute disbelief. A swirling green energy erupts from the smoke. He instantly recognizes the technique. It is the Formless Sword, a skill strictly reserved for those who have reached the level of a swordmaster. The system confirms he has used a skill limited to level 150 and above. The Formless Blade Aura Blade activates automatically. A warning flashes that additional plausibility is being consumed. Dex curses at L for draining his points so rapidly. Brocken watches in confusion, thinking the boy has lost his mind. Dex turns his gaze back to the Count. He declares he will end the fight quickly this time. Green energy flares violently around his blade. Brocken's eyes widen in shock. Dex launches a blindingly fast assault. A barrage of green slashes rains down relentlessly. Brocken desperately tries to block the overwhelming barrage. The sheer force drives him to his knees. He grunts in pain as his defense crumbles. Dex whispers that he has him. A final devastating strike cuts through the air. Brocken stares blankly as the green aura fades. His sword slips from his grasp and clatters onto the stone floor. The Divine Descent skill ceases. Dex stands calmly over the kneeling Count. Brocken pants heavily, realizing he somehow survived the encounter. The system calculates the massive plausibility cost of over 2,000 points. Extraordinary achievement pops up for subduing a master. He obtains the title Fighter of Miracles. His strength stat permanently increases by 10. Dex stares at the blue window in absolute horror. 2,800 plausibility points have vanished into thin air. He screams internally at the massive cost. Elle floats beside him with a mischievous grin. She points out that he actually enjoyed himself this time. Dex groans in annoyance at her observation, but Elle finds the whole situation quite fascinating. She notes that usually it is impossible to use the power of the heavens so perfectly. She asks if he has ever trained with swords before. Green slashes cut through the air in a flashback. Dex casually admits he messed around with them in another place. Elle is confused by the vague answer. Dex internally justifies himself by remembering his first-place ranking in Rhythm Blade. Brocken kneels on the ground in utter disbelief. He cannot believe a swordmaster of the Maroon Kingdom failed to read the path of the sword. He realizes Dex is someone with absolute strength who has been hiding his true power. Brocken asks what Dex's sword pursues. Dex pauses to think for a moment. He casually suggests it is probably the wind. Brocken is stunned by the answer. Green wind swirls around with dancing leaves. The power of the wind is faster and freer than anything else. Brocken feels a new inspiration ignite within him. He immediately begins training with renewed vigor. Red aura flares around his blade as he practices late into the night. Satan watches the Count exercising alone and asks his master why. Dex simply shrugs and claims he does not know. Brocken approaches Dex and apologizes for his earlier rudeness. He bows deeply and asks for forgiveness from the foolish old man. Dex laughs it off and says things like that happen. Brocken returns to the serious topic of assassinating Duke Burhan. Dex asks if it is not the simplest solution since the Duke is evil. Brocken admits it is possible for Dex but worries about the chaos it might cause in the Imperial family. Dex asks if the Count knows about the Gordian knot. Brocken is confused by the sudden question. Dex explains it is a complicated knot that cannot be untangled. He asks what the simplest method to undo it would be. Brocken admits he is not sure. Dex smiles and says the answer is to just cut it. A pair of scissors slices through a thick rope. He explains that what cannot be untangled is easier to just cut away. When asked about the aftermath, Dex just smiles. He suggests it would probably work itself out somehow. Brocken is left speechless by the sheer irresponsibility of the plan. Brocken realizes Dex is the only one who can address the kingdom's deep-rooted issues so casually. He acknowledges that there simply are no better solutions available. He bows his head and agrees to follow Dex's plan. The name Adventurer Dex echoes in his mind. He realizes it is not just about the sword aura but something deeper within the young man. He senses the most fearsome man in the world hiding inside that unassuming exterior. Dex turns and walks away with his cape fluttering behind him. A system message confirms he has taken a successful step toward changing the kingdom. The mission begins to update automatically. A new subquest suddenly appears on the screen. The mission update details the turmoil in the Maroon Kingdom and commands him to become the protagonist of this wind of change. The subquest is to assassinate Duke Burhan. Dex reads the unexpected subquest and realizes the system is pushing him to eliminate the Duke. He smiles and finds the game mechanics truly interesting. Satan lets out a dark chuckle. He asks if his master will actually go through with killing the Duke. Elle looks horrified and asks if he is seriously considering it. Satan mocks her potential moral stance on killing. Elle shouts that assassination is an underhanded trick used by dishonorable people. She insists they should request a fair duel to judge him instead. Dex points out the absurdity of her logic. Elle earnestly suggests giving 3 days' notice or sending an assassination notice so he can prepare for his death. She firmly states that is the correct thing to do. Satan stares at her in disbelief and calls her insane. Dex dismisses the demon's opinion. He reacts with annoyance to something said. He clarifies that he has no intention of killing the Duke immediately. Both summons are shocked by this revelation. Dex explains that one must never listen to just one side of a conflict. He questions if the Duke would start a war without a valid reason. He doubts it and is sure there is a hidden reason, from the perspective of an outsider like Dex. The power struggle and war are actually good things for him. Only one thing matters more than anything else. That thing is his own profit. He intends to help whichever side will benefit him the most. He asks if they have any complaints. Elle is left speechless by his attitude. She yells that promises must be kept and he must kill the Duke immediately. One wonders if that is truly what an angel should be saying. It is a display of perfect self-centeredness. A promise can be thrown away anytime for the sake of greater profit. That is the true meaning of being the wandering adventurer Dex. Dex looks away with a calm expression as the wind blows. In the real world, the economic landscape was changing at a terrifying speed. At GM Group headquarters, a news report flashed across giant monitors. Adgen Electronics stock had just shattered another record, $5,000 per share, a number that would have sounded insane just a few years ago. And there was only one reason for this explosion. Arcadia, more specifically, the Dreamer, the revolutionary VR capsule that had completely changed the gaming industry. No, scratch that. It was changing the entire world economy. Chairman Choi Soon-young stared at the report with a dark expression. His mood was absolutely terrible every time he heard the word Dreamer. His blood pressure probably increased. Just 5 years ago, GM Group had stood shoulder to shoulder with Adgen Electronics. They were rivals, equals, competitors fighting for dominance. But then smartphones happened, Adgen pulled ahead, and now Arcadia had arrived to finish the job. The Dreamer wasn't just successful, it was rewriting entire industries, construction, automobiles, traditional manufacturing. Everything GM relied on was becoming less important by the day. If things continued like this, they would be left behind, and Soon-young knew it. He desperately needed a solution. Then suddenly, the office door burst open. Executive Director Choi Jeju rushed inside with a huge grin. "Father, I have good news." The chairman immediately became suspicious, and for good reason. The first thing out of Jeju's mouth was a request for another 8 billion won. Soon-young nearly exploded. Another? Bro had already received 8 billion earlier. Where did all that money go? Jeju quickly insisted this would be the last time. The absolute last time. Trust me, famous last words. The chairman looked ready to throw him out the window. He demanded an explanation immediately. And he especially demanded to know why his son kept wasting money on that stupid game made by their rivals. Without saying a word, Jeju slid a document across the desk. The title instantly caught Sunyoung's attention: Maroon Kingdom Colonization Project. Now that sounded expensive. The chairman reluctantly began reading, and the further he read, the wider his eyes became. Jeju calmly revealed the details. He had already established contact with the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom, Duke Burhan, and according to him, everything was proceeding perfectly. If their plan succeeded, they wouldn't merely profit from Arcadia, they could potentially seize control of the very thing Adjin Electronics had created. The chairman slowly leaned back in his chair. Now this was interesting. Very interesting. The possibility of stealing his rival's greatest achievement was simply too tempting. Finally, he made his decision. Not 8 billion, not 10 billion, 50 billion won. Jeju had just secured a mountain of money. The chairman warned him that this was absolutely his final opportunity. No more chances, no more excuses. If he failed now, it was over. Jeju thanked him repeatedly before quickly leaving the office. Afterward, the chairman sat alone in silence, reflecting on how absurd everything had become. Dukes, counts, political schemes, wars. Who would have guessed a video game contained enough intrigue to rival real governments? Meanwhile, back inside Arcadia, things were getting even more dangerous. At Duke Burhan's estate, tense meeting was underway. A massive man wrapped in thick fur stood before the Duke. Sir Leonid, a secret envoy from the Northern Harmal Empire. The atmosphere immediately felt heavy. Nobody traveled this far for casual conversation. Duke Burhan greeted him calmly, then asked what business had brought him here. Leonid wasted no time. He knew the Duke was preparing for war, and he came bearing an offer. Burhan handed over the haired plains after his victory. The Harmal Empire would support his campaign with everything they had: resources, assistance, influence. They would even help place him on the throne of the Maroon Kingdom. Now that was a serious offer. Burhan considered the proposal carefully. The haired plains were strategically valuable, nestled between mountain ranges, perfect for strengthening border defenses. The request made sense, and after evaluating the situation, he concluded there was little chance of betrayal, at least for now. The Duke extended his hand. Leonid accepted. The alliance was formed. Both men smiled, though Leonid looked noticeably less comfortable than Burhan, almost as if he had a bad feeling about something, probably a smart instinct. After the envoy departed, Burhan finally allowed himself to laugh. Everything was unfolding perfectly, exactly as planned. A phrase echoed through his thoughts. Under one person, above the whole world. Burhan believed that phrase existed solely for him. Right now, only one person stood above him, and the funniest part, that person was technically an 8-year-old brat sitting on the throne. The Duke burst into laughter. The kingdom needed a real king, not a child, not a puppet, a ruler, and in his mind, that ruler was obviously himself. Then another visitor arrived, Choi Jeju, the GM merchantry master. Burhan immediately noticed his good mood. Jeju explained he had personally come to provide updates. After all, a deal this large deserved face-to-face discussion. Then he revealed something terrifying. He had purchased the future ration production of the enemy nation, the Parkel Kingdom. Not only that, he had quietly bought enormous amounts of grain from current markets as well, without causing panic, without crashing prices, without drawing attention. Burhan looked genuinely impressed. This wasn't simple business, this was economic warfare. Jeju had effectively started choking the enemy's supply chain before the war even began. The Duke complimented him, admitting adventurers were more useful than expected. Still, one concept confused him: buying food that didn't even exist yet. Jeju smirked, then introduced the concept of futures trading, a contract guaranteeing future purchases at a fixed price. Burhan found the idea fascinating. The more he learned about adventurers, the more dangerous they seemed. Sensing an opportunity, Jeju pressed forward. GM Merchantry had risked everything for this operation. Now it was time to secure the enormous rights Burhan had promised earlier, and just like that, the mood changed. Instantly, the Duke's smile disappeared. His expression became unreadable. Dangerous, he casually told Jeju not to rush. There were more important matters right now. They could discuss rewards after the war. After the war, Jeju immediately understood what was happening, and it wasn't good. He tried to object, but before he could finish, Burhan's eyes glowed with a chilling aura. Look, are you doubting me? The pressure hit like a truck. Jeju froze, completely frozen. At that moment, he realized he had been outplayed. The Duke had no intention of paying immediately, and Jeju lacked the leverage to force him. Damn it, he got me. The realization hit hard. He instantly retreated, claiming he trusted the Duke completely, then made up an excuse about another appointment, before escaping as fast as possible. Burhan silently watched him leave, his expression impossible to read. Outside, Jeju immediately punched a wall, hard. His frustration finally exploded. He couldn't believe it. An actual NPC had just played him like a fiddle. Bro got folded by artificial intelligence. The humiliation was unbearable. Still, Starting a power struggle now wasn't an option. He had invested too much already, far too much, so he forced himself to calm down, then reviewed the numbers. All 50 billion won his father provided had been poured into grain acquisitions, every last bit. But even that wasn't enough to dominate Arcadia's entire grain supply. That's why futures trading was essential. The strategy would cripple the enemy kingdom when war erupted. And the rewards would be astronomical, 10 million gold, the promised contract value. When converted into real-world currency, the number became absolutely horrifying. 1 trillion won, a trillion, if this failed. GM Group itself could be shaken to its foundations. This wasn't an investment anymore. It was a last-ditch gamble hidden from everyone, including his father. Because if Sun Young learned the true scale of the risk, he would have shut everything down immediately. Jeju took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. No, this wasn't gambling. He knew a war was coming. He was certain of it, and when war arrived, grain prices would skyrocket, the profits would be unimaginable, everything depended on this plan succeeding. This was his final chance. Failure wasn't an option. Then suddenly, a strange sensation crawled down his spine. Someone was behind him. Jeju frowned and slowly turned around. The hallway was dark, silent, and standing within the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure stared back at him, a dark smile spreading beneath the hood. He realizes the figure is wearing a beginner's outfit. He questions what a low-level explorer is doing inside Duke Burhan's mansion. Paranoia sets in as he wonders if this stranger has figured out his master plan. He suspects the stranger is trying to intervene. He turns to his shadowy subordinates and orders them to keep a close eye on the intruder. He commands them to bring the person to him if they turn out to be a user. He clenches his fist, vowing not to let anyone ruin his plan. Inside the Duke's office, Duke Burhan sits behind his desk holding a scroll. He notes that it is a recommendation letter from Count Brocken. He remarks that Brocken is very picky with his recommendations. He asks the hooded guest what brings him here. Dex smiles brightly and drops a bombshell. He states clearly that he wants to assassinate Count Brocken. Burhan is stunned into silence. Dex explains his reasoning. He claims that Count Brocken believes the only way to prevent the coming war is to kill the Duke. He adds that Brocken is actively planning Burhan's assassination. Burhan demands to know if Dex expects him to believe such a claim without proof. Dex calmly replies that Burhan must already have enough evidence to recall. Burhan lets out a dry laugh and admits that Dex is not wrong. Satan whispers frantically in Dex's ear. He points out that Dex was the one who wanted to kill Burhan and Brocken was merely contemplating it. Dex dismisses the technicality, saying it doesn't really matter. He argues that Brocken was going to make up his mind to kill the Duke anyway. Satan realizes with horror that Dex is doing this on purpose. Dex muses that people will do anything when they are cornered. Duke Burhan smiles and asks why Dex is giving him this information. Dex asks if it isn't obvious. He says he thinks it is better for an experienced and wise person to become king than an immature child. Burhan is surprised but then laughs heartily. He asks for Dex's name. Dex introduces himself. They shake hands. Burhan says he has good feelings about their relationship. Dex says he hopes to live up to expectations. Outside, Elle prays for forgiveness for Dex's lies. Satan asks what Dex is planning by playing the middleman. Dex asks if they really don't know. He says he is just messing with the plausibility. He explains the war will happen either way. It doesn't matter who starts it. There is only one thing that is certain. There will be more responsibilities for him when there is chaos because of the war. Then there will be much more plausibility that he can gain. Satan asks if a war would be good for him. He asks why Dex didn't just work with the Duke in the first place. Dex says that won't work. Then there wouldn't be anyone to fight once Duke Burhan becomes king. He needs to be on Count Brocken's side at first. Satan is shocked. Dex explains that a war with a foreign power isn't the only chaos. War between internal forces is even more chaotic. Dex smiles with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he contemplates the chaos resulting from the two wars. He asks his companions if they can imagine the profits he will gain from all of this. He realizes that double the war means double the plausibility. Satan stares at him in absolute shock, calling him a crazy bastard. A book titled Satan's Note materializes in the air. Satan begins frantically writing in it. He writes down a rule: if you are going to betray someone, do not stand on anyone's side. Elle watches in confusion and asks what he is doing. Satan shouts that one must move with only their benefits in mind. He declares that is what a demon should do. Dex walks along happily, humming a tune about the plausibility stacking up. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Dex turns around in confusion. Two mysterious hooded figures surrounded by a purple aura appear before him. They demand to talk. Their red eyes glow menacingly from beneath their hoods. Dex lets out a short laugh. He smiles confidently and remarks that this is going to be fun. The scene opens beneath the moonlit sky. A massive building looms in the darkness, the GM event headquarters, and the moment Dex arrives, something feels off. Several cloaked figures stand guard around the area, faces hidden behind masks. Silent, motionless, like something straight out of a secret society meeting, definitely not suspicious at all. Inside, Choi Jeju welcomes Dex with a smile. He politely invites him to sit down. Dex glances around the room before taking a seat, then casually remarks on the impressive security. After all, not every day you see a private army guarding a business meeting. Jeju simply waves it off. According to him, it's easy when you have enough people. A simple answer. But Dex immediately notices something interesting. Jeju's character name remains hidden, undisclosed, just as he suspected. These guys were hiding more than they were showing. Dex gets straight to the point. Why exactly was he called here? Jeju claims he simply wanted to verify something, nothing more, and apologizes if the invitation seemed unpleasant. Dex almost laughs. Fancy way of saying he dragged someone into a room full of masked goons. So what exactly did he want to verify? That's when Jeju finally asks the real question, what did Duke Burn talk about with him? Dex immediately plays dumb. No clue, no reason to tell you either. Simple answer, wrong answer. The atmosphere instantly changes. Jeju slams his hand onto the table. Hard. The entire room goes silent. He warns Dex that he doesn't understand the situation he's in. Satan immediately starts panicking. Elle starts panicking too. Both of them can tell things are heading downhill fast. Dex, bro, is just annoyed. While everyone else focuses on the threat, Dex starts counting. 2 people escorted him here, 5 guards at the entrance, at least 7 enemies. Plus Jeju, a total of 8 people, not great odds. Then another realization hits him. Jeju revealed information about himself, yet never disclosed his name, which means one thing. He's absolutely convinced Dex isn't leaving here with options. The rich kid thinks he's already won. Dex sighs deeply. At this point, negotiations are looking pretty cooked. He quietly prepares to activate divine descent if things get ugly. Then Jeju finally clarifies his intentions. They only want to know one thing. Did Duke Burn give Dex a quest? But before Dex can answer, Jeju loses his patience again. Another slam, another threat. He shouts that he doesn't care about Dex's relationship with the Duke, but he better stay away from him. And if he ever gets involved again, his life will become difficult in the game, and potentially outside of it too. Now that's not a warning, that's a threat, a very stupid threat, because the moment those words leave his mouth, someone grabs him by the collar. Hard. John Smith steps in immediately and yanks the young master backward. The room freezes. Smith tells Jeju to calm down, because he just crossed a line, a very dangerous line. Then Smith turns toward Dex and apologizes. Apparently Jeju has become a little unstable lately, which tends to happen when you've dumped a ridiculous amount of money into a war conspiracy. Smith decides honesty is probably the better strategy, so he finally reveals who they really are. They aren't some random merchant guild. They are representatives of GM Group itself, the actual real-world corporation. Even Dex looks surprised by that reveal. Then Smith reaches beneath the table and drops a massive bag of gold directly in front of Dex. Thunk. The sound alone screams money. A lot of money. Smith explains that GM Group has invested heavily into Arcadia and heavily into Duke Burhan. Too heavily to allow unexpected variables. The gold is meant to help the unidentified explorer understand the situation. In other words, a bribe. A very direct bribe. Jeju looks smug again. Certain nobody could refuse this offer. So, does he understand now? Dex stares at the gold, then calmly accepts the title of unidentified explorer. Sure, why not? After a moment, he smiles, takes the gold, and immediately agrees to abandon the Duke's quest. The response is so fast that both men freeze. Wait, that's it. No resistance, no negotiation, no pride. Bros sold out faster than they expected. Even they look confused. Later that night, under a bright full moon, Dex walks away from the headquarters with his companions. A bag full of gold in hand, and an annoyingly satisfied smile on his face. Elle immediately starts complaining. According to her, the GM Group clearly wants war too. They should have just admitted it instead of playing games. Dex doesn't care nearly as much. He's too busy appreciating his unexpected allowance. As far as he can tell, the corporation is trying to profit from the upcoming war. Military supplies, economic contracts, political influence, whatever it is, it's profitable, but ultimately, it isn't his problem. In fact, war is actually beneficial for him right now. The more chaos, the more opportunities. However, there is one thing he absolutely cannot tolerate, that arrogant rich kid's attitude. Nope. That part rubbed him the wrong way. A mischievous smile slowly spreads across his face, and immediately everyone nearby becomes nervous, because whenever Dex smiles like that, something terrible is about to happen. Then he suddenly bursts into laughter, the kind of laughter that makes people reconsider their life choices, and announces his next objective. He has to kill Duke Burhan. Silence. Complete silence. Then Satan absolutely loses his mind. The tiny demon starts screaming, certain that his master has finally gone insane. This is it, the breaking point, the final descent into madness. Meanwhile, Elle reacts completely differently. She lights up with happiness. Finally, honesty. She actually thinks this is character growth, then immediately suggests a formal duel. A a proper challenge. An honorable battle, something worthy of Count Brocken's expectations. Dex stares at her for a second, then rejects the idea instantly. A duel, way too difficult, way too much effort. No, his plan is much simpler. He's going to assassinate the Duke instead, in secret, like a normal person apparently. Elle is horrified, instantly horrified. The angel practically short-circuits. Assassination is cowardly, dishonorable, evil, completely unacceptable. There is absolutely no way she will allow heaven's power to be used for something so shameless. And with that, she cuts him off. No divine descent, no angel powers, no support. Good luck. Then she leaves. Satan watches the entire scene unfold and suddenly starts smiling, a very suspicious smile. Because for the first time, an opportunity has appeared. The demon casually asks a question. If heaven won't help, would Dex like to borrow power from the demon realm instead? Dex pauses. Wait, that's an option? Apparently yes. Satan explains that he can provide a demonic version of divine descent too. Now things are getting interesting, very interesting, without hesitation. Satan begins the ritual. A massive purple magic circle appears beneath them. Dark energy spreads through the area. The atmosphere immediately becomes heavier, more dangerous, more sinister. The contract with the demon realm is successfully established. A system notification appears. Dex can now temporarily borrow demonic power. The only cost is consuming plausibility, honestly. Considering his usual behavior, this feels less like a power-up and more like a natural progression. Purple energy erupts around his body. The magic circle shines brighter, dark power floods the surroundings, and Dex stands in the center of it all, bathed in violet light, ready to make what is almost certainly the worst possible decision, and somewhere far away. Duke Burhan has absolutely no idea what's coming for him, which means things are about to get absolutely ridiculous. A character selection screen materializes before him. Satan asks his master for his thoughts. Dex studies the available avatars with deep interest. Satan explains that the demonic side focuses on utilitarian supplementary skills rather than raw power. Dex questions why his familiar never mentioned this option before. Satan claims Dex never asked and assumed he only wanted heavenly power. Dex dismisses the excuse entirely. He treats the selection screen like a shopping catalog. His finger lands on a terrifying skull avatar. Satan is shocked by the specific choice. Dex reveals he saw this figure in a history book. Elle recognizes the entity instantly. It is the legendary Lich Argamer. He is the absolute peak of necromancy. This evil dark mage once defeated an entire empire and 4 kingdoms. His legion left absolutely no life in its wake. Centuries later, his name still strikes fear into the world. He is the true personification of death. A dark silhouette stands atop a roof beneath the full moon. Dex spots 2 guards patrolling below. He decides they are perfect test subjects. The guards notice the figure on the roof. Dex activates his demonic descent. The colossal spectral form of Lich Argamer erupts behind him. A freezing aura washes over the area. The guards shiver in absolute terror. The system announces the demon realm being has possessed the player. The system confirms temporary access to the being's powers. Dex tests the new form and finds the skill settings perfectly aligned with his expectations. The guard feels the overwhelming, ominous energy radiating from the roof. He instantly identifies it as a high-level dark magic skill. Dex stands tall as his dark aura flares violently. Realizing the danger, the guard decides to abandon capture protocols. He orders his partner to kill the intruder immediately. The partner protests about verifying the identity but is quickly shut down. The stakes are clear as a single failure could cost them the entire mansion. Dex initiates the attack. A colossal dragon of pure dark energy materializes above him. The guard desperately activates a holy shield to block the incoming devastation. Dex acknowledges the guard's quick thinking and recognizes him as a paladin. The paladin leaps into the air with a glowing greatsword. He unlocks his divine power to unleash a massive judgment blade. Dex grins wickedly, knowing their elemental types are completely incompatible. He counters instantly with a spirit spear. A terrifying skeletal dragon of purple energy crashes down toward the paladin. The guard stares in absolute horror as the attack descends. The guard screams in absolute terror, realizing he faces a necromancer. His companion trembles violently, sensing the overwhelming mana. He realizes a lich has appeared in the Maroon Kingdom. He sprints away to sound the alarm for everyone to assemble. Dex calmly states it is not yet time. He knows a necromancer is most vulnerable right before summoning the undead. He refuses to gamble by fighting the entire guard force immediately. He looks down at the 2 fallen guards. He decides to use the materials he has gathered. He casts Raise the Dead. Purple flames erupt from the ground. The corpses rise as undead minions. One becomes a low-rank ghoul warrior. The other transforms into an intermediate-rank death knight. Dex stares toward the mansion with a wicked grin. He addresses the arrogant young master of the GM group. He hopes the boy's plan is truly extraordinary. Necromancers possess the terrifying ability to summon unlimited undead simply by infusing mana into a corpse. This makes a single necromancer an immense force on their own. They are considered the most effective weapon during large-scale siege wars. Just like right now, a soldier screams in terror as skeletal warriors swarm him. Dex watches from the shadows, satisfied. He realizes the enemy link has completely fallen apart. Ambushing them was the right call. The remaining guards panic, wondering where this army came from. They mistake it for an ambush from the Parkel Kingdom. One guard yells to stop them before they are completely isolated. But the horror is already upon them. A guard realizes their fallen comrades have been reanimated into undead. He realizes the Duke is likely already surrounded. The surviving soldiers tremble. Knowing this is too much for them to handle, Dex looks down on a survivor with a cold smile. He calls them pitiful for being abandoned. He tells them not to be saddened because he will put them to good use. A massive skeletal warrior rises from the ground. The remaining humans scream in absolute terror. Dex addresses his new army. He congratulates them on joining his ranks and gives them a special mission. He commands them to find the man who abandoned them, Duke Burhan. He grants them the opportunity to seek revenge. The undead army marches toward the mansion. Dex warns the Duke to hide well if he wishes to survive, though he knows it is futile. Inside the mansion, Duke Burhan hears the commotion. He shouts to know what is happening. A servant bursts in, begging the Duke to evacuate immediately. The Duke is confused. Believing his mansion is the safest place in the kingdom, the servant screams that a lich has appeared on the grounds. The Duke freezes in shock. He frantically calls for his holy knights to protect him, but before they can arrive, Dex appears right in front of him. He simply says, "Found you." The doors burst open as skeletal warriors flood the room. Servants scream in terror as they are cut down instantly. Blood splatters across the floor. Duke Burhan backs away in sheer panic. He screams at the undead to stay back, demanding to know where they came from. A massive death knight looms over him. The Duke recognizes a familiar sword among the undead. It belongs to Ledner, one of his guards. He realizes with horror that his entire bodyguard squad has been reanimated. A lich has appeared right in his mansion. Dex steps forward. His voice calm, he greets the Duke politely. The Duke recognizes him as the adventurer from before. He tries to laugh it off, offering to meet properly. Then he panics, offering anything Dex wants. Dex asks what he wants. He answers simply, "Your death." The Duke is stunned. He begs to know why. Dex sighs, telling the Duke he should have been careful who he used. He reveals he doesn't care about the war or the throne. The Duke is terrified that Dex knows his secrets. Dex says the Duke simply got on his nerves. He mocks the Duke's reliance on brainless idiots. He tells the Duke to do better in his next life. The Duke begs for his life, promising to do anything. Dex ignores the plea and orders his undead to end it. The Duke laments his vain wish as the swords come down. Blood sprays into the air. A red system window flashes across the screen. Duke Burhan has died. His secret plans grind to a sudden and harsh halt. A massive 321 related quests are instantly deleted from the system. A new title appears before Dex. He has obtained the title Noble Murderer. The system calculates the massive rewards. Dex receives 53,000 plausibility points. He smiles as he looks at the staggering number. He realizes the system is incredibly generous when he creates this level of chaos. Satan and Elle suddenly pop out of his hood. They stare at the massive point gain in pure excitement. Elle senses a terrifying shift in his aura. She feels an even stronger power radiating from him. Dex chuckles internally at their sharp senses. He asks Satan about the time restrictions for the Lich Argamer descent. Satan grins wickedly and confirms there are no limits. He can use it as long as he has plausibility. Dex processes this crucial information. A dangerous smirk forms on his face. Satan suddenly looks nervous and asks what he is planning. Dex raises his hand holding a glowing purple soul orb. He casts Raise the Dead. Purple energy surges violently through the room. He decides that if he is going to make a mess, he will do it right. The headless corpse of Duke Burhan suddenly twitches. The dead Duke rises to his feet with glowing blue eyes. Dex tells his companions that there are still plenty of places left to destroy. The Holy Empire is dead quiet under the moonlight. But while everyone else is sleeping peacefully, Pope Emin is wide awake, stressing over his entire flock. Then suddenly the door creaks open, and in walks Saintess Sylvia, looking like she just saw the final boss in her dreams. She begs the Pope for just a moment of his time. The Pope immediately asks what brought her here this early. And Sylvia drops the nightmare fuel right away. She says she had a terrifying revelation in her dream. A massive wave of darkness is spreading across Arcadia. The Pope's eyes widen instantly. Bro knows this is not some random bad dream anymore. He demands the location. Sylvia is literally trembling as she forces herself to remember the vision. And then she says the dying person in her dream screamed one name. Duke Burhan. The Pope instantly recognizes him, because Duke Burhan is not just some random noble. This dude is the real power hiding behind the Maroon Kingdom. Sylvia completely breaks down, crying over all the innocent lives being lost. The Pope tries to comfort her, saying this is only a warning from God. But yeah, that peaceful little moment does not last long, because the highest-ranking Holy Knight, Igudiel, pulls up on the scene. The Pope wastes zero time. He immediately orders a full investigation into Duke Burhan, and while the Holy Empire is panicking, the system is already screaming in the background. Production has dropped by 85%. Military force has been reduced by 98%. The citizens are running for their lives in pure terror. And then we cut right back to the absolute menace responsible for all of this. Dex is standing over the ruined territory as the Lich Argamer. This dude looks at the destruction like he just finished a casual side quest, and then he declares that this is the end. Right after that, a massive purple explosion swallows the entire area. The system immediately rewards him for single-handedly subjugating the whole territory. He earns the title Vicious Necromancer. He completely destroys the Duke's secret plans, and on top of that, he bags another 14,000 plausibility points. Dex looks at the magnificent disaster with the biggest grin on his face. Bro is genuinely enjoying this way too much. He admits that being a necromancer is actually pretty cracked. Then he jokes that maybe he should have just mained this class from the start. But then Dex looks at his massive undead army, and he realizes that seeing corpses every single day might get old real quick. Still, he knows this borrowed power is beyond broken. He just harvested over 60,000 plausibility points from this whole disaster. But of course, there is one massive catch. The longer he stays in Lich form, the more points it drains. If he keeps dragging this out, he might actually end up in the negative. So Dex asks Tan for the exact damage report. Tan pulls out a calculator and starts crunching the numbers like his life depends on it. He calculates the cost of killing the Duke and destroying the territory, and the final bill comes out to over 42,000 points. Then Tan accidentally slips up and calls Dex a pushover. He immediately tries to correct himself, but it is already too late. Dex catches the disrespect instantly. He looks at that massive bill and demands a discount. Tan is absolutely stunned by the audacity. Bro just committed a territory wipe and now he wants coupons. Dex argues that he is a VIP customer and deserves special treatment. Tan gets furious and reminds him this is not some street market. But Dex just casually threatens to take his business to Elle instead. Elle immediately gets hyped like she just won the lottery. Tan panics on the spot, and just like that he drops the price to 40,000. Dex does not even blink. He counters with 35,000. Now they start haggling over every single point like two aunties fighting over vegetables. Tan is slowly losing his mind during this ridiculous negotiation. He finally breaks and screams that he cannot give any more discounts. Dex happily accepts the final price. The system confirms that the descent skill has ended, and somehow Dex negotiated the cost down to 36,500 points. Then a transcendental achievement suddenly pops up. Because Dex has become the first human to rip off the Demon King. This dude did not just beat the system. He scammed the devil himself. He even gets a brand new title for pulling it off, and his negotiation skill jumps 7 entire ranks in one go. Dex is genuinely surprised by the insane stat boost. Meanwhile, Tan is crying in the background over the massive loss. Elle just tells him he deserves it for stealing ideas. Dex then looks out over the completely ruined territory. He tells his summons to wait quietly while he leaves for a bit. Tan and Elle are both confused about what he is planning now. Dex only smiles and says he still needs to finish things up. Then he tells them to look forward to what happens next. Bro is not done cooking yet. He opens the menu and clicks log out. Dex wakes up inside the game capsule and immediately checks the community forums, and the entire server is losing its collective mind. The headline is already screaming that Duke Burhan's territory has been completely destroyed by the undead. Players are freaking out over some mysterious necromancer. Everyone wants answers. Nobody knows what actually happened. Dex sits at his computer in the real world with a wicked grin, because he knows exactly who caused both the slime incident and this massive disaster. It was him, but does he plan on getting caught? Absolutely not. Instead, he clenches his fist and prepares to completely ruin Jeju's life. Now we learn that Yeung is not some clueless newbie. He is a veteran MMORPG player, and he has dealt with whales like Jeju before. He already knows the perfect way to handle people who abuse their power and act like kings over everyone else. He opens a folder packed with recorded files on his computer, and thanks to Tan and Elle stalking Jeju inside the game, he has the perfect clip ready. He starts editing the footage. He removes his own involvement and begins framing Jeju as the mastermind behind everything. The recording shows Jeju asking about war profits. Then Jeju starts laughing about making 8 million gold and dominating the entire continent. He calls regular players idiots who just enjoy the game while he makes money. And then this dude openly says he hopes a war breaks out soon so he can maximize his profits. Yeah. He basically folded himself on camera. Dex finishes the edit, and now the bomb is ready to drop. He uploads the video to his channel, Destroyer's Daily Logs. The title reads, revealing the culprit of the Burhan dukedom incident. The description claims it was not a monster that caused this disaster. It was a human. The video goes live, and just like that, the trap is finally set. Video goes live, and instantly the view count starts going absolutely ballistic. In just a few minutes, it blasts past 1 million views. The comment section turns into a full-blown war zone. Players are finally realizing the grain prices were not moving naturally at all. They were being manipulated by an actual corporation. And the second GM group gets exposed, the hate train leaves the station with no brakes. And people are furious. The hatred for GM group is off the charts. Meanwhile, Jeju is sitting there staring at the screen in pure horror. Bro already knows it. He is completely cooked. He screams at John Smith, demanding to know how the leak even happened. They were inside a secure room. There were no users around, no witnesses, no random players. So in Jeju's mind, this should have been impossible. But the video is right there, eating his reputation alive in real time. Jeju loses it and smashes his fist into the desk in blind rage. This dude is not even thinking anymore. He vows to find the culprit and destroy them with everything he has. Smith tries to calm him down before he completely crashes out. He says their top priority is getting the video taken down before the chairman sees it. And of course, because timing in this story is demonic, the phone suddenly rings. It is the chairman. Jeju freezes like his soul just left his body. Smith looks at him with pure pity. Because it is already too late, Jeju realizes his life is basically over. Then at 9 p.m., the urgent news breaks the story nationwide. And now the entire country is watching the scandal unfold. GM Group gets exposed for abusing the game economy. Agent Electronics steps in and reveals the massive amount of capital GM invested. The public is stunned by the sheer scale of the manipulation. This was not some small-time market trolling. This was corporate-level villain behavior, and while everyone is panicking, Lee Mi-yeon, the CEO of Arcadia Limited, is watching the whole mess with a smirk. She finds the chaos amusing, because to her this is not a disaster, it is an opportunity. She decides to use this incident to make an example out of GM Group. She wants every other corporation watching to understand one thing: do not mess with Arcadia. She already knows GM Group will try to fight back, but little did they know. She is more than ready. Lee Mi-yeon leans forward with a dangerous smirk. She tells her team to see this scandal through to the bitter end. Her subordinate is instantly terrified by how ruthless she sounds. Mi-yeon points out that dragging this out will hurt GM Group way more than it hurts them. She wants to teach these arrogant corporations a lesson about messing with their world. And honestly, her subordinate realizes her guts are absolutely terrifying. Mi-yeon then admits she does not even care that much about GM Group, because her real interest is somewhere else entirely. She is focused on the mysterious user who uploaded that video. Now she starts connecting the dots. The slime raid, the iron ore slave incident, and now this Burhan dukedom disaster. One single player is somehow linked to all of it. A single user is literally rewriting the rules of the world. Mi-yeon notices a clear pattern forming inside the chaos. Someone unknown is moving behind the scenes. An absolute menace is pulling all the strings, and nobody even knows his face yet. Meanwhile, Yi-young is completely passed out in his dorm like he did not just ignite a national scandal. His friend suddenly bursts into the room, screaming about the GM Group scandal. This guy is losing his mind over a corporation manipulating game prices. Yi-young, of course, plays the clueless gamer perfectly. Bro is acting like he has no idea what happened. His friend realizes that Arcadia is no longer just a simple game. It has become a fully functioning world with real economic consequences. Yi-young casually agrees while hiding the fattest smirk imaginable. Then he checks his phone, and there it is. Jeju is getting absolutely roasted by the press. Everything is going exactly according to Yi-young's master plan. He successfully taught that arrogant young master a brutal lesson. This was not revenge anymore. This was a public execution with extra steps. But then, right as he is enjoying his victory lap, a new voice interrupts everything. A guy in a lab coat steps up to the podium. He introduces himself as a researcher from Arcadia Limited. Yi-young is instantly confused by this random appearance. The researcher claims to be a senior from their school. Then he announces a special lecture. Yi-young just wants him to stop talking nonsense and start the class already. But then he realizes something important. This dude is an actual employee of the game company, and that means things might be getting way more serious than he expected. Meanwhile, back inside Arcadia, the demon familiar is yawning his head off. He is absolutely bored waiting for his master to log back in, but of course, peace never lasts around decks. Suddenly, a massive surge of holy power explodes onto the scene. Satan's eyes widen in shock as he senses that nasty energy. He immediately realizes this is no ordinary enemy. The power level is huge. A squad of holy knights marches forward, and leading them is the red-haired commander Egudiel. Satan clicks his tongue in annoyance. He wants to get out of there immediately, but then he wonders where that chicken-winged woman Elle even is, and now he starts panicking. Because the holy knights picked the absolute worst possible time to attack. The master is logged out. The undead army is alone, and the holy squad is already pulling up like a raid boss inspection team. Egudiel raises his hand. Then he unleashes a blinding holy light. Golden energy floods the battlefield. The undead army gets swallowed instantly. The skeletons scream as they are purified and burned away. They do not even get a chance to fight back. They just get folded by divine flashbang energy. Egudiel stands in the aftermath of the purification. Then he kneels beside a fallen body. He pays his respects to his fallen comrade. Looking across the devastation, he realizes the situation matches the Saintess's prophecy perfectly. He regrets not arriving sooner to stop the massacre, but by now, the damage has already been done. Egudiel concludes that their investigation ends here. Then he notes something that makes the whole situation even worse. The undead guarding the entrance were higher than middle rank. His subordinates are terrified the moment they understand what that means. Because if the guards were already that strong, then the thing commanding them is on a completely different level. Egudiel immediately orders them to report everything to the Pope. Then he makes the declaration everyone feared. A lift capable of leaving a mark in history has finally appeared. The scene shifts to a university lecture hall where the big brains hang out. This researcher from Arcadia Limited takes the stage looking all serious. He's there to check in on the first ever batch of virtual reality engineering students. Bro starts yapping about how VR technology plugs straight into the human dome. It turns out direct communication between the brain and the machine is the secret sauce. But here's the catch. Every brain processes these signals differently. This creates some serious deviations in performance. Basically, it means real talent actually exists in the virtual world. Your skills ceiling is literally determined by how fast you can exchange signals. They call this the synchronization rate. The researcher offers to measure their sync rates right then and there, and of course, one student immediately shoots his hand up. This dude is Kang Tisu and he's itching for a chance to flex. Young recognizes him the second he sees that face. Turns out this guy was in his high school class back in the day. Bro was the leader of a group that tried to rizz up the same girl Young liked. Young thinks this whole coincidence is just pure comedy. Tisu introduces himself with a smile that's honestly way too intense. He says he's looking forward to being in class with the gopher's friend. Young is just standing there completely confused by this random behavior. He's wondering what the hell is actually wrong with this guy. Tisu steps into the specialized capsule like he already owns the place. The researchers promise him it's perfectly safe and won't fry his brain. Young is just watching from the sidelines with a villainous smirk. He's ready to see if this dude is all talk or actually has the stats. Tisu steps into the capsule with enough arrogance to fill the whole room. In his head, he thinks testing him is pointless because there's no way he's a low-tier scrub. He sees this as his big main character moment to mog the small fries. Especially Young and that quiet kid in the hoodie always following him. Oh, absolutely hates the way Young looks at him. Those eyes that seem completely uninterested in anything but himself are making Tisu crash out. He's planning to use this chance to absolutely trample Young's dignity. The machine flashes and the number hits 21.35%. The researcher is actually shook by this result. He tells the class that average people usually score in the mid-teens, so this is high-tier stuff. It almost touched the record of 26%, which is wild for a student. Tisu walks out acting all humble, but you know he's absolutely eating this up. The researcher asks who wants to be the next victim while the hype is still high. Tisu doesn't waste a second and points his finger straight at Young. He's trying to put our boy on the spot and embarrass him in front of everyone. Young just laughs like a total menace. His friend starts apologizing, thinking he's the one who caused this mess. Young tells him it's chill and admits this actually looks a little interesting. He casually steps into the capsule to see what's up. The researcher hits the button and the measurement begins. The numbers start climbing and they aren't stopping for anyone. 0%, 3%, 5%, 15%, 20%, 30%, 45%. The counter is speedrunning past 55% and it's still going. The entire room is dead silent and absolutely stunned by what they're seeing. Young's friend is just standing there whispering that this is insane. The researchers start losing their minds as the machine starts sparking and glitching out. They're screaming that the sync rate is abnormal and begging to abort the test immediately. But the lead researcher just freezes in total shock. He realizes this isn't a glitch at all, it's just pure power. The machine finally settles on a number that shouldn't even be possible, 92.89%. The room goes completely dead silent as everyone tries to process this. Tisu looks like he just saw his own funeral. His jaw hits the floor as he realizes he just got absolutely humiliated in public. The classmates are looking at Young like he's some kind of final boss. One guy asks if he's already been playing Arcadia this whole time. Young casually drops a nuke by saying he hasn't even played the game yet. The student is baffled and asks if he's ever even played a regular computer game. Searcher announces to everyone that Young is a literal prodigy. Our boy just plays it cool and keeps that same humble energy. He takes off the headset with a smirk and admits that it was pretty interesting. Later on, outside the university, Young is vibing and checking his phone. He sees that Jeju finally posted a public apology video for the world to see. He is loving every single second of the absolute chaos he caused. And the news is spreading like a wildfire across the mass media. His video views are literally going vertical and increasing geometrically. It's not just Korea anymore, the whole world is yapping about the Burhan incident. The video is sitting at nearly 90 million views right now. He realizes he officially never has to worry about money ever again. He's already made over $11,000 in pure ad revenue. Jokes that the platform staff must be getting paid peanuts since the profit was less than expected. But for real, rent and capsule debt are basically a thing of the past now. He starts thinking about flipping items bought with plausibility for some cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, his summons are in the back having a literal rave with all that plausibility. He jokes that this might be his last time eating cheap kimbap like a broke student. Suddenly, his friend comes sprinting up to him in a total panic. Bro is still losing his mind over that 92% sync rate. He reminds him that Tisu's pathetic 21% was basically a joke. Young tries to downplay it, but the friend says even the professors are glazed posting about him. The friend offers him some fresh kimbap, but Young politely declines since he just ate. Young notes that everyone seems to have a pretty good impression of his friend. The kid just scratches his head and keeps glazing Young, calling him amazing. Young wonders what would happen if this friend of his actually played Arcadia. Then he casually drops the bomb that he is already playing the game. His friend is absolutely floored and asks him to repeat what he just said. Young is in a suspiciously good mood today. Maybe it's because everything is going exactly according to his master plan. Whatever the reason, Young decides it's time to finally spill the tea. He tells his friend that he's the first person he's ever told this to. He reveals that he's been grinding since the open beta days, and then he drops the ultimate nuke on his friend's head. His username is Dex. The secret is finally out and things are about to get crazy. Young casually drops his real identity like it's absolutely nothing. His friend Yejeon is absolutely shook and looks like his brain just short-circuited. He's stuttering and asking if Yeong is actually the legendary Dex. You know, the absolute monster ranker who dominated every single game he touched. Yeong admits he deleted all his accounts so he has 0 receipts to show him. But then that insane 92% sync rate flashes back into Yejeon's mind. He realizes that number is the ultimate proof that Yeong is just built different. Bro starts stuttering in pure disbelief as the reality hits him like a truck. Yejeon literally drops to his knees right there in the middle of the street. He is completely losing his mind over this world-shattering revelation. Yeong is just standing there totally confused by this dude's extreme reaction. Little did we know, Yeong had to spend a ridiculous amount of time just calming him down. We cut straight to the Valley of Cold Heart to see some real action. This place is a level 85 danger zone where low levels go to get folded. A massive blue serpent monster is currently terrorizing a player party. These guys are getting absolutely cooked and they know it. They're screaming about the mob count and terrified of that brutal death penalty. They're desperately wondering where that mysterious necromancer went after telling them to pull all the aggro. Suddenly, purple magic circles start exploding all over the battlefield like a fireworks show. A terrifying skill called Dark Swarm activates and the entire vibe changes. A massive wave of dark energy engulfs the giant boss like it's nothing. The monster is literally obliterated in a single hit by this absolute menace. The party is just standing there staring in absolute shock at the overkill. One guy is hyped about the insane damage numbers this black mage is putting up, but his teammate immediately calls him an idiot for not realizing who she is. He explains that your average black mage could never pull off a flex like this. He reveals she is the literal #1 black mage in the entire game. Her title flashes on screen, level 86, Black Flame Dragon of Darkness. She's a stunning white-haired menace surrounded by some seriously edgy dark magic. She casually thanks the party for pulling the monsters like she's just ordering a coffee. These dudes are completely starstruck and probably forgot how to breathe. They realize they're standing next to a god-tier ranker and start apologizing like crazy. The ranker just brushes off their praise and tells them there's no need for the glazing. She casually mentions they might pull off moves like that once they stop being low-level scrubs. She adds that they actually helped her out, which is a massive cap, but they love it. Then she immediately tells them to go pull even more monsters for her to kill. These guys eagerly agree without a single hesitation because they're simping hard. One of them nervously asks if she needs a cooldown after wiping an entire horde. She casually drops a bombshell about her skill recovery that basically breaks the game. She says it'll be ready by the time they finish pulling the next batch. This dude is absolutely stunned by that insane recovery speed. He realizes she has a high-damage AoE skill with basically 0 downtime. He finally understands what a high-level black mage on hell difficulty actually looks like. This is exactly why people beg to get power leveled by these absolute monsters. Raises her hand and unleashes another devastating purple nuke. The magic engulfs the entire ice cavern and wipes everything out. The party thanks her profusely for the massive power leveling session of a lifetime. They promise to get even stronger so they can actually help her next time. She just waves them off and says it was just a simple party hunt for her. The guys wave goodbye and head out feeling like they just met a celebrity. She waves back with a polite smile that hides her true feelings. But as soon as they're gone, her expression instantly changes to pure boredom. She lets out a massive yawn and complains about how boring this grind actually is. She starts scrolling through the community boards looking for some actual tea. Suddenly, a new quest window pops up out of nowhere. An ominous rumor is spreading about Duke Burhan getting brutally murdered by an evil black mage. The reward is completely hidden, which usually means it's top-tier loot. She recognizes the name of the Duke immediately. She remembers he was a loud-mouthed NPC who tried to contact her before. She notes that even the big brain players couldn't uncover his true identity. She decides to ignore it since an event like this is impossible to solo. But she starts wondering who the actual culprit could be if it wasn't a script. She realizes that if the game operators didn't script this event, then a single user must have triggered this massive event by themselves. She immediately dismisses the thought as impossible even for a ranker. She claims even a top ranker like her could never pull off something that crazy. But then a new notification pops up and her heart probably skips a beat. Her eyes widen in total shock as she reads the screen. A massive system notification blasts across the screen for our number 1 black mage. It says the requirements for a linked quest have officially been met. A witch hunt quest appears and she's been selected as the main player. She's staring at the screen in total confusion, wondering why she got such a weird quest. Meanwhile, Dex logs back into the Burhan dukedom to check on his mess. Satan and Elle are waiting for him and immediately start screaming their heads off. Satan is freaking out because the Holy Empire bastards came charging in while Dex was away. Dex just smiles like a menace and tells them to calm down and talk slowly. Satan argues that using the power of Lich Argamer was a huge mistake. He says the Lich created such a mess that the humans were basically forced to attack, and surprisingly Elle actually agrees with the demon for once. She explains that the Lich is on the Heaven's blacklist for using forbidden power. Satan gets furious and calls her a psychopathic chicken, which is absolutely wild. Elle claps back with a sick burn about his pathetic win-loss record. These two summons immediately start brawling in a literal cloud of dust. Dex just sighs because there's never a single peaceful day with these two idiots. But internally Dex is grinning because everything is going perfectly. Everything is flowing exactly according to his master plan for world domination. He was right to spend that plausibility to leave those undead behind as bait. He decides it's time to properly inform the world about the return of the great villain Lich Argamer. He's looking forward to seeing the reactions from all those self-righteous kind heroes. Over at the Holy Empire throne room, things are getting way too serious. Egudiel is reporting his findings to the Pope in the Saintess. He confirms that the culprit behind the massacre was definitely Lich Argamer. The Saintess covers her mouth in absolute horror like she's about to faint. She realizes the being of darkness from her vision was actually real this whole time. The Pope rubs his temples and confirms everyone's worst fears. He yaps about how the Empire usually stays out of politics to follow God's teachings. But now a legendary evil has returned to threaten their peaceful little world. The Pope is absolutely losing his mind over this situation. He declares that evil has once again brought chaos to the world and it's time to pay. He turns to his top knight Egudiel and gives him a divine order to start the purge. He commands the heavenly sword to act as the spokesperson of God himself. Egudiel accepts the mission without a second thought because he's a loyal bot. The Pope uses his authority to demand a total purge of anything that looks evil. He orders him to judge and drive out every single piece of evil on the land. He tells him to spread this truth to every corner of the empire. Egudiel bows and accepts the command like the absolute soldier he is. He realizes the ancient war between good and evil is starting all over again and it's about to get bloody. Meanwhile, our top-ranked black mage is staring at a massive system window in shock. A linked quest just popped up out of nowhere and it's a doozy. It's called the Witch Hunt and the stakes are absolutely through the roof. The system says the evil Lich has returned to pollute the continent with darkness. It calls on everyone to join hands and punish these vestiges of evil. But the win conditions for this quest are absolutely insane. The Holy Camp needs to judge 50 million villains and execute the Lich himself. But for the evil camp the conditions are completely hidden, which is sketchy as hell. Then the ultimate twist drops that no one saw coming. The system tells her that she officially belongs to the evil camp. She is completely shocked by this ridiculous turn of events because she's a good player. Let's break down the lore for a second. Arcadia has a history of a great holy demon war. You have the holy camp with their shiny golden armor, and the evil camp with their dark, edgy vibes. These two sides have always been at each other's throats. It is basically the ultimate role-playing experience for gamers. Players love picking a side and fighting for it. Usually there are strict rules to keep things fair. PK or player killing is totally banned inside towns. This is to protect the noobs and keep the peace. If you break this rule you get put on a wanted list. Conflicts happen in the wild, sure, but the towns were always safe zones. At least that is how it used to be. But right now the rules have completely vanished. The Holy Pope just dropped a divine decree. He declared that all evil will be judged in the name of God. The prohibition on PK in towns has been temporarily removed. The balance of power is absolutely ruined. The scales have tipped into total chaos. Our top-ranked black mage is losing her mind. She realizes 50 million villains is basically the entire population of South Korea. Are they trying to genocide the entire evil camp? She thinks the developers have completely lost it. She decides her best move is to hide in a town. She thinks the populated areas will be the safest bet. She logs into a town expecting safety, but a bright red warning flashes in her face. This is a PK zone. She freezes in absolute terror. The safe zones are gone. The one place players were supposed to be safe is now a death trap. She realizes that towns where people gather are now the most dangerous places. Before she can even react, a holy knight nearby unleashes a holy smite. He obliterates a player instantly. The system announces the first judgment has been passed. The witch hunt has officially started, and it is going to be a bloodbath. The Holy Order bears witness to a great achievement. Faith increases by 1. A special reward is promised based on the level of contribution. The knight is absolutely hyped about the potential loot, but the scene shifts to pure chaos. The top-ranked black mage is staring down a massive horde of shadowy figures. She tries to reason with the mob. She begs them to wait and talk it out first. But someone screams that an evil black mage has entered the town. The NPC security troop Kaltson loses his mind. He orders everyone to kill her right away. She realizes talking is useless against these fanatics. She sighs and unleashes her ultimate skill. Dark Swarm engulfs the security troops in purple energy. The system immediately flags her as a criminal. She has killed a town security troop. All NPCs in Guil are now hostile. Other troopers are hunting her down. The death penalties are stacking up. She has killed a player. She has officially become a red player. She screams that she had no choice but to kill them all. The other players are absolutely losing their minds. They shout that she has shown her true colors. They call for a total massacre of the evil camp. They are shocked she actually killed an NPC. She realizes she is completely cooked. Has to run away immediately. She dashes away as the mob chases her. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Burhan Dukedom, Dex receives the same linked quest notification. He has been chosen as a main player. He has to choose a side between holy and evil. Dex stares at the screen confused. Satan is absolutely freaking out in the background. He screams that this is exactly why he warned against going overboard. Dex calmly claims it wasn't overboard. He says it was all for the quest rewards. Satan thinks his master is a total psychopath. He realizes they just poked a massive beehive. He worries the holy camp will be exhausting to deal with. He tries to get Elle to mediate the situation. He begs her to revert to her original form and ask them to chill. Elle just asks why she would do that. Satan yells that a war is about to break out. He asks if preventing bloodshed isn't an angel's duty. Dex laughs maniacally, declaring that this chaos is actually perfect. He wants to take this chance to wipe out all evil beings and is genuinely looking forward to it. Satan realizes his master is a total psychopath. The Pope's martial law is declared, vowing to sacrifice everything and dye the continent in blood to uphold God's justice. Dex admits those are some strong sentiments and realizes this won't end easily. Satan screams at Dex to take responsibility for this mess. He yells that everyone on his side is about to die because Dex used Lich Argamer. He threatens to cut off his power forever if Dex doesn't do something. Dex calls him petty but internally admits he isn't wrong. The reactions are way worse than expected and the game feels like it's about to be totally ruined. Dex asks Elle to help mediate the situation. Elle hesitates, saying it's a human decision and troublesome to get involved in. Dex points to the quest objective, judge 50 million villains. He argues that not all of them committed crimes and innocent black mages shouldn't be massacred. He quotes hate the sin not the sinner to make his point. He promises to give Elle plenty of plausibility if she does him this favor. Elle's eyes sparkle and she agrees immediately. Dex internally calls her a calculative bitch but is relieved. He transfers 500 plausibility to her. Elle transforms into Archangel Michelle in the sanctuary of the Saint Empire. The people are absolutely awestruck by the appearance of the envoy of God. The saintess looks on in reverence. Elle announces she has a message from God for everyone. The witch hunt quest details suddenly change. Dex and Satan are eager to see what happened, but when they read the new details, they are both left in total shock. Dex sweats and asks if this is for real. Elle floats back and looking super proud of herself like she just saved the world. She says the young sheep actually listened to her request and granted some mercy. But when Dex checks the actual numbers, he realizes the math isn't mathing at all. The villain count dropped from 50 million to 49,999,900. Bro literally only saved 100 people out of 50 million. Dex realizes he got absolutely scammed in broad daylight on this deal. He paid 1,500 plausibility for a discount that's basically a rounding error. Elle acts all innocent and asks if that isn't a great act of mercy for the masses. Satan finally loses his mind and calls her a damned chicken brat. He's ready to throw hands and fight her right then and there. Elle just taunts him for crashing out after she mediated the whole situation. Satan is screaming that this isn't mediation, it's a total daylight robbery. Dex sighs and wonders which crazy developer actually designed this game's angel. But then Dex realizes that materialization is actually possible in this world. He notes that not all 1,500 plausibility was a total waste of resources. He gets a wicked idea and turns to Satan with a villainous grin. He asks if Satan wants to actually help the evil camp for once. He claims he has a foolproof method for making things interesting. Satan looks at him with deep suspicion like he knows he's about to be used. Meanwhile, up in the snowy mountains, the top-ranked black mage is officially cornered. The Holy Camp players are screaming that they finally caught the rat in their trap. They tell her to just give up and accept the fact that she's folded. The black mage is panting and her mana bar is looking dangerously empty. She wasted way too much MP in the long battle and can only cast 1 or 2 more spells. She knows the death penalty gets worse every time she PKs these scrubs, but if she doesn't fight back right now, she is going to be absolutely cooked. The Holy Camp players are getting greedy thinking about the reward for killing a rank 1. They agree to split the loot and charge in like hungry wolves for the kill. Our girl is sweating bullets, realizing she is totally cornered and out of options. A massive attack flies right at her face and it looks like game over, but suddenly Satan casually blocks the entire blast with a single finger. He looks absolutely bored by the effort, like he's swatting a fly. The black mage is stunned into silence by the sheer power gap on display. The attackers are confused, asking what kind of skill just blocked their ultimate. One guy identifies it as a demon, but another idiot calls it just a low-level imp. Satan's eye starts twitching in pure rage at the absolute disrespect. A pink energy sphere materializes out of nowhere and the air starts vibrating. The players are confused for a split second before the world explodes. A massive pink explosion obliterates their entire formation in an instant. Satan is screaming at them for calling him an imp while he unleashes literal hell. The players are freaking out, asking if this is the black mage's hidden weapon. They can't believe a summoned creature has this much illegal DPS. The black mage is completely speechless as she watches the massacre. Satan stands in front of a giant purple demon avatar and literally yawns in their faces. He casually asks if she is that black flame dragon of darkness or whatever her name was. The black mage is shocked that a random NPC actually knows her cringe title. She realizes this guy feels totally different from any regular mob she's ever seen. System messages start spamming her screen like it's being hacked. The screen says she has met the oldest darkness. This is a major turning point in the witch hunt quest and things just got real. The black mage is terrified, realizing exactly who this entity actually is. Satan tells her to stay put while he handles these small fries by himself. He says he'll get rid of the chicken wings and the rest of the trash in the area. He starts charging up energy and complaining that this is a waste of probability. The players are still yelling that they can win if they just defeat the summoner. They unleash a massive combined skill, hoping to finish the black mage once and for all. Satan just sighs and asks if they really think he's just a summoned creature. He calls them absolute trash and prepares to end the debate forever. The players are absolutely speechless as their combined ultimate attack just evaporates. The old man in the group screams in disbelief that all their damage just vanished. They are finally realizing that they aren't fighting a player, they are fighting a literal god. Satan's red eye glows menacingly as he prepares his counter-strike. System windows start flashing red all over the place like a total emergency. An aura of corruption starts enveloping the players like a dark fog. Their holy power tries to resist, but it fails instantly against his aura. They are all afflicted with a status abnormality called corruption and they are panicking. The players realize they can't use their holy skills anymore and it's game over. The old man screams that he has never even heard of such a broken debuff. Satan issues a simple command that seals their fate. All the corrupted must die. The purple energy explodes outward and obliterates the entire party in a heartbeat. Satan is just picking his nose, looking completely bored by the massacre. He complains that he actually expected a bit more of a fight from these heroes. He notes that his master is the only human who can actually communicate with him properly. The black mage bows deeply and thanks the great oldest darkness for the carry. Satan is confused and asks who she is and why she is flattering him so hard. She explains that choosing the black mage class and not knowing him would be a crime. She reveals she knows he is Satan, the monarch of darkness, and she's a huge fan. Satan's ego instantly inflates and he starts clearing his throat in pride. He asks if she is supposed to be the strongest black mage adventurer. She confirms it but humbly says her power is nothing compared to his absolute aura. Satan roasts her for being so pathetic and flimsy for a top-ranked player. He complains that this is why the evil camp always gets destroyed by the chicken wing bastards. The black mage apologizes profusely and asks if she needs to go grind her stats. But Satan tells her to listen closely because he has a special mission for her. He commands her to join him and do something interesting with the world. She's confused and asks what he means by becoming his partner in crime. Satan addresses her by her full title and makes it official. He declares that from now on she shall become the literal symbol of evil. She just stares in shock at her new title as the screen fades to black. The scene opens with a flashback to the ancient past, introducing Lich Argamer, a black mage who sold his soul for eternal life and once drowned the continent in blood. A blinding flash of holy light pierces through the darkness as a sword strikes him down. A priestess of the Holy Saint Maria declares that he has committed an unforgivable sin and must atone through death. As his body crumbles, Argamer screams in humiliation, vowing to return one day and repay the debt. Cut to the present day, deep within the fiery depths of hell, Argamer is now a shackled prisoner bound by chains and magical seals. He rants about his bitterness, unable to fulfill his ambitions and forced to spend eternity feeling powerless. He cries out, wishing for just one chance to return. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, dog bones." Argamer is startled to see Lord Satan, the monarch of chaos, standing before him. Argamer immediately bows, greeting his eminence, but Satan cuts through the formalities, telling him to cut the bullshit. Satan proposes a project. Argamer's eye socket flares with excitement, assuming they are finally planning the downfall of the Holy Empire. He eagerly pledges his loyalty, ready to drag them to hell. Satan, however, shuts him down immediately. "Are you crazy?" he asks, choking Argamer with dark energy. He asks if Argamer knows how much plausibility it costs just to bring him back to Arcadia, calling him an idiotic bony bastard for trying to make him go broke. Argamer, terrified, asks what is needed of him. He notices Satan seems more authoritative and bothered than usual. Satan explains the real plan. It's a suitable performance. Argamer is to borrow a human's body, put on a show, and then obediently return to hell. He warns Argamer strictly, if he tries to escalate things to get revenge on the heavenly realm, he will really die, not by Satan's hands, but by a demon even worse than him. Argamer is left shivering, wondering who could be worse than the Demon King. The scene shifts to the snowy peaks of Arcadia. Dex is waiting with the Angel L, yawning and complaining that Tan Satan is running late. Below them, a massive purple magic circle activates. The black flame dragon of darkness stands ready as the summoning begins. Jihai feels an incredible surge of magic power coursing through her body. She wonders just what is happening as purple energy engulfs her. Satan points at her, telling her he is placing a big bet on her. He demands she match their expectations. The spectral form of Lich Argamer rises behind her, trusting in her. System windows flood her vision instantly. She has absorbed Lich Argamer's essence. Her job changes to the hidden class Maestro of Death. The job bonus reveals that Argamer will descend through her. The linked quest which Hunt undergoes a massive change. The win conditions are now extreme. The evil camp must eliminate the Pope and occupy the Maroon Kingdom. Jihai realizes the sheer scale of the mess her master is planning. Her equipment transforms into dark, legendary gear. Her stats drastically increase to insane levels. She stares at the numbers in disbelief. Her intelligence stat is nearly 6,000. She realizes that with these abilities, can finally reach rank 1 in the entire server. Satan snaps her out of her daze, calling her a loser. She instantly apologizes, terrified of him. Satan dismisses her fear and hands her a scroll. He tells her to prepare to recite the words written on it. Jihai is shocked by the script she is given. Satan holds up a recording orb and yells action. The scene shifts to Dex watching the game forums on his computer. He observes that the situation has descended into total chaos. It is becoming difficult to tell who the actual evil camp is. The Witch Hunt quest has created a bounty system. Holy players are recruiting parties specifically to hunt down and stab Dark Knights. They are treating the evil camp members like walking bounties. Players are celebrating the gold and contribution points they earn from raiding high-rank thieves. The atmosphere is overheating as everyone tries to get a piece of the action. Meanwhile, the evil camp users are flooding the forums with complaints. They are getting attacked the moment they log in just for choosing the wrong job. Some are threatening to protest at the head office or demanding refunds. Dex realizes that what is needed right now is a hero to stir the pot even more. He looks at the video Tan filmed, impressed that the demon did a better job than expected. He decides it is time to slowly get started with his masterpiece. He clicks the mouse and uploads the video titled Evil. The video begins with an announcement on behalf of the entire evil camp. Jihai appears on screen, speaking to everyone stigmatized as dirty and disgusting. She declares that the evil camp members are dying unfairly and the balance has collapsed. She calls out to all black mages, dark knights, thieves, and assassins of Arcadia. She urges them to gather their strength and end the absurd massacre. She reveals her true identity as the Lich Argamer, commander of Death's Legion. She commands all who wish to resist the wicked Holy Empire to gather in the Maroon Kingdom. The scene shifts to the Maroon Empire Mikhail barony. Baroness Mikhail stands on the castle wall looking absolutely terrified for her life. She sees a massive sea of purple monsters marching toward her city like a literal apocalypse. She's screaming and wondering what the hell is going on with all these high-level mobs. Suddenly, Dex pops up riding a giant skeleton and waving casually like he's just visiting a friend. He yells a friendly hello to the Baroness like a total menace. He asks how she has been and says he just came by to say hi to his favorite boss. The Baroness is completely stunned to see our boy leading an entire undead army. She stammers his name in total disbelief as her world falls apart. Inside the castle, skeletons are just wandering around the halls making gross noises and scaring the locals. The Baroness confronts Dex in her office and demands to know what the hell he's doing. Dex is just sitting there calmly drinking tea like he's at a 5-star resort. He claims he is just traveling and passing through the area. The Baroness loses her mind and asks how he can say that after dragging an entire graveyard with him. Dex explains that he brought the army to protect the territory from the big battle happening between the players. He says he doesn't want to lose any of his precious sources of profit, which is such a flex. The Baroness realizes what is happening because she got a letter from Count Brocken earlier. She finally connects the dots about the leader who commanded the undead army to victory. She realizes Dex is the one who actually folded Duke Burhan and took his head. Suddenly, she starts praising him and claiming she has a great eye for talent. She calls him truly incredible and starts glazing him like a pro. Dex acts humble and says he didn't do anything worthy of compliments like a modest king. The Baroness gets angry and asks what he is even talking about. She rants that Duke Burhan was an insect-like bastard who was basically extorting the citizens. She says the bribes he took could have fed the whole kingdom for years. She even reveals the Duke was planning a literal revolt against the kingdom. She declares that anyone who punished such a heinous official deserves all the respect. She tells Dex that he is a hero to both her and the entire Maroon Kingdom. Dex immediately pivots and mentions that her payment deposits have been a little late lately. The Baroness panics and gasps like she's about to be executed. She stammers that she has just been overworked lately and starts apologizing profusely. She literally begs him to let her live as if he's a final boss. Dex just smirks and asks if she should really be saying that to her hero. Meanwhile, over at the Arcadia Korean branch headquarters, things are heating up. CEO Lee Myeon is monitoring the entire situation from her capsule like a puppet master. She notes that the witch hunt quest caused users from 2 continents to finally crash into each other. She admits this is an emergency situation the headquarters did not actually see coming, but she decides they have no reason or right to stop the absolute chaos. She calls it a cool event that demonstrates the unlimited freedom of Arcadia. Lee Myeon knows she can't just ignore this mess for her future plans, though. She decides to minimize the damage instead of trying to cover it up. She summons her AI assistant Alice into the digital space to make some moves. She orders the balance to be adjusted for the linked quest immediately. She commands that the evil camp be completely exempt from all death penalties. The system authorizes the decision instantly, and the death penalty for evil camp users is officially deactivated. This truth causes absolute turmoil and madness on the entire battlefield. Evil camp players who were previously terrified of losing progress start fighting like absolute crackheads. They realize that even if they die, they just respawn and can keep the smoke going. They start swarming the Holy Knights like a literal zombie apocalypse. They vow to follow them to hell until they get bored of winning. But the Holy Camp players refuse to just stand there and get folded. They organize backup forces and start supporting each other strategically like a real army. Their lack of numbers forces them to create a solid system of solidarity to survive. Everything falls into a terrifying new balance where the war never stops. The result is never-ending battles that continue 24/7 without a break. The Festival of Blood has officially begun in the Maroon Kingdom, and it's a total bloodbath. Dex sits on a rooftop watching the absolute chaos unfold with a smirk. He receives a notification that he earned over 63,000 plausibility from the carnage. He even acquires the title Shady Schemer for his role in the conflict. He admits he didn't expect the fight to become this fierce so quickly. He realizes the game company removing the penalty played a huge role in the madness. He reflects on the Baroness calling him a hero earlier that day. He questions if he even has the right to hear that after executing such a destructive plan. He acknowledges that Arcadia is honestly an annoyingly well-made game for letting this happen. Suddenly, Satan starts screaming his head off about his lost plausibility. He whines that he worked like a dog to earn it and Dex used it like it was nothing. Dex tells him to stop complaining since he technically agreed to the terms. Satan yells about how much it cost to bring Argamer into the world and how expensive it was. Dex retorts that he used all of his own plausibility too, so they're both broke. He justifies the expense by saying it reduced the harm to the evil camp and kept the plan moving. Elle tells Yeung not to worry about what that bat is yapping about. She explains that demons are the type of species that say one thing and mean another. Yeung points out that it is probably bad for an angel to be saying sh*t in public. Elle just ignores that, and Yeung asks if she will finally help him as promised. Elle is super pumped to punish that cruel lich and offers to provide all the plausibility needed. She activates the Divine Descent skill with a massive burst of golden light. A character selection screen appears showing Kadiel, the Knight of Adversity. Elle is confident that with this strength they can definitely punish the Lich and end this. Yeung questions if that bunch of bones is actually weak enough to lose to just any guy. Satan starts screaming in absolute terror, realizing who that character actually is. He realizes it is the owner of the holy sword that defeated Argamer in the first place. A heavenly existence enters the player's body as golden energy erupts everywhere. Satan complains about how excessive the power is just to catch one single lich. He recognizes one of the 5 holy swords, the End of Eternity, and he's shook. Elle says she invested a bit just to be sure and that she is different from someone who is cheap. She declares she would make any sacrifice to get rid of the damned demon breed once and for all. Satan is left completely speechless by her intensity and aura. The system calculates the contribution points and notes that the bigger the incident, the more plausibility is earned. Yeung holds the glowing sword and realizes it is best to raise the stakes as high as possible for maximum profit. He decides that if there are no stakes, he will just create them himself like a true menace. He smiles and declares that he is neither good nor evil in this war. He is just a total troll. He raises the sword to punish the cruel Lich and start the next phase of his insane plan. Maroon Kingdom capital fortress is under siege and things are looking absolutely cooked as night falls. A guard rushes in to inform the prince that the evil forces have finally arrived at their doorstep. The prince is sitting on the throne looking absolutely panicked and out of his league. He's literally screaming and asking what he's supposed to do even if his father were healthy. An advisor desperately suggests they just dip and escape the capital immediately. He proposes fleeing to the Holy Empire to preserve the king's body and reclaim the capital later. But the prince is acting like a hero and gets outraged at the suggestion. He yells and asks if they really think he would abandon the citizens and run away like a coward. He questions if his imperial father would ever forgive such a pathetic display of cowardice. The advisor switches up fast and starts glazing him instead. He points out that a huge number of adventurers are currently defending the fortress. He claims that with their help they can definitely stop the forces of evil from winning. The prince clings to this hope like it's a literal lifeline. He realizes that these adventurers just respawn even if they die, so they are infinite meat shields. He decides to trust the players and fight together for the kingdom. Suddenly, purple energy starts erupting inside the throne room like the server is glitching. A guard runs in screaming that things just got real and there is big trouble. The prince is shaking and demands to know what the hell is happening to his castle. The guard stammers that outside there are literally too many enemies to count. A massive army of undead and a giant skeletal warrior are looming right outside the gates. And standing at the forefront of this nightmare is the black flame dragon of darkness herself. The prince is screaming in absolute terror because he knows he's finished. The system window shows the witch hunt quest progress is almost at the finish line. The Holy Camp has already judged over 48 million villains in this bloodbath. Jihai realizes the situation is looking a bit more sketch than she expected. She calculates that at this rate, they might actually lose if 50 million people die before they reach the king. She realizes this is happening because the Holy Camp players are diving in with zero fear of the death penalty. Bro, some players have died more than 1,000 times just to kill a single priest for the points. But Jihai just smiles because she thinks this is the perfect penalty to test her actual strength. The dark energy starts swirling violently around them like a literal hurricane. A massive surge of power erupts from the ground and the pressure is insane. The soldiers are gulping in terror as the killing intent hits them like a truck. Jihai asks Argamer if he's ready to cause some real chaos. The ancient Lich confirms that he is always ready for a massacre. He activates the Deathfield skill and the entire vibe changes. The undead army begins to march forward into the terrified city. It is officially a Dark Night festival of death and nobody is invited. Soul necromancy is cast upon the battlefield and things get spooky. Jihai raises her hand to command the Legion like a true final boss. Dark energy engulfs her form as she hits her peak state. Argamer is actually impressed by how well his contractor is using his strength. He declares that she is basically a one-woman army at this point. He says nobody other than someone with the strength of an apostle can even touch her now, which means this army of mere humans could never hope to block her path. Jihai announces that the siege warfare has officially begun. She orders her forces to move forward and the undead charge. The soldiers are screaming in pure terror as they get overwhelmed by the numbers. Jihai just smiles as she watches the enemy lines shatter into pieces. The scene shifts to the silent castle under the moon as the throne room doors creak open. Jihai walks down the red carpet toward the empty throne looking like she owns the place. She thinks about how pathetic it is that the ruler would just abandon his post and run. Even if they're just NPCs, she can't believe the ruler actually retreated like a fraud. She calls it a total waste of the soldiers who protected the gates with their lives. If it's a ruler like that, then they were honestly useless from the start. She declares that from now on, she's the one making the rules around here. She approaches the throne and reaches out for the ultimate power. She places her hand on the armrest and the room starts to glow. A system message confirms that she has officially taken the Maroon Kingdom's throne. The throne recognizes her as its new owner and the country is hers. The system announces that the Maroon Kingdom has been completely occupied by the evil camp. They've officially completed the winning conditions and the witch hunt is over. The evil camp takes the W and the server is in total shock. But hold up, the death penalty has just been reactivated for everyone, so players need to stop acting reckless. Jihai obtains the legendary title owner of the Golden Throne. She has gained full sovereignty over the entire Maroon Kingdom. She is literally screaming in absolute excitement because she just conquered a country. This is the first time in the game's history a player has pulled this off. She's already dreaming about how much money she can earn as the top ruler. She's hyped and wondering what she should even do first with all this power. She decides to find the castle's treasury immediately to check the loot. She plans to make everyone pay taxes and then start subjugating other countries for the flex. Suddenly, a voice asks if she's really happy now that she's the ruler. Jihai freezes in total shock like she just saw a ghost. A silhouette walks through the throne room doors, leaving a trail of smashed skeletons behind him. Jihai screams and demands to know who the hell this guy is. Dex steps forward glowing with intense golden holy energy like a literal god. Jihai realizes he's the one who wiped out her entire force at the entrance. She doesn't waste a second and fires a curse arrow straight at his face. But Dex casually dodges it using Adlinen's footsteps like it was nothing. He clashes with her and she realizes he is incredibly strong despite being a literal nobody in the rankings. She notes his speed and skill and realizes this dude is an absolute monster. Dex just smirks and asks if she has had enough fun playing queen for one day. He tells her she's gained enough power to mess with the balance and should be satisfied with the country. He warns her that she even earned a hidden class and if she tries to take more she'll die from her own greed. Jihai is terrified and asks how he knows about the hidden class and who he really is. Dex just asks her if she is really asking him that question right now. He strikes with a massive burst of golden holy power that lights up the whole room. He declares he is a lone shark who came to claim the power he lent her. Argamer's soul inside her is absolutely terrified by this ominous holy pressure. The ancient Lich instantly recognizes the blade in Dex's hand and starts panicking. System windows start spamming the screen as the power level goes off the charts. A great holiness has tied up the player and she can't even move. The end of eternity has chosen her as the target of the trial. Absolute death is being branded onto her soul as we speak. Argamer's soul is in absolute shock that this sword even exists. Jihai is screaming and wondering what the hell is happening to her character. Dex looks down at the terrified Lich and casually calls him the whatever of darkness like he's just another trash mob. Dex isn't giving her a single second to breathe as he presses the attack with that golden blade. He knows that staying in her face is the only way to stop her from casting those annoying skills. Our boy is internally patting himself on the back for not switching to a squishy necromancer class earlier. Jihai starts losing it and screaming that he shouldn't even make her laugh right now. She thinks she's untouchable because she's ranked number 1 and got that personal buff from the demon king Satan. She unleashes a massive wave of dark energy that looks like it could swallow the whole room. But Dex, he just casually blocks the entire blast with one hand like it's a total joke. He literally turns to Tan and asks if he heard the nonsense this girl just said. He points out that her being chosen by Satan has absolutely zero to do with him or his plans. Inside Jihai's mind, the ancient Lich Argamer is absolutely crashing out and losing his mind. He recognizes that sword as the end of eternity, the same legendary blade that packed him up in the past. He realizes the heavens are personally interfering in his business and he is not about that life. He remembers Satan's warning and starts screaming at his contractor to escape while she still can. He yells that they cannot face this opponent no matter what the cost might be. Jihai is just standing there confused and asking what the hell he's even talking about. She reminds him that he was the one who said only an apostle could defeat them in their peak state. She protests that they haven't even started fighting for real yet and she's not backing down. Dex doesn't wait for her to finish her monologue and activates Adlinen's footsteps to close the gap. Jihai panics and screams for a death field summon to save her skin. Suddenly, a massive army of skeletal knights rises from the ground to jump our boy. Dex just stands before the entire army and lets out a long, disappointed sigh. He tells her he really wanted to end things the easy way, but she just isn't helping her case. The system activates the divine authority of the Sword of Mortality and things get real. Anti-demonic energy starts coding the blade like a literal cheat code for the holy camp. His attack power jumps by 80% against anyone with the evil attribute. And to make it worse, those with the evil tag lose every bit of their defense and magic resistance instantly. Dex brings that massive holy sword down upon the helpless undead like he's cutting through paper. Dex swings the golden sword with a terrifying force that lights up the entire fortress. The holy light explodes outward and obliterates the high-ranked undead in a single frame. Jihai is screaming that this makes absolutely zero sense for a regular player. She can't believe the light alone was enough to annihilate her most powerful monsters. She's desperate now, demanding to know what that sword is and where the hell he got it from. Dex just grins like a total maniac and casually claims he just borrowed it from a friend. Jihai is shocked and asks who would even lend out a legendary weapon like that. Dex smirks and says it was from a very scary person who loves screwing over the demon breed. A massive angelic silhouette looms behind him as he speaks, making him look like a literal god. The clash sends a massive beam of light shooting straight into the clouds above the fortress. Every player outside is stunned by the pillar of light and wondering what kind of raid boss is inside. They spot the black flame dragon of darkness through the windows and wonder who she's fighting. Jihai panics and tries to summon a massive high demon to crush Dex into the floor. But Dex just smiles and activates Silence of the Shadow without missing a beat. The demon is instantly obliterated by a dark shadowy force before it can even roar. The system announces that the Death Knight is resting eternally and can never be resummoned again. Jihai is horrified, realizing this weapon is literally deleting her character's abilities. She screams that she won't lose and tries to swarm him with a horde of skeleton warriors as a last resort. Dex just smiles because he knows his sword skill is continuous and he's not done yet. The anti-demonic energy instantly responds to the new batch of summoned skeletons. The system announces the skeletons shall rest eternally and the resummoning is completely blocked. Jihai is absolutely horrified, realizing the sword seals all of her summoning magic forever. She finally realizes that this dude is not just another strong enemy she has to fold. He is her absolute natural enemy and the counter to her entire build. Dex casually calls her a whatever of darkness and says he's going to end this slowly for her. Inside her mind, the ancient Lich is trembling in pure fear like a coward. He keeps screaming at his contractor to escape immediately before it's too late. Dex activates the Mortal Judgment skill and the room turns pure gold. A massive golden cross of light crashes down upon her and the pressure is insane. The great holiness starts encroaching upon her body and burning her from the inside out. The Lich's soul is screaming in absolute agony as it gets cooked by the holy aura. The system flashes a fatal damage warning across the screen and it's looking grim. Jihai is officially in the state of dying and she's completely broken. She begs to know why he's doing this to her when she's already a top ranker. She screams that the witch hunt quest already ended, so there's no point in killing her now. She thinks there is nothing left for him to benefit from in this war. But the system shows that the Maroon Kingdom occupation is already 100% complete. Dex smiles wickedly and reveals that he actually waited on purpose for her to finish. He waited until the evil camp secured the victory before he made his move. He explains that she needed to die right after occupying the kingdom for his plan to work. It is the final puzzle piece for his master plan to take over the entire server. He tells her not to hate him too much for using her like a tool. He claims that both the holy and evil camps will be way happier once she's gone. Jihai stares in total devastation as her grand conquest crumbles before her eyes. The ancient Lich is left completely speechless by the absolute betrayal of his master. Jihai screams out in shock as she realizes Dex is the same guy who borrowed her strength before. Dex swings the golden sword one last time and declares it is officially judgment time. The blade crashes down and the system announces that absolute death and judgment time are overlapping. A synergy effect activates, giving an irrecoverable scar to Argamer's soul that can't be healed. The contract with Hell is forcefully destroyed by the holy power of the blade. Lich Argamer is officially bone extinct and deleted from the game files. The ancient Lich screams in agony and anger at dying so suddenly for the second time. His essence is destroyed and Dex obtains the legendary title Noble Judge. Dex tells her not to feel wrong because the match was decided before it even started. He says it is her own loss for being drunk on power and acting like a main character. Jihai is furious, but she finally admits that she really lost this round. However, she smiles and says the whole ride was still quite enjoyable for her. She fades away into particles of light and is sent back to the respawn screen. Dex sighs in relief as the divine descent finally ends and his power fades. The system confirms that Lich Argamer will eternally rest and the holy camp technically won. Dex looks at the windows and wonders how the game company will even resolve this mess. A contradiction has occurred in the system. It turns out both camps have fulfilled the winning conditions at the exact same time. This server is officially broken. Alice is hitting the emergency panic button and triggering a pattern red alert. She's out here analyzing this chaotic mess in real time like her life depends on it. The balance scale is tipping like crazy with the holy camp at 94% and the evil camp at 50%. The system is frantically searching for a way out of this nightmare scenario. It finally finds scenario number 43923. An emergency patch initializes instantly and the server is about to change forever. The code is rewriting the entire world of Arcadia as we speak. It's official, both camps are being locked in as winners of the Great War. A global announcement drops and the world hears the words. It's an absolute tie. The players are literally scratching their heads in total confusion at this result. The rewards are getting modified and split equally between the factions like a participation trophy. But the Holy Camp players still get that extra loot based on their contribution points. The drop rate for Holy Camp hidden jobs is officially skyrocketing. The community is losing its collective mind thinking they just hit the ultimate jackpot. Meanwhile, the system confirms the Black Flame Dragon has officially occupied the Maroon Kingdom. An unconditional peace treaty falls over the territory and the fighting stops. But here's the scary part, terrifying creatures from hell are now just chilling in the kingdom. No nation can declare war on them for a whole year, giving the villains a safe haven. The evil forces finally have a permanent base of operations to plot their next move. Players are shook seeing demons just roaming around like regular NPCs after the war. The witch hunt quest is officially over and the hype is settling down. Normal laws are back in place and random PK is a one-way ticket to jail again. Pope Emin realizes the true era of chaos has only just begun for the world. Utter chaos is rising across the server and nobody knows what to do. This is definitely not the balance the devs had in mind when they made the game. And it's all because of one absolute menace pulling the strings behind the scenes. The developers are staring at their monitors in total disbelief at the state of their game. They're wondering which crazy bastard actually picked the Bard of Anarchy class. Dex just triggered a historical achievement for literally changing the world's history. The evil forces got a massive buff and the equilibrium is perfectly restored by force. He obtains the legendary title Composer of Neutrality for his hard work. He bags a massive 210,000 plausibility points in one go. Dex is sitting on that throne looking incredibly smug and satisfied with himself. He realizes that wreaking total havoc was definitely the play of the century. He's honestly wondering what the game creator actually wants from a guy like him. Everything went exactly according to his master plan for world domination. He doesn't even care that he accidentally leaked his identity to a few users. The massive plausibility payout makes any risk totally worth it in the end. True chaos has finally found its home in this world, and Dex is the landlord. He is absolutely hyped to see what kind of mess happens next. Mission 2 is officially finished and the rewards are still coming in. A special condition is achieved for the hidden Bard of Anarchy class. The system calculates his insane contribution for judging 49 million villains. He occupied a whole kingdom and deleted Lich Argamer from the game files. A special ability is granted to him as a reward for causing absolute chaos. He receives the Grant Plausibility skill and things are about to get weird. He can now spend his points on objects to completely rewrite their karma and stats. Dex thinks the explanation is a bit unfriendly, but he's ready to test it out anyway. He pulls out a basic rusty steel sword from his inventory like a total noob. Satan and Elle are totally confused why he's holding literal trash in his hand. Dex activates the skill on the rusty blade and the air starts to vibrate. A blinding light explodes as the system analyzes the sword's bloody history. The cost is 9,000 plausibility, which is a pretty steep price for some junk. But he confirms the transaction anyway because he's curious about the results. The sword settings start shaking violently as the code rewrites its existence. It receives a high-ranked class and transforms right before their eyes. The rusty junk is gone and in its place is the Bloodsucker. This new weapon has insane durability and attack power with a built-in berserker skill. It's even got lifesteal and a rampaging effect that kicks in when his health drops. Dex is slightly disappointed the look didn't change much, but the stats are illegal. His summons are absolutely losing their minds over the raw power of this junk. He realizes this beginner weapon is now equal to a level 70 rare item. He's wondering what kind of insane market price this broken gear would fetch. Satan and Elle instantly realize their master is plotting something devious again. Dex pulls out a demonic drill called the Den Destroyer and looks at it with a grin. He's wondering just how much this tool would change if he dropped some points on it. Dex tries to use his new skill on the Den Destroyer to see what happens, but the system instantly rejects it, saying the target has no characteristics to improve. He's confused why it failed on the drill but worked on the rusty sword from earlier. He realizes both items are things he's used for a long time, so that's not the secret. He figures out the key factor is how much the item directly affects the world of Arcadia. Meanwhile, Satan and Elle are still staring at the transformed Bloodsucker in awe. Satan notes the dark red energy looks like the blood of a high-ranked vampire. Dex casually puts the legendary weapon away in his inventory like it's trash. Satan is screaming and asking why he's hiding it when they were still looking. Dex says he has better items and plans to sell this one to the highest bidder anyway. Both summons absolutely lose their minds at the idea of selling a rank 1 weapon. Satan offers to buy it with plausibility at a discounted rate for himself. Elle offers him gold from heaven if he'll just give her a deal on it. Dex declines because he's already swimming in cash from his other income streams. Satan asks if he isn't even curious to see the weapon's true power in a real fight. Dex admits he is definitely curious about the damage it can do. He points out it's the first rank 1 item in the world with stats that ruin the balance. Plus, the level requirement is literally just level 1, which is absolutely broken. He asks them what they think would happen if this hit the auction house right now. Satan and Elle guess it would either cause pure chaos or maybe world peace. Dex just laughs and says they're about to find out together. He lists the Bloodsucker on the auction house, ready to break the game economy for good. Dex is sitting in his first period class feeling absolutely drained like he just pulled an all-nighter. He's wondering if he should just switch to afternoon classes next semester so he can sleep in like a king. Suddenly, Yeung bursts into the room screaming his name and making a total scene. Bro demands to know just what the hell Dex has done this time. Dex is just confused until Yeung shoves a phone in his face. The auction house listing for the Bloodsucker is right there for the whole world to see. And get this, Dex is listed as the actual seller for everyone to know. Yeung is losing his mind over those insane stats in that brand new only 1 rank. He asks if Dex secretly unlocked some broken production class while no one was looking. Dex just gives him a smirk and says he has his ways of getting things done. Yeung keeps pressing him for the secret and promising to keep it quiet. Dex just laughs and asks if the answer isn't already obvious. Meanwhile, the bidding war for the sword is getting absolutely insane. People are literally draining their savings and taking out loans just for a piece of this broken weapon. Guild leaders are offering unlimited financial support just to secure the item for their team. The price skyrockets past 5,000 gold in a matter of seconds. The system actually triggers a circuit break and halts the bidding because the price spike is just too much. The devs at Arcadia HQ are staring at their screens in total confusion and panic. They realize the only 1 rank doesn't even exist in their actual code. They think it's a massive bug and withdraw the item immediately to save the game. The item might be gone, but the legend of Seller Dex has officially begun. Players across the entire server are yapping about the mysterious genius gamer who just broke the economy. Some recognize the name Dex from his legendary runs in other games back in the day. Others just see him as a mysterious new threat to their ranking status. A pink-haired girl sees the listing and realizes her old enemy has finally arrived on the scene. She remembers Dex as the undefeated recluse who used to destroy pro gamers for fun. Back at headquarters, a developer stares at the sword image and realizes something terrifying. The sword looks exactly like the one the beginner killer held in that viral video from before. The pieces are finally starting to connect and the truth is coming out. The manager realizes there was no way to find the P-Cur or the producer back then. He knows it's basically impossible for there to be more than one of these monster characters. He stares at the name User Dex like he's looking at a ghost. An item with a record bidding price of 5,000 gold is just unheard of. Of course they would want to withdraw it and investigate the source. They decide to use the situation as bait to force Dex to reveal himself to management. The manager clenches his fist and calls Dex a beast who just fell right into their trap. Dex sees the notification that the bidding has been suspended and he's not even surprised. He is told to contact customer service like he's some kind of commoner. He wonders if it's because the item's abilities seemed fraudulent to the system. He admits he expected them to get involved, but maybe not this directly. Satan is absolutely furious and screaming that the management are total thieves. He yells about how much plausibility that item was actually worth in the real world. Elle offers to help him get it back for a small discount, of course. Dex just laughs and says it's honestly fine with him. He tells them he can just make something similar and sell it whenever he wants. He realizes the game company clearly considers him a massive eyesore. He analyzes the situation and realizes they currently have no way of finding out anything about his real life. He uploaded the item and exposed his nickname, but that's where the trail ends. If he had created a situation management wanted, the item would have sold without a problem. But they chose the nuclear option and forcefully withdrew it. He realizes that even if they know his nickname, they have no idea who he is or where he lives. They can't track him down inside the game and they can't take any forced actions against him. This is the true power of the hidden Bard of Anarchy class. It gives him the right to cause chaos while making management unable to act recklessly. He smiles and says he'd really like to meet the crazy human who actually made this career path. He confirms that his identity is safe through this little test of his. He puts on his red glove and asks if he should wreak even greater havoc from now on. Back at the headquarters, the manager looks absolutely stressed out and probably needs a vacation. The office is buzzing with gossip about the executive director looking absolutely wrecked. Bro has been working non-stop for a week straight without even going home once. He isn't acting like a middle schooler waiting for a text from his crush. He is muttering one name over and over like a literal mantra, Dex. The management team is finally realizing that a single user is behind the broken items and the witch hunt chaos. These aren't events the executive team actually planned for the game. They've just been swayed by the chaos without grasping the situation properly. Director Kwon is sweating bullets and pleading with President Lee Myeon for decision. Myeon asks him if he can actually tell the future. Kwon is confused and says they aren't exactly fortune tellers. He admits they can't predict every single move a user might make. Myeon smiles and says she feels wrong just suffering like this at the hands of one player. She declares that it is finally time to get him. She asks Kwon if he remembers that secret plan they had from before. Kwon goes pale as a ghost, realizing exactly what she's talking about. He stammers in terror, but Myeon just orders him to execute the plan immediately. A massive announcement drops for every player on the Arcadia Korean server. It's the bamboo spear competition, and it sounds absolutely ridiculous. It's the first official PvP event where everyone gets a one-hit kill and everyone is fair game. Dex sees the notification and is completely confused by the pure absurdity of it all. Dex checks the community boards and sees that a level 120 boss just got absolutely folded. He realizes the users are advancing way faster than he ever expected. Players surpassing level 100 are finally emerging from the shadows. Now that they can battle in servers from other countries, the leveling speed is absolutely skyrocketing. Dex knows this is bad news for his secret plans. He cannot benefit from the standard level system, so he's going to face more losses as time goes on. The exact situation he was worried about has officially begun, but Bro just leans back in his chair and stretches like he hasn't a care in the world. He knows he can just use his plausibility credit card to buy broken skills if anyone tries to come for him. He decides it's time to let loose because the new event is finally starting. The bamboo spear competition is announced and the forums are losing their collective minds. Some players think it's a total lie while others are hyping it up as a gaming revolution. The rules are simple, brutal, and honestly kind of hilarious. It's a massive PvP battle royale where you can only deal damage using a bamboo spear. Last person standing takes the crown and gets that sweet chicken dinner. Dex analyzes the mechanics and realizes you can use skills, but only the spear actually kills. The damage is based on stamina instead of level, so even a total noob has a chance to win. He instantly realizes this event popping up right now is definitely a developer trap to locate him. But the rewards are just way too good for a menace like him to pass up. The last survivor gets to loot one item from every single user they killed in the match. Dex grins and says it would be rude not to accept such a generous invitation. He logs into the PUBG War Ground server to show them how it's done. 1 week later, the event map Fantastic Island is lit up with fireworks and hype. Players are gossiping about a certain nameless menace who just entered the arena. They say Dex has been absolutely chopping people up all week long like a chef. Bro is basically undefeated when it comes to battle royale games. A massive group of players even tried to 1 versus 99 him and still got absolutely cooked. The players are already calling Dex the literal god of war in PvP. They say he is a real monster on the battlefield and nobody is safe. Dex overhears this and starts wondering if he accidentally messed around too much. He realizes that players in these competitive games never really change. It's been 2 years since he quit the pro scene, but they still stick to him like stalkers. He just wanted to stretch his fingers, but he ended up causing a massive commotion. He looks around the Fantastic Island map and is actually pretty impressed. He wasn't expecting much from a seasonal event map, but this place is incredible. You can eat whatever you want without gaining weight and travel instantly without wasting time. He realizes VR is so innovative that real-world travel agencies might actually go bankrupt. Suddenly, he feels a weird disorientation and starts coughing. Tan and Elle appear out of nowhere looking absolutely furious with their master. Tan screams that Dex shouldn't travel to another dimension without telling them first. Dex just asks who cares since they ended up finding him anyway. Tan yells about how many dimensions they had to tear apart just trying to find his aura. Elle asks where they are, and Tan notes it's strange they didn't know this dimension existed. Suddenly, a green-haired woman approaches and asks if he has a hidden class. Dex is totally shocked by the random question from a complete stranger. The woman just smiles at his reaction and says she knew she was right. Dex asks how she could possibly know, and she just plays innocent. She explains that anyone would notice 2 powerful entities shredding space to find him. Dex realizes with horror that she can actually see Tan and Elle clearly. She says she can't see them perfectly, but senses an incredible power coming from them. She deduces right then and there that he has a summoning-type hidden class. Dex realizes his cards have been exposed to a stranger right before the big PvP. He knows he needs to create some distance before any more info leaks out. Suddenly, other players spot the woman and recognize her as the Starlight Witch. She is the number 2 ranker in the entire game and a literal celebrity. They start whispering and wondering who the mysterious guy talking to her is. Dex clicks his tongue, realizing he was a second too late to slip away quietly. Stella apologizes for making him garner unwanted attention but claims she was just curious. She introduces herself as Stella, the hidden class magician known as the Starlight Witch. She reveals that with her eyes of truth, she saw entities that most people can't even perceive. She deduces that he is a very strong person hiding in secret for some reason. She promises not to probe any further if he doesn't want to get exposed to the public. Dex thanks her and realizes this encounter is already gaining popularity on the forums. Suddenly, a swarm of fans surround Stella asking for photos and if she's playing. Stella tells Dex to take this golden opportunity to leave before he gets swarmed too. She says she will watch the competition with high expectations for his plays. Dex wonders what that weird female human was actually all about. Tan just spits on the ground, annoyed that a human saw through their cognition barrier. Dex realizes she's going to be annoying and they will definitely meet once the event starts. He wonders if he has been marked by a top ranker from the very beginning. Things might not go so smoothly this time around for our boy. A cute goblin NPC announces that round 1 of the bamboo spear competition is starting. A simple bamboo spear appears in Dex's hand out of thin air. The system explains it's enshrouded with energy representing equality for all players. Anyone stabbed directly dies immediately because it ignores all defensive power. Dex smiles wildly, realizing it is finally time to break the game again. He says his body is itching to fight for the first time in a long, long time. The goblin NPC screams for gold and smashes the ground with a massive pink mallet. The entire map instantly transforms from a carnival into a dark bamboo forest. Players are confused as the environment shifts around them. Everyone receives the bamboo spear, a weapon that ignores defense and kills in 1 hit. Dex realizes just how broken this item is. The NPC announces over 3 million participants are in this survival game. The rule is simple: kill each other until only 1,000 people remain. Total chaos erupts instantly as everyone starts stabbing each other. A player tries to organize a defense but gets deleted immediately. A low-level player named Ing Chicken manages to kill rank 19. He celebrates his massive upset victory. But karma is instant and he gets stabbed in the back seconds later. Dex watches the bloodbath from a distance and calls everyone pathetic for wasting their energy this early. The goblin laughs maniacally at the chaos. She notes that not everyone here is a loser. High rankers like Cabias and Stella stand calm amidst the bloodbath. Dex watches from the shadows, realizing everyone has lost their minds. He understands why, though. Bamboo Spear gives anyone the power to kill in one blow. It makes sense they can't hold back their desires. Suddenly a player dashes at Dex. He mocks Dex for running away and calls him a newbie. He declares Dex will be his first scapegoat. Dex calmly tells him to hold out his spear. He sighs and simply says above. The attacker looks up confused. A bamboo spear falls from the sky and skewers him instantly. Dex realizes he needs a hiding skill. He asks Tan if he can use Divine Descent on this map. Tan confirms it works anywhere as long as he has plausibility. Dex asks Tan to take care of the person he chose earlier. Tan eagerly accepts the mission. Dex reveals he discovered something while practicing Divine Descent. It can summon not just people, but formless demons and black fog too. It is the optimal use for this event, because physical attacks do absolutely nothing to this guy. An enemy player tries to stab the shadow entity, but the spear passes right through. He is shocked that his bamboo spear didn't work. He thought stabbing someone would end them in one blow. The user in shadow form mocks the attacker, asking if he can't see that he wasn't stabbed. The attacker is absolutely baffled by this broken skill. Dex realizes this event is just like any other battle royale game. Killing enemies is just an extra feature. Survival is the most important thing. He decides to move undetected for now. Tan praises his master's amazing strategy. Tan asks if he is hiding to analyze strong opponents. Dex is confused and says he is just using Divine Descent to enjoy the event. Tan realizes that enjoying the event for Dex means killing everyone so there are no witnesses. Dex confirms that if there are no witnesses, it is the same as going undetected. He declares they will start the massacre secretly and greatly. Meanwhile, a massive magical explosion rocks the forest. A voice calls out that they came to face the attacker, but they have no guts. Stella stands in the center of a magic circle unharmed. She calls the attack trivial and says it is just as she thought. She smiles, realizing there is only one person who can truly satisfy her. A blue-haired woman with glowing eyes laughs maniacally. She declares that she is coming to find her beloved rat. A massive group of players is worshipping the bamboo spear. They call themselves the Bamboo Spear Revolutionaries. They think this broken weapon makes everyone equal. They want to use it to overthrow the high-ranked bastards. They spot Dex and immediately ask him to lead their revolution. Dex is absolutely annoyed by these clowns. The leader orders his army to give the reactionary the bamboo spear treatment. The entire mob charges at him screaming for blood. They stab Dex with multiple spears at once, but the spears just pass right through his shadow form. He is completely unharmed by the assault. The attackers are totally confused about how he survived. The system confirms they literally cannot attack him. His unstable presence passive completely nullifies physical attacks. The leader screams that this is a total cheat. Dex casually replies that it is just a passive effect. Dex decides to show them what a real cheat looks like. He swings his bamboo spear with terrifying speed. He hits 3 or 4 guys in a row without even using a skill. The leader is absolutely losing his mind. He wonders what kind of sync rate Dex has to pull off raw physical attacks like that. Dex just says next and instantly deletes the leader. The leader screams about the game being unbalanced as he gets folded. The entire Bamboo Spear Revolutionary Army is completely annihilated. Dex sighs because everyone just relies on the broken spear. He complains that there are 0 interesting people in this event. Dex realizes that revealing himself at this stage would just be sloppy. He unlocks a wonderful achievement for defeating over 1,000 people with the bamboo spear. He obtains the title Revolutionary of Equality for implementing the spear's meaning to the world. Dex is absolutely annoyed and just wants this event to end. He checks the counter and sees they have finally reached the 2,000s. He realizes the elimination pace has slowed down now that the small fries are gone. He sighs knowing he has to try harder to speed things up on this enormous map. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl screams at him to wait. She screams that she can't stop and they are going to crash into each other. She runs right into his shadow form and he catches her just in time. She is absolutely terrified and asks if he is a ghost. Dex plays it cool and says something like that. He realizes his passive skill is the only reason he didn't get hit. He wonders how a total newbie like her managed to survive this long. Suddenly Stella appears and says they meet again. Dex is confused, but Stella says she felt something was up with him earlier. She realizes the fact that he is still alive means there is something special about him. The system confirms she is the Starlight Witch, the number 2 ranker in the entire game. The pink-haired girl begs Dex for help. Dex puts the pieces together and realizes what is happening. He looks at Stella and coldly asks why he should help her. Dex looks at the terrified girl and asks why he should get involved. He points out she's being chased by the number 2 ranker, a magician. He knows that even if his passive skill blocks the bamboo spear, magic will still hit him. Stella just smiles and says she likes him because he is weird. Dex decides to bail, thinking it is too early to fight a top ranker. Suddenly, a new quest notification pops up. Dex is absolutely shocked by the mission update. He tries to walk away, but a bamboo spear flies toward the girl. Dex sighs and yells fuck as he instinctively moves. He blocks the attack with his own spear. Stella asks what the hell he is doing. Dex yells that he doesn't know, but the game is forcing him to protect her. He screams at the stupid game for controlling his actions. Mission 3 appears, telling him to produce helpers to create chaos. A special emblem appears above the pink-haired girl's head. She is totally confused by the golden spear floating above her. Arcadia feels like a mysterious world that doesn't quite fit a conventional person like Angelina. She feels like she shouldn't be there until a unique NPC witch approaches her. The witch offers to make her a pupil, calling it fate. Inside the library, the witch teaches that expanding one's mind is key to magic. She tells Angelina to look at the vast world and the beautiful starlight and moonlight. Witch was fascinated by the stars and moon and passed her enlightenment down to 2 pupils. Those 2 pupils were the starlight witch Stella and the moonlight magician Angelina. The master gives them each a grimoire before leaving on a long journey. She says that the day the 2 grimoires combine, a great magician will be born who overcomes human limits. But Angelina feels this opportunity might have actually been a curse to her. Back in the present, a golden emblem appears above Angelina's head. Mission 3 updates, telling Dex he needs helpers to create chaos and that emblems will mark those he needs to recruit. Dex is absolutely annoyed that the game is forcing this on him. Stella confronts him, asking if he is joking since he just said he wouldn't intervene. Dex tries to play it off, saying things just ended up like this, and asks her to leave. Stella refuses to budge. Dex smiles menacingly and says he won't have a choice but to eliminate her by force. Stella asks if he really thinks he can just walk away. She instantly casts chain lightning. Dex realizes the attack is too fast to dodge or block. The lightning hits him hard and his stamina plummets. He is hit with a slowdown debuff. Stella doesn't let up and unleashes a full combo. Firebolt. Magic Hold, Entangle, and Wind Cutter all hit at once. She is using instant cast circle magic to end the fight quickly. Angelina screams for him to run away instead of trying to block. A massive magical explosion engulfs Dex. He screams as he takes critical damage and his abilities are diminished. But then a system message flashes: Invincible has been activated. Death is temporarily nullified as long as it isn't a bamboo spear hit. Dex realizes the event rule is actually pretty fair for survival. He falls to one knee pretending to be beaten. Stella is disappointed, thinking he was secretly strong but just fell sloppily. She says goodbye and hopes he won't be upset about dying to her later. Dex just smiles and says there is no need to get upset since it is just an event. Stella thinks he is an interesting person and moves to finish him off. She tries to stab him with the bamboo spear, but a red system window blocks her attack. You cannot attack them. Stella is absolutely shocked by the notification. Dex stands up and reminds her of their promise not to get upset over dying in an event. Stella screams in rage, calling him a cowardly bastard for using tricks. Dex sighs in relief, realizing that without the invincibility effect he would have been absolutely cooked. Angelina is staring at him in total awe. She can't believe he actually managed to beat the second-ranked user Stella. Even she didn't think he could pull off a win. Dex is feeling dizzy from all the debuffs Stella hit him with. Angelina runs up to him asking if he is okay. Dex confirms he is fine, although he almost died. Angelina thanks him profusely for saving her. Dex asks why the second-ranked user was chasing her in the first place. Angelina explains it is a long story but sums it up. Her master left behind items saying if one person got both they would become super strong. Dex realizes Stella went crazy chasing her to kill her and take the items. Angelina confirms that is correct. Dex asks what she plans to do now. He points out her opponent is the second-ranked user and asks how long she can keep running. He asks if she can even hunt properly like this. Angelina admits she isn't sure. Dex asks for her current level and she says 43. Dex thinks that is ambiguous, neither low nor average, but more importantly he notices her gear. He asks if she is wearing the national uniform robe from level 20 and accessories from a level 15 quest. Angelina is surprised he knows and explains she didn't have money while running away. Dex suddenly realizes something. He thinks this might be the perfect chance to test it. He activates Grant Plausibility. He grabs Angelina and demands she give him all of her items. Dex grabs Angelina and demands all her items to test his new skill, Grant Plausibility. Angelina is completely confused and embarrassed but complies, stripping down to her underwear and handing over her basic gear. Dex ignores her state and focuses on the floating equipment, realizing she has used these items for a long time. He activates the skill and a golden light engulfs the gear. The basic items transform into the poverty set, the staff, robe, and shoes of poverty. These new items have insane stats, offering massive boosts to magic damage, casting speed, cooldown reduction, and movement speed based on the magic circle level used. Dex is thrilled because the skill worked perfectly, strengthening the items based on her history of suffering and perseverance with them. Angelina is amazed by her glowing, upgraded gear. Dex explains that the items were strengthened because she rolled around in them so much, calling them ambiguous but useful for the beginning. Angelina thanks him, wondering why he's being so nice to a stranger. When she asks who he is, Dex simply replies, "Your colleague," and sends her a friend request. Angelina is absolutely shocked to see the name Dex and realizes the legendary player is now her friend. She admits she was suspicious before but is now starstruck. Dex tells her not to spill the beans about him, and she eagerly agrees. Tan asks Dex if he is really okay with revealing his identity since he was so secretive before. Dex brushes it off, saying it's fine because after the auction house incident, it's public knowledge he is playing Arcadia anyway. He decides there is no need to hide his nickname from a trustworthy person like Angelina. More importantly, he is considering how he wants to be perceived by others, good or evil. Angelina points out that the first round is ending soon. The survivor counter shows 1,002 people left. Dex notes that only 2 people remain until the final 1,000 are reached out of the original 3 million participants. He remarks that whoever gets eliminated next is hella unlucky. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures appear. Dex identifies them as the people who will be part of the grand finale. Angelina squeaks in fear. The 2 men, a large, muscular one and a smaller one, approach. They mock Dex and Angelina's interesting attire, the poverty set, calling them obvious noobs perfect for hunting. They laugh maniacally, ready to attack. Dex calls them trash and says the timing is perfect. He turns to Angelina and asks if she can do this. Angelina nervously asks if he means hiding well so she isn't a hindrance. Dex clarifies, I meant, examine the performance of your items, kill those 2 on your own. Angelina is absolutely shocked by the command. The 2 enemies charge at them, yelling, how dare you? Angelina quickly equips the Staff of Poverty and the full poverty set. The set effect activates. She casts a basic shield spell. The enemies mock her, calling it cute and asking if she thinks a mere first circle magic shield can block their grand duo. They promise to break it and land an additional blow. Angelina sees her shield breaking and realizes she has no choice but to use the methods Dex taught her. She starts spamming the spell. Shield, shield, shield. Multiple green barriers stack up in front of her. The enemies are confused, shouting, WTF, what's that? As one gets knocked back, Dex watches, noting that while the equipment is ambiguous for high-level monsters, the set effect is the key. The set effect reduces mana consumption by 99% for first circle magic, 50% for second circle, but increases it by 1000% for third circle magic. The result is that Angelina can endlessly use first circle magic. She is shown surrounded by a storm of magical energy. The enemy stares in horror, asking, is that all? He is overwhelmed. Angelina unleashes an endless barrage of magic missiles. The system announces that exactly 1,000 survivors remain. Round 1 of the bamboo spear competition is officially over. Dex watches and realizes today marks the birth of a new legend. Angelina is now a great first circle magician and an absolute psycho of PvP. She is a rare crazy bitch who will beat you until you die. And she pants and excitedly tells Dex she did it. The system confirms Dex has gained her trust and registered her as a helper. He will now receive plausibility rewards based on her plays. Dex smiles and hopes she becomes a ridiculous monster. Over at the Arcadia headquarters, the manager is absolutely losing his mind. He screams that he finally found the mystery player Dex. But a red notification instantly blocks him, saying he lacks the authority. The manager is sweating bullets and furious. He vows he won't let Dex do whatever he wants. Round 2 of the competition is about to commence. The Goblin NPC notices unexpected changes in the survivor pool. There are way more mid and lower level rankers alive than expected. She spots the level 43 user and wonders if it is luck or talent. She laughs, saying they will find out in the next round. Suddenly, she announces emergency changes to the rules. The bamboo spears start glowing with a new power. They have been modified because special skills were too advantageous. The spears can now attack physically and bypass magic completely. Absolute block and nullify effects will no longer work on bamboo spears. Dex is shocked, realizing this is a direct counter to his shadow form. Tan points out this is obviously a targeted attack against them, but Dex just smirks and says he never avoids those who come for him. He is ready to see what the game can actually do. The Goblin announcer cheerfully starts yapping about some emergency rule changes to the competition. Bro really said special skills were becoming a bit too broken for a spear fight. Now the bamboo spear is buffed to bypass magic defenses completely like a literal cheat code. Any skill that tries to nullify physical damage is basically getting deleted from the game. The players in the crowd are looking around confused, wondering who was even that cracked to begin with. But the Goblin isn't done yet and adds one more massive nerf to the equipment balance. Turns out special items were making things way too unfair for the casuals. In the next rounds, players are banned from using any gear effects besides their weapon. They have to fight using nothing but their raw skills and a wooden stick. Angelina's jaw hits the floor as she realizes her entire poverty set is now absolute garbage. The announcer screams that the patch is live and the second round is ready to go. Dex is just standing there with a deadpan expression because he knew the devs were going to try something slick. A map pops up showing a massive circle of poison gas closing in from the edges. If you don't keep moving at full speed, you're basically getting speedrun into the afterlife. The Goblin screams the start signal with the energy of a total psychopath. And just like that, the second round of this bloodbath is officially underway. A system notification reveals a level 3 admin is behind these emergency changes. The AI Alice looks absolutely depressed as she watches the rules get hijacked by the higher-ups. The system is freaking out because the judging criteria is making zero sense right now. Meanwhile, Executive Director Kwon is practically doing a victory dance in his office. He's laughing like a cartoon villain because he thinks he finally trapped Dex. Ro is completely ignoring his staff's warnings about the president's strict orders. He's ready to take the fall just to expose the genius who created that broken sword. Kwon sees this entire competition as a massive trap to fold Dex once and for all. Dex turns to Angelina and tells her it's time for them to go their separate ways. He casually suggests they meet up in the third round if she doesn't get folded first. Angelina starts panicking, thinking he's dumping her because her items are useless now. Dex calls her an idiot and reminds her he was the one who made those items in the first place. Points out that dragging her along against the second ranker was already a massive L for his strategy. Angelina realizes he's making sense and looks embarrassed for being such a drama queen. Dex gives her a smirk and admits he was just joking about using her for clout. He pats her head gently and tells her he can't be her bodyguard anymore. He reveals his next big play is way too dangerous for her to be around. Angelina finally gets the hint and looks at him with some serious concern. Dex just waves goodbye and tells her to stay away from any weirdos in the woods. She cheers him on as they vanish into the thick bamboo forest. Angelina waves one last time and promises to see him in the final round. Dex just fades into the shadows like the menace he truly is. Angelina starts wondering about his passive skill that negates physical damage like a hack, but she shakes it off, thinking there's no way he could be that insanely overpowered. Little did she know Dex was already activating divine descent in the pitch-black darkness. A massive, terrifying green figure starts emerging from the toxic mist. The Poison King Azakar has officially entered the chat. This plague doctor entity is wearing a top hat and a cloak made of actual skulls. Lethal green gas is swirling around him like a protective aura of pure death. System windows confirm a literal being from hell is taking over his body. He's now tapping into the power of a hellish entity and the stats are vertical. He picks up Toxin Resistance Master like it's absolutely nothing. He gains Absolute Poison Obstruction rank 2 and Toxin Affinity Master. Poison Antibody Formation rank 3 activates and his blood becomes a biological weapon. Dex is now fully transformed into a glowing green nightmare in a plague mask. The Angel L pops up looking absolutely done with his constant demon energy. Dex just explains that Hell tier utility skills are way more effective for this round. He asks the demon Tan if his plan is going to get him banned or not. Tan is looking nervous, wondering if the devs are about to drop a ban hammer on them. Dex just laughs and calls the demon way too naive for this world. Tan is just staring in shock at his master's absolute unit levels of confidence. Dex points out that the rules only say he has to stay inside the map boundaries. He leaps onto a rooftop to scope out the battlefield like a final boss. He realizes the devs designed these rules to force everyone to kill each other for content, so he decides to do the exact opposite and head where nobody else is going. His Plague Doctor mask starts glowing with those menacing red eyes of his. He knows the gas is going to force every other player to the center of the map. The system is literally baiting the remaining survivors into a suicide mission. Dex is out here calculating his 200 IQ strategy for the second round. He already secured enough kills in the first round to pass the threshold. Since he can't dodge every single spear anymore, he's going for a pacifist run. The safest way to win is to simply never bump into another living soul. He's planning to just sit back and wait for the other 1,000 players to suffocate. Thick green poison gas starts flooding the entire arena like a toxic ocean. Warning windows are screaming that his body is surrounded by fatal toxins. But his passive toxin resistance kicks in and says not today. Absolute poison obstruction engages to block every single tick of damage. Poison antibody formation starts absorbing the gas and turning it into power. Dex is literally just vibing in the center of a fog that kills everyone else instantly. Bro is completely immune to the gas that was meant to force him out. Dex declares the second round is basically already cleared in his head. He's sitting comfortably on a rooftop, watching the world burn below him. The Goblin announcer is watching the carnage with pure glee through the cameras. High-level skills are flashing across the map as players fight for their lives. Spinning slashes and fire arrows are flying everywhere like a chaotic fireworks show. Windwalks and shield crashers are colliding in massive explosions of color. The announcer notes that only the absolute top-tier talent survived this long. He points out that every group has that one outlier who is just built different. A silver-haired warrior starts walking through the chaos like she's on a stroll. Cabias is moving with a terrifying amount of purpose and speed. A group of 4 players thinks they can jump her and surrounds her position. They raise their bamboo spears thinking they've actually got a chance. Cabias just unleashes a chaotic sword dance that looks like a literal blender. She spins through the entire group with speed that the human eye can't even track. The entire team is obliterated and sent back to the lobby in a single second. A red reticle locks onto her location from across the map. A devastating projectile is fired her way to take her out from the shadows. A fiery arrow comes hurtling toward her face like a heat-seeking missile. Kaguya just dodges it with some impossible godlike agility. The hooded attacker is staring through his scope in absolute shock. He can't believe she just dodged a sniper shot from that kind of distance. Kaguya immediately spots her next victim way off in the horizon. She dashes away at lightning speed to finish the job. Kaguya leaps high into the night sky like she's got gravity disabled. She closes the entire gap to the rooftop in one single massive bound. The hooded figure is literally screaming in shock at the speed of this girl. He can't believe she just cleared an 800-meter gap in an instant. He fires a desperate barrage of blue energy projectiles to keep her back. He's screaming and asking if she's some kind of hidden class monster. Their bamboo spears collide on the rooftop with a sound like a thunderclap. Sparks are flying everywhere from the sheer intensity of the impact. Kaguya effortlessly deflects his strike like she's swatting away a fly. She finds it hilarious that he's trying to hide his identity after that flex. She scans the area to find exactly where his true body is hiding. She calls out his name directly and the tension is through the roof. The system finally announces the end of the second round for everyone. Only 2 survivors are left standing on the entire island. Kaguya is staring him down with a look of fierce determination. The green toxic mist is swirling around them like a dramatic cinematic. Dex is just standing there in his plague doctor form looking like a final boss. The ultimate battle of the server is about to begin right now. The bamboo spear competition round 2 is in full swing and the leaderboard is looking like a horror movie. System notifications are absolutely flooding the screen because player Cassius is out here dominating the entire battlefield. She's folding players like laundry one after another without breaking a sweat. She defeats player Johnny, then Rick Horret, then Horseshoe Crab Girl, and finally some dude named Up D. Cassius is standing tall on business amidst a literal mountain of defeated opponents. She's actually wondering if that was 7 or 8 kills in a row. She's lost count of the scrubs. The observers are losing their minds watching her pull off combo attacks with a hidden skill they've never even heard of. One defeated player is crying in the chat about how this equity is a total scam. Cassius just clenches her fist, wondering how any normal human is supposed to defeat a monster like her. She checks the clock and realizes she cleared the whole zone in just 3 minutes. To her, there's absolutely zero difference between this world and the game she used to call home. She knows she has to reach a whole new level of power if she wants to beat Asterisk. The scene shifts to a core memory of a game called Icaros. This was an action RPG from 20 years ago that was basically the national obsession. But it was built different, requiring insane mechanics and a physical build that most people couldn't handle. The graphics were mid and the engine was trash, so it eventually got silently deleted from existence. But for Cassius, that shitty game was her entire life and 20 years of her legacy. She was the undisputed queen and never let anyone touch that first-place spot. The ranking board always showed her name at the very top of the mountain, until a random menace named Dex appeared out of thin air. She had never even seen this dude's name before that day. Suddenly, a red notification flashed across her screen like a jump scare. You have lost in PvP and died. She couldn't believe how fast she got folded. It was like she blinked and her health bar vanished. She thought her rage impact skill should have saved her 3 seconds later, but then the truth hit her like a truck. Dex didn't just play the game, he played the server, using lag to exploit the frame-perfect timing. He understood Icaros way better than the girl who lived there for 2 decades. Dex literally stood over her corpse and dropped the most disrespectful line in history. He told her she was pretty good for a user in such a shitty game. He claimed the top spot and immediately logged out like a total Chad. He didn't just step on her character, he absolutely trampled her pride. Back in the present, Cassius is thinking about her hidden class, the Fighter. It's a broken class that lets her wield any weapon she can get her hands on. Her hidden skill, Quick Pull, lets her switch gear instantly, ignoring all the usual rules. Thanks to this, she's back to fighting in that same Icaros style that made her a legend. It's like this hidden class was custom-made just for her to get her revenge. And finally, another opportunity has landed right in her lap, a chance to finally surpass Dex and take back what's hers. She's staring at the screen where Dex is just vibing calmly in the middle of the poison fog. Manhwa. The admins are watching the cameras in total disbelief. Manager Kang asks what the hell is wrong with the poison gas settings. The gas is tuned to a deadly level 200, which should be instant death for everyone. The highest level player on the entire Korean server is only 160, yet this menace has been chilling in that level 200 fog for 30 minutes straight, since items are banned. They know it shouldn't be a piece of gear saving him. They're wondering if this dude really has a skill that breaks the game this hard. The executive director is absolutely crashing out and screaming in disbelief. The manager just laughs nervously, insisting an overpowered skill like that can't exist. He explains that toxin resistance usually caps out at rank 5 and no one could be this prepared. He's genuinely terrified by the director's bloodshot eyes and insane aura. The director realizes that if they don't do something, Dex is just going to win the whole thing from the fog. He refuses to let this player do as he pleases with his game. He activates his level 3 administrator authority and decides to play dirty. He cranks the poison gas rank to the absolute maximum level possible. He hits the switch to invalidate every single resistance skill in the area. He grants the zone a level of toxicity that shouldn't even be in the code. The system immediately flags him, warning that this is an unfair patch targeting a specific person. A massive penalty is coming for his career, but he doesn't even care anymore. The AI Alice warns him that this is his second strike for abusing admin powers. If he keeps this up, he's losing his job and meeting the board of directors for a talk. The director screams that he'll take any penalty as long as Dex gets folded. He vows to stop this player from making a mockery of his staff's hard work. He takes full responsibility and hits the apply button. The game updates instantly and the poison gas becomes a literal death sentence. Resistance skills are officially useless now and the end is near. Dex sees the update and realizes the admins are officially target griefing him. Tan starts panicking, saying even the Poison King Azakar would struggle with this much toxin. But Dex just stays calm and says his tricks weren't meant to last forever anyway. He decides it's finally time to finish things the right way. Tan is shook because his master is actually about to fight for real this time. Dex checks the survivor list and sees Cassius in first and himself in second. He realizes an old rival has finally come to settle the score. He's wondering if she's actually improved since the Icaros days. Round 3 of the bamboo spear competition is about to commence. Cassius is thrilled, screaming that she knew he was here and she's been waiting. Tan is still panicking, asking Dex to let him find a new divine descent for the fight. But Dex refuses the offer because he's already got a master plan in mind. He turns to the angel Elle and asks if she's ready to lend him some serious power. Elle is overjoyed, saying the high heavens are always down to help a menace in need. Dex apologizes for ignoring her and admits he was lacking in ability before. He activates Divine Descent and the whole arena starts to glow. All-Weapon Master Calypso descends upon him in a massive swirl of golden light. The power of the heavens is officially entering his body and the stats are breaking. He gains the extra skill King of 10,000 Soldiers. It's a shapeless weapon made of pure mana that changes into whatever he wants. Dex holds that glowing golden weapon, ready to end this once and for all. Golden weapons start materializing around Dex as he tests out his new god-tier power. He's wondering aloud how this skill even works so smoothly. Tan is just staring in disbelief at the sheer amount of mana being wasted. Elle remarks that even the original owner, Calypso, couldn't swap weapons this fast. Dex decides that the warm-up is officially over and the main event starts now. He asks his summons if they're ready to see some fireworks. His eyes start glowing as Adventurer's Instinct and Champion's Eye activate. He locks onto his rival's position from across the map. Cassius looks up, startled, as the air pressure suddenly shifts. Dex dives straight from the sky like a tactical nuke, his spear glowing with blue energy. Cassius barely blocks the strike in time, but the impact is massive. She screams that he has finally appeared before her. Dex lands on his feet with a manic grin on his face. He taunts her for running wild and bullying the small fries while he was away. He mocks her whole style, calling it a relic from a failed game with 0 players. And that was the final straw for Cassius. She's officially crashing out. She unleashes a literal barrage of blue energy attacks to tear him apart. She screams that she's already analyzed his class and tells him to stop joking around. Dex blocks the entire flurry like he's bored of her speed. He admits he's actually impressed by how fast she's switching her weapons. But then he activates his own skill and the infinity symbol starts glowing. He starts switching his weapons instantly, matching her pace frame for frame. He tells her he brought something similar to the party just to make it fair. He asks her what she thinks of his King of 10,000 Soldiers build. Cassius is absolutely stunned that his weapon is changing shapes mid-swing. She's wondering if this is his true hidden class or just another hack. They clash again, gold against blue, and the entire island is shaking. Cassius realizes he's using a combo attack with irregular hits she can't predict. She realizes he is using her own legendary method against her. She's wondering if he's doing this on purpose just to humiliate her again. She screams his name in pure frustration as the fight intensifies. Dex just smiles, holding a massive golden greatsword over his shoulder. He asks her how embarrassing it's going to be when she catches another L today. He formally addresses the challenger and the real battle begins. Dex taunts Cassius about the embarrassment of losing again. He challenges her to do her best. Cassius screams in absolute fury. Blue and gold energy collide in the night. Cassius thinks about how unfair it is. Her skill Quick Pull allows rapid weapon switching, but Dex's weapon actually changes form entirely. She realizes she can't match his speed with just Quick Pull, but she refuses to give up. She needs to win this. Dex mocks her for stopping. Cassius asks what that skill is. Dex reveals it is King of 10,000 Soldiers. Cassius calls him lucky to get such a caliber of skill. She nervously laughs that luck is a skill too. She admits he makes her panic. She drops her bamboo spear. She declares she will go all out. Dex realizes it will be impossible to catch her with normal skills. He wonders what she has up her sleeve. Cassius screams and pushes harder. Her eyes burn with 20 years of rivalry. She refuses to lose to him again. She activates a hidden technique. Her body moves faster than the eye can track. Dex barely reacts as her blade grazes his neck. The system flashes a critical hit warning. Cassius stands behind him, breathing heavily. She whispers that this time it is different. Dex touches his neck and looks at the blood. His expression shifts from playful to serious. He grips his golden weapon tighter. The final exchange is about to begin. Dex notices the mood suddenly change. He feels a bad vibe and decides to probe a bit. He asks Cassius if she got that sword as a quest reward. Cassius is suspicious, asking if he is trying to buy time. Dex insists she just tell him. Cassius confirms it. She explains it was a reward from a weird bum after clearing a quest. All-Weapon Master Calypso gets excited inside Dex's head. Calypso requests that Dex ask what she did to the necklace that came with the sword. Dex asks if a necklace came with it. Cassius asks how he knows that. Dex dismisses it and asks what she did with it. Cassius explains she received a necklace, but it was an unappraised item. The store owner didn't have an appraisal skill, so she needed a scroll. Dex looks horrified, realizing what happened. He asks what she did. Cassius asks if there was a need to buy an expensive appraisal scroll. Since the necklace didn't look nice, she just pawned it off. She got around 15 bronze for it. Dex is absolutely furious. Calypso is astonished. He is furious at his predecessor who sold his relic. He threatens to wring his predecessor's neck. Dex screams, internally asking what this fucker Calypso wants. Calypso requests complete possession of the player. He promises to take full responsibility for what happens after. Dex asks Elle if that is really okay. Elle is hesitant because the side effects will be huge. But since Calypso takes full responsibility, she agrees. In the name of Archangel Michael, she permits the temporary intervention. A massive golden power erupts from Dex. Cassius is shocked by the massive power and extra skills. Calypso fully heals the player. Control authority switches and body control is disabled. The player is currently in observation mode. Calypso laughs maniacally through Dex's body. He is absolutely furious that the necklace was sold. He screams that his predecessor didn't respect her teacher's love. He yells about his precious divine relics being sold to a pawn shop. Cassius is confused and angry at the nonsense he is spouting. She calls him a bastard and prepares to fight. Calypso summons a massive array of golden weapons. Cassius realizes this is the true skill of the all-weapon master. She thinks the power is completely unbalanced and overpowered. A giant glowing hand reaches out to crush her. The golden weapons rain down from the sky. The system announces she has been trapped in the array. Warning tells her to take care of her stamina. She receives critical damage from the barrage. The system declares she is in a critical state. Cassius coughs up blood, struggling to stay standing. She asks what kind of skill that was. A circle of golden lights appears around her. The nameless old sword in her hand starts to agitate. The sword is reacting strongly to something. Cassius is completely confused about what is happening. And Calypso looks down on her and calls her a pathetic thing. He mocks her for muttering because she doesn't know the truth. Dex reveals the exact name of her hidden skill. Cassius freezes in absolute shock. She cannot believe he knows the name of her secret ability. Calypso explains the true purpose of the skill. It was never meant for just swapping weapons faster. He declares his absolute will to wield every weapon in the world. Golden energy erupts from his clenched fist. He channels the strength to wield weapons forged from his own sweat and blood. Cassius stares at the glowing skill icon. She recognizes the true form of the king of 10,000 soldiers. Calypso points directly at her. He tells her this power is what she would have gained if she followed his teachings. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She recognizes the voice and the techniques. She screams in denial as the truth crashes down on her. She looks up at Dex with wide, trembling eyes. She demands to know who he really is. Golden light flares violently around Dex. His eyes burn with an ancient and overwhelming power. Dex looks down at the defeated warrior with glowing golden eyes. He asks if she is mourning the loss of her partner. Cassius stares back in total confusion. He remarks that he would have chosen a successor with true talent if he had the time, but he lacks both time and leisure. He smiles and says he is thankful to his benefactor for letting him borrow this body. The nameless sword in her hand begins to glow with a sad blue light. A system window confirms the weapon is feeling sorrow. Dex notes that despite her clumsy appearance, her heart is in the right place. He tells the blade that it was fate for her to wield it. Cassius watches in absolute shock as he speaks directly to her weapon. Dex entrusts the girl to the blade and calls it his old friend. The system announces the nameless sword accepts her as its owner. The weapon swears its allegiance to her. Its hidden skill is instantly revealed. The item rank jumps from magic to unique. A hidden quest to find the lost necklace appears on her screen. Cassius grips the hilt tightly as she feels the emotion of the weapon. She senses its deep longing and profound sorrow. She finally understands the true meaning of her hidden class. Dex smiles at her realization and says her expression reminds him of his younger days. Red warning flashes that the all-weapon master has surpassed his time limit. Dex remarks that helping his dumb student had some merit. The divine possession effect cancels instantly. Control authority returns to the player. Dex steps out of observation mode. Dex rubs his hands together and notes Calypso ran out of power. He thanks the entity for the entertaining show. Cassius mutters the word teacher before collapsing to the ground. Dex looks down at her unconscious form. He realizes the critical state debuff must have been agonizing to endure. He calls her a poisonous woman but decides to wait for her to wake up. Dex sits beside the unconscious warrior and scolds her for selling the necklace. He calls it a classic RPG cliché that she missed completely. Cassius grumbles that her old game never had such old-fashioned plots. Dex tells her to go retrieve it from the pawn shop. She snaps back that she was already planning to do so. She asks about his true class, realizing the person she fought wasn't him. Dex admits it was closer to dying and tells her to call it a fighter hidden class. He notes her sharp intuition. Cassius laughs and points out the green poison mist is already upon them. She explains she needs 3 minutes to recover from the critical state, but the game over zone is right there. Dex sighs, admitting the results are obvious. He regrets they couldn't have a proper fight. Cassius smiles and vows to win next time. Dex feels he got the short end of the stick. He raises his bamboo spear and strikes her down. The system declares Dex the winner of the battle. He bids her farewell as she disappears. The final announcement declares Dex the last person standing. A golden crown appears on his head with the winner message. The entire tournament was broadcast live to the server. Many strong players were watching, including the highest ranker Stella. The Bamboo Spear Liberation Army preached equality to the masses. Cassius showed off her flashy skills in the third round. No one expected the newcomer Dex to take the crown. But the community reaction is pure chaos. Players spam his name in the chat. Some question if he is the same guy who crafted those broken unique items. Others notice his gear matches the mysterious user from the witch hunt. Meanwhile, trolls just mock Cassius for taking second place yet again. Viewers complain about the lack of audio during the final clash. The single nickname Dex has already caused a massive ripple effect. A girl with glasses sits at her computer screen. She realizes the opponent she faced earlier was the legendary Dex. She leans back in her chair and stretches. She is just glad she avoided the tournament. She narrowly dodged a reunion with someone she never wanted to see again. The goblin announcer flies around Dex, celebrating his victory. She hypes up the highly anticipated rewards. She summons a glowing, mysterious box with a loud bang. The system explains the box contains the items of every player he eliminated. Dex holds the box and stares at it with intense interest. The goblin tells him to pick exactly one item to copy. A holographic list of loot appears in the air. It features unique armor and rare weapons. The goblin taunts him, saying the loot should make him drool. Dex scans the list with a bored expression. He realizes the drop rates are terrible and the items are mostly trash. He wonders if there is anything decent in the pile. Suddenly his eyes widen as he spots something. Dex asks if he can pick any item from the opponents he eliminated. The goblin confirms the rule with a cheerful nod. She asks him to reveal his choice. Dex points directly at the item. The goblin screams in absolute horror. She stammers, trying to find a reason to deny him. Dex calmly points out that it is valid loot from a defeated player. He leans in with a terrifying smile and addresses her as Great Dakebinim. He reminds her of a promise she made. The goblin bursts into tears, realizing she has been checkmated. A viewer watching the broadcast wonders why the smug mascot is suddenly crying. Defeated, the goblin materializes the item. The system window confirms it is the bamboo spear. Dex grabs the weapon and laughs maniacally. He realizes the game-breaking potential is finally in his hands. His eyes sparkle with excitement. He realizes exactly what he now possesses. A suited man slams his fist down in fury. The scene cuts to a massive skyscraper labeled Arcadia Korean Branch. Inside a conference room, executives sit in tense silence. A speaker addresses the room about a serious issue. The bamboo spear event ended hours ago. Something went terribly wrong during reward distribution. A woman raises her hand, confused. She wants to know what kind of huge issue they are facing. The speaker admits the winner chose something completely unexpected. He decides to show them rather than explain. The bamboo spear item appears on the main screen. The room erupts in shock. Executives leap from their seats. Voices overlap in disbelief. Someone questions if that was even an available choice. Another realizes why this required a personal briefing. The speaker reveals the biggest problem. The instant death effect has no specified target restrictions. A woman gasps as the implication sinks in. This weapon works on unkillable bosses too. The room falls into stunned silence. The answer is yes. A man explains the worst-case scenario. If someone stabs Arcadia's guardian dragon Lord Goldria, the opponent dies instantly. He admits this is highly possible based on the code system. Another executive realizes the danger. Killing a main NPC could permanently change the entire game scenario. Someone asks if they can even go home. The man at the podium takes responsibility. He failed to catch this issue. He states an intervention is necessary. A woman with long brown hair looks on with grim determination. Blue energy surges around her. Her name appears. Alice. Alice contacts the system as a second-grade moderator. She requests to reset the event reward. The system confirms her request. Then it rejects her. The word impossible flashes in red. Alice demands an explanation. The system reveals another recorded incident. The same user was previously restricted unfairly. A promise exists that no unfair patches will be administered. A man in the room grits his teeth. Alice declares she will submit evidence. The screen cuts to black. A shadowed figure promises this is the last patch. Alice confronts manager Kwon Moo-hin. Her smile is sharp, dangerous. She reminds him she ordered restraint from intervening. She asks if he has an explanation. The manager breaks into a sweat. His face twists in panic. He stammers out the director's name. He blames everything on Dex. His voice cracks with desperation. The bamboo spear glows with blue energy below. Dex stands in a forest holding the spear. He wonders what to do with it. A white-haired companion approaches. The companion senses something wrong with the item. He questions why Dex is carrying it. A blonde girl grabs the white-haired companion. She explains the item changed when it came to this world. The spear now carries a disturbing aura. Red energy crackles around the weapon. Dex smirks. He knows choosing this was the best decision. A system notification appears. The admin requests to summon him. Dex reads the message. His expression shifts to intrigue. He accepts. The screen flashes. His skills are restricted. He is being transferred to a special realm. The darkness swallows him. A voice greets him. "Hello, Mr. Dex." A towering figure descends. An elf with flaming red hair and golden armor appears. She introduces herself as Helenia, an admin of Arcadia. She summoned him to make a deal about the bamboo spear. Dex cuts straight to the point. He asks why she called him. He notices her elf customization. Helenia admits the spear was never meant to be a reward. She reveals it would destroy Arcadia. The item needs revision. Dex asks if they want to take it away. Helenia clarifies they do not. The item is his fair and square. It was their mistake. She asks if he wants to hear the options. She smiles with confidence. 3 options appear on screen. Limit the number of uses. Limit what it can be used on, or trade it for something similar. The bamboo spear glows between each option. No matter what he chooses, the risk remains huge. Alice states the decision is up to admin Lee Myung. Dex looks unimpressed. He says none of the options are good. He asks what he receives for accepting. Helenia studies him carefully. She expected him to attack immediately. He is more level-headed than anticipated. She explains the reward will be decided by the AI. It follows the same algorithm as the goblin from the event. An acceptable reward is guaranteed. She offers a preview. A massive burst of light erupts. Dex's eyes widen in shock. He asks if they will really give him these. Helenia confirms everything stated is true. Arcadia promised fair reward distribution. And she adds one more thing. If he cooperates, she promises no more unfair patches will be given to him. Dex asks if that is her trump card. Helenia smiles. She says it is up to her. Dex questions if she has the power. She answers of course. She promises as head director of the Arcadia Korea branch. Dex freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes who she is. Director Lee Myeon, the one who rose through the ranks at a young age. Helenia turns away. She thanks him. She is sure they will meet again. Dex watches her silently. Helenia glances back. She says she looks forward to it. She vanishes into the void. The scene shifts to a massive convention hall. A sign reads Virtual Reality Technology Fair. People gather at the Arcadia booth. A presenter welcomes the crowd. She explains the item everyone is looking for. It looks similar to Arcadia's Dreamer. She holds up a sleek device. It is a virtual reality system called Lucid Dream. She begins explaining how it works. After entering Lucid Dream, when you think of an appropriate image, independent program converts that image into a graphic. Then an appropriate program is applied. A presenter explains the device simply. It is a magical device that creates worlds from imagination alone. She encourages everyone to try it at the fair. People gather around excited. A young woman guides someone into the machine. She thanks them for using the device. A young man in a hoodie lies inside the pod. He complains it is harder than advertised. It takes more energy than expected. Conjuring images is much harder than he thought. He wonders if this is the limit of his imagination. He yawns exhausted. He blames his all-nighters playing Arcadia. He wishes he did not have to come to this fair. Someone points at him. They notice he is using Lucid Dream. The video he created was over 10 minutes long. Normally that would take months. The young man gets up confused. A man with glasses approaches him. He asks for his name. The young man answers. He is Lim Yijian. He asks what the issue is. The man with glasses smiles. He says Yijian found his talent. He offers a scout deal from Arcadia. Yijian is shocked. He says he will reject it. He is too young. The man insists. He mentions the bamboo spear reward. Yijian asks if he really received that. The man with glasses gets excited. He was annoyed he could not hear the details. He begs Yijian to tell him the result. Yijian pauses. He grins wide. He says he is not going to tell him. A system notification flashes. A compromise on the item revision was made. The bamboo spear has been made single use. 1 million probability has been rewarded. Full compensation for the sudden patch has been given. 10,000 gold received. A special item appears. The secret note. It grabs the note. The note unfolds. It reads, "Please contact me if an issue occurs." A phone number follows, signed Helenia. An urgent meeting is called. A single word now spreads through every channel. Dex has appeared. Somewhere behind the static, a faceless figure grins. All personnel are summoned to Arcadia. The morning sun spills over Arcadia's streets. Knights and travelers move beneath the warm light. For a moment, everything feels peaceful. Two familiar faces lounge outside, soaking in the rare calm. Going on trips feels pointless lately, one of them admits. Then the conversation shifts. Someone brings up the Bamboo Spear event finals. Nobody expected Dex to enter that tournament, but he did, and it became unforgettable. His prized choice raises eyebrows, a simple bamboo spear, nothing flashy. The girl across from him teases the idea, calling it almost suspicious. Footsteps echo through the square. A hooded figure walks past unnoticed, or so he thinks. A sharp gasp breaks the moment. Someone freezes mid-sentence. "Isn't he Dex?" Whispers ripple through the crowd almost instantly. Eyes turn, phones rise. The streaming system locks onto him. His fist clenches beneath the hood. This is exactly what he tried to avoid. No matter where he goes, attention finds him anyway. Energy bursts through the trees. Light trails carve across the sky. A knight's silhouette flickers and vanishes. He guesses no one saw that. The skill fades. Swift steps has ended. 1400 plausibility consumed in an instant. He lands quietly among the pines, finally alone, or so it seems. A voice calls out from behind him. His master wants to know how long he'll keep worrying like this. He admits it plainly. The crowds watching him are the real issue. His companion finds that ridiculous. Why hide from fame he's already earned? She studies his expression closely. She senses something deeper, real fear. He doesn't deny it. It truly is something to fear. Both girls stare, confused. Then comes the confession. He's been stalked by obsessive fans for years now. The blonde tilts her head, baffled. Stalked? By who exactly? What is he even talking about? A chair lies overturned in an empty street. Heavy footsteps approach. He's heard reports. Dex was spotted here. He'll do a quick search. An armored man scans the area, eyes sharp and unrelenting. He stops in front of two figures. "Your face doesn't match Dex's," he says. "Explain yourselves." A woman in a witch's hat tenses beside him. Who exactly are these people? The armored man doesn't waver. "Everyone will go through identity verification. Show your faces." The witch forces a smile. "Cooperate calmly, and there won't be bloodshed." Nearby, two onlookers whisper to each other. Why are strangers suddenly hunting for Dex? One of them already knows the answer. Crazed group of fans has been stalking him. These intruders belong to a notorious new guild. Their name spreads through the crowd like a curse. What is Dex's panty color? Shortened simply to what Dex panty. The absurdity hangs in the air, back among the trees. The white-haired demon finally connects the dots. So this is the situation, she mutters. Even she admits, her master is going through hard times too. He asks what she means. She explains plainly, anyone exceptional enough draws worshippers. It's simply how existence works. He corrects her instantly, these aren't worshippers, they're fanatics. The bat-winged demon snaps back, insults flying between them. Dex watches the bickering unfold. Just annoying, he mutters under his breath. He admits the truth grimly. No matter how many times he eliminates these stalkers, they keep coming back. He doesn't know what else to do. The demon beside him softens slightly. She's faced something similar before. After she became Demon Lord, a war for the throne erupted. Lowlifes tried to use the chaos for their own gain. She admits it without hesitation. She killed every single one of them. But she never expected the next wave to be just as relentless. A plan begins to form. Dark energy swirls and condenses into something solid. A grinning mask materializes in the air. She reveals what it took to make. Months of effort poured into a single mythological grade item. The Deceiver's Mask, crafted from the skin of the highest-ranking demons. It hides truth completely, projecting only false identity to anyone who looks. No detection skill, no insight ability, can see through it. Dex stares, stunned. A mere accessory, mythical grade. She grins proudly. It's worth far more than it looks. She reminds him exactly how many high-ranking demons died to create it. She guarantees its power without question, skill or strength. Nothing can break through this mask to expose his true identity. To put it simply, unless he wants to be found, no one ever will. She extends it toward him. "Master, I'll lend it to you, if you want." Then her tone shifts instantly. "So, how much is it worth?" She smirks, clearly not planning to give a mythical grade item for free. She warns him sharply. Clumsy disguise fails and someone like the obsessive ones from before catches him again. The consequences will be far worse. Might as well use something reliable. Dex studies the mask, calculating. She names her price, just 100,000, and it's his forever. Her grin widens. How about that? 100,000 plausibility, a heavy burden, but inevitable, he reminds himself. He earned a full million from the Bamboo Spear event. The cost is worth it. This mask, it's different. Shadows swirl around the deal. It seems to be the only real way to escape these relentless stalkers. He makes his choice. The mythical grade item, Mask of Deception, has been equipped. The power of disguise wraps completely around his body. A false identity now conceals everything he is. His face shifts beneath swirling violet light. A grinning mask now stares back where his expression used to be. Elsewhere, the search continues. Search the pub. Dex isn't here. Soldiers move from building to building. Not in the weapons store either. What should they do next? The lead knight grows impatient. He shouldn't have gone far. Had a tip he was here just 30 minutes ago. That tip cost real money, 10 gold, screenshot included. Search well, he orders. The witch scans the crowd with narrowed eyes. Where in the world is Dex? She's certain of one thing. He'll never escape their grasp. Meanwhile, Dex walks straight through the bustling street. Right past them. He can hardly believe it. Nobody recognizes him. This thing is actually useful. Beside him, the demon smirks knowingly. Of course it works, considering how much plausibility he just paid for it. A glowing board catches his attention. He can finally check the market again. He'd completely lost track of item prices and gold values lately. The news scrolls past. A unique item just sold for a record-breaking 10 billion. The item trade market keeps expanding. Virtual Reality Arcadia opens to an entirely new wave of users. He does the math in his head. One unique item averages around 10,000 plausibility, which means this mask alone is worth 10 billion. He already knew it was expensive, but seeing the number with his own eyes hits differently. She stares, baffled by her own mistake. Why did she suddenly think he was Dex? Beside her, the knight admits the same thing happened to him. Both of them turn toward the source. A grinning purple mask flickers faintly in the corner of their vision. Dex watches them stumble in confusion. He has to admit, it works incredibly well. The demon beside him cackles with pride. She told him so. She said it would be great. Then it clicks. The face belongs to a vampire named Rod, someone who once stood against her and died by her own hands. Dex freezes. What? She studies the borrowed face more closely. Those red eyes, slightly off compared to a true perfect being like herself. The bat-winged demon mutters under his breath. Her self-consciousness is getting out of hand. Nearby strangers start whispering too. Who is that? One of them wonders if he's some kind of model, debating whether to approach him. Dex overhears every word. Wearing this face is going to get exhausting fast. The demon shrugs casually. If he doesn't like it, he can simply change it. His eyes widen. Wait, he can actually do that. She should have told him sooner. A glowing menu opens before him. Choose disguise identity. A list of names appears. Burhan, Black Flame Dragon, Cassius, Johnny, Hyundai, Black Kim. He stares, stunned. These are all people he's killed. She confirms it simply. He can change his appearance into the face of anyone he's already taken down. A sly grin spreads across his face. Now this could be useful for more than just hiding. Another notification flashes. A new mission has triggered. He might as well stir up some chaos while he's at it. The mission details unfold. He's meant to bring disorder to this world, but to truly reshape it, he needs allies he can trust. A mark will be granted to those who pledge loyalty to him. The amount of plausibility earned depends on each ally's influence. An additional objective appears. Register Cassius's assistant. Current location, Fayan Plaza. Elsewhere, in a quiet market street, a merchant rubs his sore arm, visibly intimidated. A figure approaches holding a torn piece of cloth. Has he seen this necklace? The blade strapped to her back makes the question feel far less casual. Then the scene shifts entirely. Gold cascades around her in a glittering wave. Jewels, coins, treasure beyond counting. She throws her arms open triumphantly. Work, you slaves, no, adventurers. Her laughter echoes across the mountain of riches. The forest stretches quiet beneath an open sky. A pink-haired warrior steps forward, arms crossed. What is it, Dex? Her frustration surfaces immediately. Not a single call from him since the bamboo spear event. He shrugs casually. He admits he's been a bit busy. She doesn't let it go that easily. He's famous now, fine, but is it really fair to ignore her messages like this? His expression shifts, all business now. He called her here for one reason. Rank number 2, Starlight Witch Stella, is actively trying to kill him. Her eyes widen instantly. He continues without pause. He believes she was planning to survive using the item he gave her, but that plan won't hold up. Stella's magic control and combat instincts are simply on another level compared to her. Angelina is still a newborn. He doesn't sugarcoat it. She couldn't even survive the second round of the bamboo spear event, could she? Angelina flares up immediately, offended. Then what does he expect her to do? Just surrender? He grins. The solution is simple. Hand over the grimoire, the exact reason she's being targeted in the first place. The book glows in his raised hand. Until that happens, she needs to train. And for that, he's already prepared something. A figure steps out from the trees. This guy, Angelina mutters under her breath. The woman before her crosses her arms with sharp annoyance. Guy, she snaps, call her by her actual name. Is this the person she's supposed to train with? An awkward greeting follows. Dex explains simply. Her skills aren't terrible, but she lacks real experience. He wants Cassius to take her around and teach her properly. Cassius narrows her eyes at him. If she does this, he'd better not forget his promise to let her meet his master again. He brushes it off lightly. He'll make that happen eventually, no need to worry. Angelina blinks in confusion. Dex. He turns back to her. For now, focus on finding that necklace. No point crying over what's already lost. Once she does, she'll finally have the courage to face Calypso. Angelina turns to him, puzzled. What is he even talking about? Does he have a sword too? He deflects instantly. Never mind that. He's counting on her. A final vote of confidence. He believes in her, the shifty game expert. Cassius forces a smile, clearly unsettled by the nickname. It would be her pleasure. Cassius declares her plan with chilling enthusiasm. She'll make Angelina so strong, she could survive anywhere. Angelina freezes. Wait, is she talking about her? What exactly is she planning to do? And just like that, Dex leaves Angelina in Cassius's hands. Neither of them knows what kind of person she'll become under that training. Dex watches them disappear into the trees. He has no idea what he's just set into motion. A PvP maniac. Blood-red light bleeds across the silhouette of pink hair. A grim title forms around her. Angelina, the crazy woman who beats opponents until they die. Another notification flickers into view. Cassius has officially been registered as an assistant. The scene shifts to towering stone walls. Guards stand watch over a fortified entrance. Baron Mihail's land. The reward granted depends entirely on the assistant's influence. Dex studies the glowing extra mission with confusion. He has no memory of ever connecting with anyone at Fian Mine. Why is the system telling him to recruit an assistant he has zero history with? Before he can think further, a voice cuts through the air. Stop right there. He freezes. A guard steps forward, spear in hand. The man studies him carefully. He looks like an outsider. Is this his first time setting foot in this land? Dex hesitates. Ooh, no, Then he catches himself. Yeah, it's actually his first time. He forces an exaggerated smile, clearly done explaining himself. The guard buys it instantly, then he just needs to head over and submit some documents to the guide. Bright green-haired girl waves him over with excessive enthusiasm. Welcome to the land of Mihail. Is this his first visit too? She claps eagerly. If so, there are just a few documents he needs to sign. She explains rapidly. These papers are required because Mihail's land is a strategic point for iron mining under the Maroon Empire. Sign on the line parts. Others are waiting their turn. Please hurry. Skims the contract. His eyes widen in alarm. A contract laced with poison pills. Seriously. He recalls something now. Rumors among players naming this exact location as one of the 10 most dangerous places to avoid. Cassius never told him to cross that line during her advice. What exactly happened while she was gone? Dex's hand ignites with red energy. Minutes later, he stands before a grand estate. He'd like a word with Baron Mihail. His expression hardens. Where is that guy? The mansion looms ahead, pristine and imposing. Baron Mihail's mansion. Inside, a familiar purple-haired figure lounges atop a literal mountain of gold. She lights up the moment she sees him. How has he been? The entire kingdom fell into chaos after he left. Does he know how worried she was? She grins proudly. He came back safely. She always knew he would. Honestly, she's surprised he survived sending the undead as his guards. She had no idea they were even his. Dex eyes the glittering treasure pile, unimpressed. How much exactly is all of that? She doesn't deny a thing. Did he mean the trick at the entrance? Passing adventurers had been dwindling lately. It was just a little something to lure newbie adventurers into working for her. She adds a few finishing touches, proudly. The number of people available for mining. What was she saying again? Cash cows. They're getting harder to find these days. Doesn't he agree something needs to be done? Dex stares, horrified. He created a terrifying monster. He tries reasoning with her. Manipulating and tricking adventurers can cause serious backlash. This very kingdom once fell into the hands of an adventurer named Dark Flame Dragon. She should remember that. She waves it off. That adventurer won fairly. And even showed mercy to the former king's family, granting them land afterward. That's simply how the world works. Then she pivots instantly. Besides, the most important part is the massive amount of gold she's offering him. Doesn't that change things? She admits casually. The king actually offered to sponsor her directly. This is just how her world operates. Dex exhales. She's clearly unhinged. But everything she says is somehow accurate. Baron Mihail, far scarier than he expected. She gestures toward towering stacks of gold. Since he's visited her land, he might as well take this. His accumulated profits, finally paid out. A notification flashes. He has received 734 gold, 32 silver, 21 bronze. His jaw drops. 10 gold to 700 in just 3 months. How much exactly has she been squeezing out of these users? She continues without missing a beat. There's more she wants from him, hiring master-class craftsmen, opening new trade routes for valuable goods. She has so many requests, but first, she wants to know the real reason he's here. He doesn't hesitate, whatever he needs. She'll help with everything she can. She freezes mid-sentence. He states it plainly. There's someone he has to meet. The scene shifts to jagged stone cliffs, a mining camp built into rock. Plan mine. Inside, chaos. Workers shout over each other. Hurry up. There won't be dinner unless today's quota is finished. A man sneers at a newcomer, promising to keep a close eye on him. Pickaxes swing, sparks fly, goblins haul through smoke and firelight. One worker collapses against his pickaxe, gasping. He can't believe this counts as a game. Nearby, someone watches with quiet amusement. So this is that guy. The mining speed catches immediate attention, far beyond anyone else in the camp. A guard notices the onlooker. Who exactly is that person standing there? Another worker answers proudly. That's their official #1 slave. Surely he's an acquaintance of Mihail's. What excellent taste. Dex repeats the words slowly. Official #1 slave. The guard explains further. He was the first adventurer foolish enough to volunteer for mine work honorably, then tried to run and got caught. For that betrayal, they work him to the bone now. The exhausted worker swings his pickaxe again, visibly breaking down. Dex studies his movements carefully. That mining speed. It has to be at least rank 5, maybe higher. How did he even enhance it to that level? He turns to the guard. Could he have a word with him? The guard balks. Why would he insist on something like that? Dex doesn't wait for permission. He calls out directly. #1 slave, it's break time. Come here. The worker flinches, staring in disbelief. Break time? He doesn't remember anything like that ever existing. The exhausted worker stumbles forward. Manager, what is it? His mind races. He's certain he finished every assigned task this week. Dex grins from his seat. Hey, nice to meet him. He extends an invitation. Won't he sit and have a chat? The worker stares, bewildered. Manager, what is this exactly? He studies Dex closely. Is he a user? Hesitantly, he asks who this stranger even is. Dex points to himself, amused. Him. He's the person about to grant this kid his freedom. The boy's expression shifts. He explains his story quietly. He ran, got caught. Has been working here ever since. Dex narrows his eyes. Why sign such a messed up contract in the first place? Surely the terms were obvious. The boy admits it plainly. He signed without even thinking it through. Dex studies him a moment longer. His real age, 15. Dex exhales, rubbing his temple. Even if this is just a game, some things still feel wrong. He mutters to himself. People like this are usually born gifted as blacksmiths. That must be exactly why the mission keeps pushing him toward this. Beside him, Angelina sniffs the air, confused. Wait, this smell. She turns toward Dex. That human reeks of fire. Dex tilts his head. Smell of fire. She explains further. It's the scent carried by those with strong affinity for fire souls, or fire-type abilities. These individuals are typically born to become blacksmiths. It's been a long time since she's encountered someone with a scent this powerful. Dex considers it carefully. With the right guidance, this kid could become genuinely useful. He turns back to the boy directly. Hey, I have shit hands, if he makes him a free man. The boy freezes. Dex asks plainly. Is he prepared to do absolutely anything in return? Without hesitation, the boy screams, yes. Dex raises an eyebrow, not even hearing the conditions first. The boy doesn't care. Anything would be better than his current life. He warns himself internally, acting this recklessly could get him cheated forever. But he doesn't stop. If Dex frees him, he'll offer everything, loyalty included. Please take him along. His voice cracks with desperation. He never wants to mine steel again. A system notification flashes. Player, I have shit hands' contract with Plan Mine has been diminished. Another message follows instantly. I have shit hands has been registered as an assistant. Dex can now view his new assistant's full stats. A status window opens. Level 24, I have shit hands. Skill rank, Weapon Forge rank C, Armor Forge rank D, Mining skill 2nd rank. Then, his characteristics. Extinguisher of the attention of the oldest flame, closed beta tester, the first user. Dex's eyes widen. Wait, closed beta tester. The boy stares back, confused by his reaction. Arcadia was developed under absolute secrecy before release. A closed beta tester for a game like this, that shouldn't even exist. He turns sharply. Who exactly is he, really? The boy flinches. He stammers out an answer. A friend gave it to him. Dex presses further. A friend, that's it. He lists possibilities, half joking, half serious. Is this friend Argos, or some hidden chairman of Silicorp? Maybe a secret grandson of Agin Electronics? The boy panics instantly. It's not that. He just has a smart friend. It's a secret. He can't say more. Dex studies him for a long moment. Fine, he understands, watching how nervous the kid is. He's convinced he's not lying. Enough with the small talk. Dex grins suddenly. Brother, why don't they run a little performance test? The boy stiffens. Sweat beads down his face. Moments later, deep in the forest. Level 32, Kavolt. Claws rake through the air. The boy barely holds his ground, blade trembling in his grip. He stares at his own hands in disbelief. He killed it. He actually killed it himself. A real Kavolt. A nervous laugh escapes him. His first solo kill, he asks if he did well. Dex nods. Admitting he struggled, but he pulled it off. Dex studies him with a more critical eye now. His combat skills, rough, barely functional. His crafting skills aren't much better either. Dex reasons with himself. Production skills are notoriously difficult. It makes sense that high-skilled crafters are rare. Still, something nags at him. This kid has been stuck in this pitiful state since the closed beta. Why exactly is he being handed this assistant? Is this some kind of cosmic punishment? A new voice cuts through his thoughts. Does he really believe that? Dex turns. A winged figure studies him with sharp blue eyes. What does she mean, El? She speaks with quiet conviction. To become a true blacksmith, one needs skill, talent, and the artistic sense to forge spirits into their creations. She pauses, but from her perspective, none of that is what actually defines a blacksmith. Dex stares at her, uncertain. Forging metal means standing over blazing fire, wielding a heavy hammer through sizzling steam. One must hold the determination to continue and never give up. Through hundreds, no, thousands of strikes, fueled by unwavering resolve, true strength is forged. This is the step every blacksmith must take. Elle watches the boy with quiet conviction. That child endured an impossible situation and never gave up. From her perspective, he holds more potential than anyone else here. Dex studies her carefully. How does she know so much about blacksmiths? And more importantly, why is she so fond of this particular boy? She hesitates. It's somewhat difficult to explain. He pushes further. Why exactly? She admits the truth slowly. Information tied to this kind of factor can shake the entire continent if exposed. Her expression tightens. The incident with Calypso already proved that interfering beyond plausibility comes at a heavy cost, one the heavens themselves still bear. If something like that happens again, it won't be a minor disruption. It will shatter the order of the heavens entirely. Dex processes this carefully. So, to sum up what she's saying, if there's enough plausibility offered, would she finally share what she's hesitant to reveal? She fidgets, caught. Well, it's true. Dex grins instantly. Then it's simple. He'll pay the plausibility himself, so she should speak freely. Information capable of shaking the entire continent. He can't contain his curiosity any longer. Elle warns him seriously. Is he certain? This requires an enormous amount of plausibility. He waves it off. It doesn't matter. He has plenty to spare. His total flashes across the screen, 912,312. A transaction confirms, 150,000 plausibility, paid. The sleeping secrets of the past begin to unfold. Light surges through the darkness. The memories of Angel Michael begin to play. Long before the Great Demonic War, an entirely different era existed. They called it the mythical era. Countless beings of divine power once walked this world, gods, each ruling over their own domain. God of hunting, God of music and joy, God of war, God of justice and balance, God of time, God of mischief, many gods, many sects, countless worshippers devoted to them all. But during that era, something changed. Certain sects vanished completely, without a single trace left behind. Dex's expression hardens as the truth settles in, so that means a single sect slaughtered every rival sect, then declared their own god the one true god. Elle confirms it grimly. That crazed sect still exists today, the Saint Empire. The realization crashes over him. The empire that proclaims justice is built on the bloodline of those who massacred an entire era. If this truth ever surfaces, the whole continent would descend into chaos. That's exactly why the heavens have worked so hard to bury it. Elle's eyes lower. After that massacre, the heavens' power grew undeniably stronger, but she doesn't believe it was strength worth gaining, not when it came from erasing every trace and record of the sects that once existed. And so, gods who lost their worshippers slowly turned into false gods. Even their names faded from memory. Dex's eyes flicker downward, back toward the boy's status window, extinguisher of the oldest flame's attention. His breath catches. Maybe. Elle's voice grows distant, reverent. The first to light the endless darkness, father of all blacksmiths, creator of Muspelheim, the spear that burns all demons. Blazing weapon ignites across the sky. He's the one still watching the boy, even now. Elle confirms it. That's exactly why she had to make this boy her companion. Helping him grow, using his potential properly. That's the entire reason. Dex stares blankly into the trees. What is he, some kind of blacksmith manager now? The boy struggles again, overwhelmed. Dex turns to Elle with a sudden idea. What about taking him to a dwarf? She blinks. A dwarf. He explains quickly. Most adventurers in Arcadia haven't even discovered other species yet. She frowns. How is she supposed to bring him to dwarves without knowing where they even live? Neither of them has an answer. Then a third voice cuts in. She does. The demon grins wide, fangs catching the moonlight. She knows exactly where the dwarves live. Elle grabs her collar instantly, furious. How could she possibly know that? She won't let her get away with lying. The demon doesn't flinch. It's not a lie. Dwarves live underground. They burrow beneath the earth everywhere. And one of her subordinates stumbled upon a settlement by chance. Elle's grip loosens slightly. Really? Where exactly? The demon shrugs casually. It's quite far, beneath a desert located 5 days away by Wyvern. Heading south, Dex processes the distance slowly. That location. His expression darkens. One of the 5 restricted areas, a place where environmental debuffs alone can kill. The Great Desert Rumir. The demon smirks. So what's the plan, Master? She offers to prepare an energetic boost for travel, 3 days normally, but with her help, 1 day would be enough. Elle perks up immediately. She wants in too. She'll help. Dex stares at the horizon, already exhausted by the scale of this. What exactly is he supposed to do now? Then, his resolve hardens. Of course he's going. His silhouette stretches long against the darkened trees, already moving forward. The desert waits ahead. Great Desert Rumir. An elder caravan guide stares at them in disbelief. Planning to head into Rumir, does he have multiple lives to spare? Even those who live beside the desert never dare lurk near it. The environment alone is brutal, and hideous monsters roam freely within. Lies across the desert. He has no answer. In 60 years of life, he's never once seen anyone survive the crossing. Dex studies the endless dunes ahead. Is that so? Then he'll simply have to find out himself. He turns to the boy beside him. Let's go, brother. The boy answers eagerly, ready to follow. The old guide watches them walk off, shaking his head. Those young men are out of their minds. The boy hesitates suddenly. Big bro, he needs to say something. Dex glances back. The boy stares at the gear now resting in his arms, overwhelmed. He thanks him for the generosity, but is it really okay to accept items this valuable? Clothes of the thieves, robe of the expert adventurer, darkness reaping dagger, each one rare grade, each one clearly expensive. Dex waves it off casually. It's fine. He bought them at the auction house since his old gear would only draw unwanted attention. The boy stammers, these would have cost hundreds. He'll return them once he's done using them. Dex shakes his head. No need to return something already used. Think of it as severance pay from the mine. He admits quietly to himself. It was partly his fault the boy got stuck there in the first place. It's only fair to make it right. The boy stares at him, stunned. Receiving treatment like this, in a place as bleak as Arcadia, his voice cracks with emotion. He'll serve him for life, big brother. Dex walks ahead, silent. Behind his composed expression, guilt creeps in. What is this feeling? The golden desert stretches endlessly before them. 3 silhouettes move forward, small against the vast burning sand. The journey into Rumir has only just begun.